Hello, everybody, and welcome to Champions Tour 2023 America's Ascension. It's been a long time to get here. We've been doing this since January, getting through the Open qualifiers of the North American Challengers. Then we found out who is going to be in the North American Challengers. We went through the whole North American Challengers from February up until the end in, I believe it was June is when we ended. So it's been a mile, a landslide, a trek. But guess what? The North American viewers have been rewarded because both of the North American teams are in the grand final. Both the guard and M80 are in the grand final. So we will be having a North American team in the Americas League 2024. It's just a question of which one it will be. Now, in case you're wondering, just so I'll go over this really quickly, just because it might be important. I thought it might be here, but they did get rid of it. But in case you missed it, during the North American Challengers, I did talk a lot about which teams were qualifying for next year's Challengers. The 8 teams that made it to playoffs got a free spot in next year's Challengers North America. And the 2 teams that won play-in relegation for a total of 10 teams, leaving 2 team slots to be filled, and that's what the open qualifiers are going to be for at the beginning of next year's Challengers. The only issue is one of the North American teams that was supposed to have a free spot in next year's Challengers is going to the Americas League. So what happens then? Well, that means we have 3 slots that we can add to the North American Challengers 2024. So I believe we'll probably just get 3 teams through the open qualifiers. And I could be very, very wrong about that. They may just decide to invite somebody random, but I'm fairly certain that's the way that it'll end up going. I don't know. Maybe we'll have another little play-in relegation bracket with the 2 teams that lost the play-in relegation tournament. But anyway, it's just something to keep in mind is that now instead of the 10 teams that we had going for sure to next year's Challengers, we only have 9 because one of the North American teams is going to qualify. So just something to keep in mind. But without further ado, let's get to talking about this matchup that we have today, because it's a banger. This is a best of 5 between the guard and M80. Now, these are 2 teams which have faced each other multiple times. Okay, they've faced each other in. I'll go ahead and just pull it up here, but you can see just how many times they've faced each other throughout the North American Challengers. They've the guard in the initial first series that they had against each other won in a 2-0 fashion. Then M80 beat the guard 2-1, and then 3-1, and then in America's Ascension they did end up winning 2-0 in the upper semifinal. So you can see that the guard has shown some improvement. And if I'm going to be honest, if there was an award for the most improved team, I'm pretty sure it would go to the guard, just because they've looked so much stronger. And this entire time, yesterday after the stream ended, after we were done talking about the game, I sat down and I thought to myself, who do I think is going to win? And it's a pretty clear cut and dry answer in my mind. I feel like the guard is a team which just belongs in franchise. It just really seems like this team has always been a team that would be there. I mean, they were in the Ludwig and Derek Invitational. I don't think they proved it in the North American Challengers. I think the North American Challengers, they looked very, very weak. They are so lucky, and I cannot emphasize this enough. The guard is so lucky that Moist started to fumble at the end of the playoffs, because of that, the guard was able to pull through. Because of that, the guard was able to take a win in the series. So yeah, it's interesting to think about. Now, in case you're wondering, I believe just to start it off, we're gonna have to watch the Brazil Challenger stream, or the Valorant Brazil stream, because for some reason the Americas page has not gone live yet. I'm not sure why. It could be a multitude of reasons, but for now we're just gonna have to watch a Brazil stream. I'm sure eventually the NA stream will get up, or the American stream will get up, or yeah, no, the NA stream will get up, and we can watch that. But for now, it's just we're gonna have to watch this stream. Just hopefully the series doesn't start before the America stream goes up. Typically they're pretty good about it, so I don't know what ended up happening there. But without further ado, let's talk about the series. Where do I think it's gonna go, and why do I think it's gonna go to the guard? Well, First of all, obviously, I want to point to their most recent bout together where the guard did beat M80 2-0. And this time it looked so strong from the guard. The guard looked unbeatable. They had the perfect reads on M80. They knew how to anti-strat effectively. They had clearly studied their opponent and knew what they were going to do next. The guard was always at least 5 steps ahead of M80, if not more than that. It just seemed like the guard always knew M80's next move, and they put themselves in positions to win their gunfights. I've talked about it a lot, but M80 is a team that typically relies on. Looks like maybe we're getting ready to go live potentially. Let's see. But yeah, M80 is typically a team. Here, let me go back to this maybe. Yeah, M80, 22 minutes. What? Um, I may just have to pause stream because I don't want to. What? How are you gonna take? Okay. Um. I'll just keep talking, and then once I run out of stuff to talk about, we will we'll take a break because it seems it's gonna be a while before we get started here. But anyways, yeah, it just seemed like, or sorry, something I've said a lot when I'm talking about these two teams is that M80 is a more aggressive team. They rely on each player being able to get a high amount of kills, which they typically are, and it typically gets them pretty far. But then you've got a team in the guard who is very, very good at strategy. They know how to anti-strat effectively. They study their opponents. And when it comes to the guard facing M80, M80 was, I believe it was M80 and the Union were the two teams that the guard really wanted to beat coming into Ascension. I think they realized that they struggled in North American Challengers and said, all right, how do we switch that up? How do we get better? And not only how do they get better individually, but then how do we read these opponents, which we're now going to have to figure out how to beat? And it was simply just studying, understanding the way that these teams worked. And it worked out for the guard. They got the number 1 seed in Group B, and then they came into playoffs. They get to face M80 to start it off for them, and they decimate M80. I mean, it wasn't super, super close, but it was still a it wasn't super, super dominant, but it was still a pretty dominant game considering who the guard was up against. Then the guard goes up to face the Union. The first map goes 16 and 14. Okay. And then Ascent goes 13 and 2, and Pro goes 13 and 7. So it's absolutely dominant from the guard to knock the Union down. And then, of course, yesterday, in case you missed it, M80 was able to beat out the Union in a pretty dominant fashion themselves. So I think both of these teams want an opportunity to redeem themselves. The guard talked about how after they beat out M80, they said, don't worry, we'll get another North American team to franchise league. They said that to the team of M80, and I think M80 may have taken that personally because they did not let that rest. They pushed through the lower bracket. They make a lower bracket run to the lower final, which they win, and now they're in the grand final. It's a best of 5, and I talked about this a lot, but I did say between the Union and M80, I think M80 has a better chance of beating the guard, and I stand by that because the Union has a much more limited map pool, and because the guard gets both of the map vetoes in this best of 5, because there's 7 maps in the map pool, so there's only 2 map vetoes, and the team who makes it through the upper bracket gets those map vetoes just to reward them for making it through the upper bracket. So that's sort of the position that the guard is in. They get to veto both the maps. So I said if the Union was in there, they'd be in a bad spot just because their map pool is super, super limited. But now that the guard is facing M80, I'm actually worried for M80 as well because guess what? They can't ban bind. They're most likely gonna have to play on bind, and I have no idea how that's gonna go. The guard may want to avoid playing against M80 on bind because they don't know what M80 is gonna pull out. It's a bit of a wild card, but there's a very big possibility that M80 is I don't know. There's a very, very big possibility that M80's been hiding behind just for the perfect moment, like in the grand finals of Ascension, or they really just don't want to play on it because they're not good at it, and the guard's going to pull it out today and decimate M80. I think it's going to be a very, very interesting series. I expect to see Bond come out from M80, which we've never seen before. I expect some very, very close maps here, as both of these teams seem to look very evenly matched. I expect the guard to win it if I'm not lying, but I think it'll still be close. I would be very disappointed if we don't get any OT in this best of 5, just because of the way that these two teams have gotten here. And yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes. A reminder, whichever team loses this gets a spot in next year's Challengers, but they don't get to go to next year's America's League. The team that wins, you will see in Champions Tour 2024 America's League. So that'll be next year's Champions Tour. They don't get to go to Champions this year or anything like that, but they do get to watch from the sidelines, knowing that they'll be playing in the big dogs, the big league next year. Now, because of the extended break, 17 minutes, I'm just gonna throw it to a break as well, just because I don't know how I'm supposed to fill 17 minutes of time. I do apologize. It just seems as though the Americas stream ended up starting quite a significantly amount of time later than what I was really anticipating coming into this. So I do really apologize. I have no idea how to fill 16 minutes of time unless we like would react to Valorant clips or something. I would have started the stream later if I knew that they were going to be starting so late. I guess what we can do, I don't really want to take an extended break. We can watch. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna try to pull up the. I'm gonna try and pull up the. No, I'm just gonna take a break. All right, I'll be back in like 16 minutes. I do apologize for this. Let me go ahead, put a little message on screen. Okay. There we go. America's stream is late. Back when America's stream is live. All right, I will be back in approximately 15 minutes. Alright, everybody, yeah, because, again, it's been a little bit of a longer break, I'll go ahead and reiterate everything I sort of said, um, um, prior to the little longer, longer extended start. Again, I apologize, I would have started later had I known, that the Americas stream was going to be so late, so, yeah, I do apologize, but what we can do here is, yeah, let's take a look. Again, I want to quickly talk about how next year's Challengers is going to work in case you missed it. It's going to be the 10 teams, or rather the 9 teams uh, that did not make it or did not make it through or win Ascension. So obviously we're gonna have one North American team that won Ascension, but the other team that doesn't win, along with all of the teams that made it to playoffs and the 2 teams that won relegation of this year's North American Challengers, have made it to next year's Challengers. That means there's 3 slots to fill, because that's nine teams. There's 3 slots to fill. I imagine all 3 of those will be filled through next year's open qualifiers. I know at least 2 of them will, but because one of the teams is qualifying for next year's Americas League, there wasn't supposed to be 3 slots. It was supposed to only be 2. So because there's 3 slots, I don't know how they're going to fill that 3rd slot, but I imagine it will be through the open qualifiers. There's always a chance that they just invite somebody random, where they, if you pay for it, whatever. But I imagine it'll just be 3 teams qualifying through the open qualifiers. So that's a little benefit. We get an extra slot there because one of our teams made it to the Americas League. So yeah, just wanted to reiterate that point in case you were wondering. But let's talk about the Americas. Let's talk about America's Ascension. Again, I've sort of gone over this already, but we can go ahead and talk about it again. We've got the guard versus M80. I expect it to go to the guard because the map pool... Oh my gosh. Because sorry about that. Because the guard does have 2 map vetoes, it does mean that M80 is going to have to play on a map that they really don't want to play on, like Bind, which they've been banning this entire time. Now, M80 had teased it in North American Challengers that they were hiding Bind, or they were hiding some other maps, but they never pulled out Bind. They never did anything like that. It feels like maybe it would have been more appropriate to do so, like, say, in the lower final against the Union. I would have expected them to pull out Bind. But now that we're in the grand final, they're going to have to, because the guard does have both map vetoes. So that means M80 will have to play on Bind. Unless, of course, the guard just doesn't want to face them on it, in which case the guard can ban it. But I doubt that's what's going to happen. So yeah, just something to keep in mind is that the guard does have to, or sorry, M80 will have to play on a map they've been avoiding the entirety of Challengers, the entirety of Ascension. Bind will have to come out. There's no negotiating it. Either that or the guard will ban it, but I highly doubt that the guard will want to ban it, just because I think they know M80 is a little bit scared to play on it. And obviously there's always the chance that that M80's been hiding it because they've got some crazy strats. They're going to pull out triple duelist, Yoru, and they're just going to absolutely destroy the guard. There's always that weird chance. And honestly, because of how well the guard has been reading M80 on a lot of the maps, I think if there's a map that M80 could catch the guard off on, it is Bind. So if Bind does come out, I think there's a chance M80 can get that map. But every other map, it just seems like the guard will know how to read them on it, especially after their first series against each other. It just seems so much, so much that the guard has just been studying M80. They know how to play against M80 on every map M80 could possibly pull out. And I don't know why that would change coming into the grand finals, and I'm looking forward to this. Again, I'm very, very happy just simply for the fact that we've got 2 North American teams in the grand final, so we will be having a North American team qualifying for next year's Americas League. Honestly, I take this as a win. Obviously, I expect the guard to take the overall win, but it could still go to M80 again if that Bind comes out, which again I'm pretty sure it'll have to. It could go M80's way just simply because the guard doesn't have as much, literally has no data to go up from M80 on Bind, at least this season, which of course is a different roster than, last season and all that stuff. So there's a very, very real possibility in my eyes that M80 is able to pull out Bind. And if there's a map I think M80 can catch the guard off on, it will be Bind. Just because it's a map they've been hiding. It's a map they've been avoiding, and I don't know if they're avoiding it because they're afraid of it, or it's because they just don't want to have to pull it out until absolutely necessary. I mean, for example, the Union was always banning Haven, and it wasn't because the Union was trying to hide it until the very end, until absolutely necessary. It's because they had a 0% win rate on Haven coming into Ascension, right? So, that's sort of the angle I'm going at. Is M80 just banning Bind because they don't like the map? They just hate trying to figure it out? I don't know, but they don't have that option anymore. Because again, we're in this best of 5 because the guard made it through the upper bracket. Their reward is that they get both map vetoes, so they get to pick which maps are in the map pool. And so there's only 7 maps in the pool to start off with. Then they get to ban 2 that they don't want to play on. And then there's 5 left, and at that point, teams can pick which ones go in which order. But after there's map vetoes, every other map is going to be played. It's just a matter of when. And assuming the guard does not ban Bind, which there's a chance they do. It's not a super strong map for them, or at least it wasn't looking super strong coming out of North American Challengers. So there's always the chance that they ban Bind. I wouldn't be surprised, and especially considering every other map, they do seem to have really, really good reads on M80. So I wouldn't blame them for not wanting to. I wouldn't blame the guard for not wanting to play against M80 on Bind, considering every other map, the guard has a bit of a better read on how M80 likes to play. But my question would be, what else do they ban then? Because I'm trying to think, what does the guard want to ban as far as this series against M80? I think probably the guard would want to ban Lotus, just because it's looking like a really strong map for M80. And then I think, well, they're not going to ban Bind, so they'd just have to let it through if they want to play on it. So they'd probably ban Lotus, and there's a chance they ban Haven or Pearl, because those are just 2 maps that are really good for M80. And, if the guard wants to, they could do Bind instead. But I imagine the first map ban in their mind will probably be Lotus. So not only did the American stream make us wait 22 minutes after starting late, but seems we're gonna be waiting for quite a bit longer still. So I do apologize for this. Obviously, I can't control when the stream starts and all that. I can only control what I do on my end. So I do apologize for that. But it will be interesting to see where this series goes. Again, I'm expecting a Lotus ban. I'm expecting, if I really had to guess, I'd say probably Haven isn't bad for the guard. Neither is Lotus, but I just feel like M80's really figured out Lotus. So I think the guard would want to ban Lotus and probably Pearl, because we just don't see the guard on Pearl very often. And then as far as the map picks, I think the guard would want to play on Bind first, just to get it out of the way if they let Bind through. And then I think M80 would probably want to play on Haven, and then the guard would probably pull out Split. I don't know. There's a lot of directions it could go. I am interested to see. Of course, I'm always interested to see. Again, I'm just happy we're here where we got 2 North American teams in the grand final, so we will be having a North American team qualify for next year's America's League Champions Tour. So I'm very happy to have another one of those teams. I do still favor the guard to win, just because they've already decimated M80 in the upper semifinals, and then the guard had a pretty strong performance against the Union, and then we come into the grand finals and the guard gets both of the map vetoes. I don't know. I'm very heavily leaning towards this this favoring of the guard, just because of the direction they've headed in. I'm gonna quickly pull up the Brazilian stream, see if there's anything else there, because I don't know what's happening with let me see the Twitter really quickly. See if they we're currently experiencing network connectivity issues at the venue. Slight delays are expected. Okay. Sure. Alright, all of them are alright. This is wonderful. I mean, surely this is happy to be here, I guess. No, yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure exactly what to do in this situation. I think, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. I guess since I probably won't realistically be doing very much ranked, we can do some right now just to pass some time. And hopefully that. Give me a second. Yeah, hopefully. Sorry, my mouse is being weird. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Just pass some time. Valor tracker.
Go get him. Grenade!
Absolutely zero comms. Nothing. Also, they're getting decimated. That's probably why there's no comms. But still.
Enemy spotted. Reloading.
How long is this clip? 2 minutes? Holy. For what? Zero headshots. Oh.
Hey,
Spoke too soon.
three for me.
Thirty seconds left.
Here.
Why are they destroying the turret?
10 seconds left.
The turret's dead.
Last player standing.
Oh, this is like bronze.
My ult's ready. Here comes the party.
One enemy remaining. Ace.
I'm gonna say bronze. Iron? Oh my, I didn't even know irons were real. What? There's irons in the... Whoa. The fact that he was hitting the target, I feel like, and the crosshair wasn't default, like, to me, you're not iron. I don't know. I don't know what irons and bronzes look like. Rank reset hits everyone differently, you know?
My ult's ready.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nice. Oh my god, you're fucking insane.
I'll say plat. Yeah. I don't know. Like, the aim is good, but nothing else in my mind.
Boom.
Zero communication.
Arriba.
One enemy remaining.
Ult's ready.
Dejarle lejos, dejarle lejos.
Ace.
Bien, bueno.
Reloading with 15 bullets. I'll say gold. Plat again. Ah, I should have known that. Okay. I got one of them on, and then both of the other ones close, so I'll take it. So in case you missed it, they are experiencing some connectivity issues. I can go ahead and show you the tweet. We're currently experiencing network connectivity issues at the venue. Slight delays are expected. So, yeah, slight delays has turned into half an hour. So, I don't know how much longer we're gonna be waiting for. I don't want to just like sit here and I mean, what else is there to do? Let me see if the Brazil stream is up and running or not. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, it looks like we have it. They're speaking in, you know, Portuguese, so I can't completely watch it, but I'm looking on the site. So the Brazil stream is up. I think yeah, I don't know if they're just gonna wait. I mean, I imagine they would want to wait for the North American stream. I think two things are happening because the Brazil stream can be up because the casters are there in person, right? But because the NA stream or the English stream is presented by casters who are all working remote, it means that the venue needs to connect to obviously the stream. You need to be able to stream it, but on top of that, you need to be able to get the caster's feed, their mic feed, their camera feed, all that stuff, which you know, it is a separate issue in and of itself if you're experiencing issues. So like Brazil can go live because they just need the people in the venue to be connected, but for the English stream, they need to connect to um remote, so it's gonna be a minute, I think. Um, yeah, I mean, we can look at this, and then I don't speak Portuguese, but we can just view it casually, and I'll pull this up on the other screen. So
Talvez alguém tenha um pouquinho mais de vantagem ali em PMC, em pontuação média de combate e tal, mas em média estatística geral é assim que funciona. E tá aí, né? PMC ou então ACS, que é a mesma coisa só que em inglês, a gente consegue ver então os 5 jogadores aqui dos dois times, e a gente comentou mais cedo, o Trent totalmente acima do restante em praticamente todos os stats. O que ele tá fazendo no campeonato é sacanagem.
É um absurdo porque é muito difícil. A gente tem muitos jogadores que foram destaque aqui por parte de várias equipes, inclusive o top 10 tinha jogadores da Fusion, que não foi, né, uma equipe que jogou tão bem, tinha também da The Union, mas da série de ontem, né, a gente literalmente teve essa mudança muito grande, e é difícil a gente ter um jogador que é destaque basicamente em todas as médias estatísticas, né? Ele literalmente lidera todas, então assim, é um jogador que tem sido um monstro por parte da The Guard, tem trazido essa responsabilidade. Do outro lado a gente tem o Xander também, com o Alanub, que a gente já falou que é um jogador que não começou tão bem o campeonato, mas que chamou muita responsabilidade. Ontem, no primeira série, né, no primeiro mapa, ele foi um cara que jogou e jogou muito, ele conseguiu literalmente impor o Valorant, talvez que ele estava planejando para esse jogo. Então assim, é confronto de jogadores realmente que merecem esse destaque, e principalmente são duas equipes que estão merecendo realmente esse confronto de alto nível.
E falando no confronto que aconteceu entre esses dois times, duas coisas me chamaram muita atenção, Spaca. O primeiro é que a equipe da The Guard teve um cast altíssimo, ou seja, um impacto de todos os jogadores jogando juntos, fazendo o seu trabalho devidamente bem feito. Foi muito...
I'm trying to debate if I want to just take a, you know, do a little break. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do because I just don't know what else to do in this situation. So I'm gonna put this back on the screen. I'll keep the Brazil stream open in a second tab, but yeah, it looks like let me change the message. Back. All right, we'll go ahead and put this up, and then yeah, and then I'll be back in you know, whenever they're back. See you then.
dois mapas controlados.
Let's go. Let's go.
E já tem a sua vaga na grande final do VCT Ascension.
Pull up on my throne.
A nossa grande finalíssima será a norte-americana.
We took down Brazil, we took down the powerhouse, we fought against the crowd and we're the villains of the crowd. We're here to take down the guard now after taking them down in NA multiple times.
Koala! Eita! Que marinha! Olha só o trabalho! Movimentação!
Why you so quiet?
Desconfiou e foi chumbado pelo EU.
M80 explode here on Fracture, and they give us an all North American Grand Final.
Alright, we're back.
It can't get better than this, right? Grand final to decide who's the better team of NA.
The stakes are super high. We're up 2-2 against the guard. We're gonna see who wins the tiebreaker here, but I'm pretty confident that we're gonna come home with it.
You know, we're running this tournament right now, and I think with that we can beat anybody.
We fought our way here to the grand finals. Now we're just one step away from the title.
Nothing has ever been given to us. We're gonna put the hard work in, and we're gonna be at the top.
Goosebumps, baby, it's Grand Finals Day. We have been waiting for this day since the season began, going all the way back to the latter part of winter. Back in February, we saw these teams put on a list. Who was the #1 team in each region? Who was the #2 team? And the two teams that people talked about the most, Tanner, the Guard and M80. Yep. These were the teams that everyone thought would be playing in this final, and the storyline comes true.
And the storyline comes true. I mean, it's easy for us because we got a direct look at it, but to hear from everybody else, I think M80 really coming into this one as the favorite. And when you look at the matchups, things seem even. M80 kind of leading, but once we got to when it matters, you see in the bracket here, the Guard getting a win over M80, the Guard making it all the way to the grand finals, and now you're thinking like, wow, this team that was built to do this is about to freaking do it.
And looking at the bracket, you can see that M80 had to play a lot more because the Guard just kept winning matches, so they had to play less. M80 had to end up going to lowers because they lost versus the Guard, their opponents today. So they have shown everything in their book. The Guards played less. They might have something that we haven't seen up their sleeve for today.
M80 as well facing off against the Union in that group stage match. To kick off the event, they lost that opener. That puts them in that second seed where they then have to play in a quarterfinal match. So they did play a match before the Guard, who got a first round bye. So there's a small part of that you look at it like, man, M80's had to play a lot of games.
Yeah.
That's kind of a good thing for them and kind of a bad thing. It's a good thing because they get a lot of practice in the LAN environment. In fact, they're the only ones in this event or in this final that have played on this stage already because the Guard did not play yesterday, so they did not play in this environment yet. They have not played in front of a crowd. But it's also a bad thing, because now there's a lot of tape on what they're doing currently. Active playing tape, not just what they did in the past.
Yeah, and talking about yesterday, we saw the M80 that we all needed to see for them to make it to the grand finals. They had to play 2 BO3s, and today is a BO5, so they gave us a sense of...
I'm going to quickly reiterate, because again, I talked about it about an hour ago, I talked about it about half an hour ago, I'm going to say it again. Both of these teams fought really, really hard. It's best of 5. My prediction is the Guard is going to veto Lotus, and they are going to likely veto Pearl as well. And then I believe the Guard will or M80 rather, will get the first pick of the maps. Obviously, it's best of 5, so 2 maps that are vetoed by the Guard are out, and the rest of the maps are in play. But I believe M80 is going to be picking most likely Split or Haven, and then Fracture or Haven, and then the guard is probably gonna end up pulling out Bind because they want to see M80 on Bind. M80 hasn't played on Bind yet. The guard wants to see them in an environment that M80 is not comfortable in. And after that, I'm not entirely sure what'll happen, but I do favor the guard to win this series just because they get to veto both of the maps. They've got a pretty big advantage in that sense where they get to show which maps they want to play on, or they they only have to play on the maps that they want to play on, essentially. So a little bit of a better spot here. Now again, it's been an hour since I went live to start talking about this series because there's been a big long what's the word, delay. There you go. There's been a big long delay in between this series and or sorry, to the start of the series and when the stream was supposed to go live because of some connectivity issues. So I don't know how quickly they're going to be willing to rush into the start of this series, especially considering I've been looking at the Brazil stream. The Brazil stream has been going this whole time. They've been going for the entire hour. They've been going on and off, going live. So I don't know how long because obviously the reason they were delayed wasn't because of the Brazil team. It's because of the connectivity issues regarding the NA stream or the English stream, because they had to connect to the English streamers who are all remote, and so it caused some additional issues in that regard. So that was sort of the biggest issue, the biggest challenge that was being faced. And now we're going to be moving into the start of the series. So I don't know exactly how quickly we're going to start. It looks like we're doing a little bit of pre-match. We're doing a little bit of that stuff. I'm just going to play this through because I've already said all my thoughts about this series. So, yeah, I'm excited to get ready to start the best of 5. I expect the guard to take it. There's always that opportunity that it is switched up. But, yeah, it should be fun. All right.
You can hear it from the players. They've been waiting for this moment for such a long time. Everything they've done this year has led to this moment, and how better would it be than to see them facing off against each other here in this final? This is the storyline we all wanted to see, and it's a storyline we've already seen play out. We saw them face off against each other in multiple matches throughout the Challengers splits, throughout the Challengers playoffs, and even here at this event in the bracket as well, as we saw the guard knock M80 down into the lower bracket. We've got a lot of history between these two teams, Tanner, more so than any other teams currently competing at this event.
Yeah, and I just want to say in that video, Valen said, like, I wish it was the Union. I wanted a Brazilian team with the Brazilian. Hey, slow your roll, buddy, okay? You don't even have a stage day. I think you're going to be feeling the pressure a bit from the crowd just with M80 on the other side. But yeah, this to me, looking at this, even when we saw them meet earlier in the bracket, seeing the NA versus NA, I know that Union is good. I know that 00 Nation is good. Nueva Zeta is good. But the guard versus M80, for these two teams, this has to be the most difficult matchup. They've played each other so many times, right? It's hard to keep secrets from one another. Just the back and forth, the amount of reps they have against the two teams between one another is, I think this makes it such a difficult matchup for both sides.
And how appropriate is it, too, that if you actually look at the stats from players for this event, the top 10 players are the 5 players from each of these teams. Like, realistically, this is exactly what people would anticipate based on numbers alone. You can take a look at the stats for M80.
I mean, I think that's true, but also, if you go to the grand finals and you're not in the top 5 or top 10, I think you'd probably be doing something wrong, so it makes sense that it's all of these players. Again, I talked about it earlier. The reason I favor the guard here is just because in their previous series against M80 in the upper bracket that knocked M80 down to the lower bracket, the guard showed a clear understanding of how M80 was going to play. They clearly had studied their opponent. Their opponent was read like a book. M80 had no idea what they were doing against the guard. I mean, it just seemed like the guard was always one step ahead of them. And I don't know how M80 switches up to recover from a loss like that, where the guard was just so beautifully able to prevent retakes and prevent those site executes, because the guard knew exactly how and when M80 was going to be approaching those site executes, those site retakes, those types of situations, which most teams plan out. Here's how we're going to approach a retake, and then they, get a few different plans as far as like, okay, in this situation, let's do this type of retake. In this situation, let's do this type of retake. But it just seemed like the guard knew exactly which type of retake M80 was going to go for, or exactly which type of side execute M80 was going to go for every single step of the way, and the guard shut it down. So I am worried for M80 moving into this series, because I don't think, again, the guard is a more strategical team. They rely on studying their game. They relied, especially in that series against M80, they relied very heavily on their ability to read their opponent. So if M80 is able to switch it up, we may see the guard shut down a little bit, or start to lack some of that efficiency. But at the same time, I don't think their role is going to be slowed very much, if any at all, just because this entire team in the guard is able to put themselves in positions where they're expected to win, and then they win them, right? You give them these opportunities where they just have this positional advantage, and suddenly M80's lost the round, because the guard just knows what to do to defend, to attack. Even their site executes are really, really impactful, and no other team can read their opponent in this tournament like the way that the guard can. And even though M80's got some good strategy behind them, and I'm not trying to knock on them, they are typically a more aggressive team. They rely more on winning their gunfights, versus this team in the guard is definitely a little bit more reliant on their strategy, on this defense, right? They're a little bit of a more defense-sided team, because they rely so much on their strategy and preventing the way that the M80 likes to play, or the way that their opponent likes to play. And I've used this analogy before, and I'll use it again here. The guard is sort of like a rubber ball, right? You push into it, and you can go in a little bit, and then it bounces back. That's sort of what it is when M80 is facing the guard. They're able to maybe get a few rounds, but as soon as the guard learns what's going on, they bounce back and they shut that down. And I think that's a perfect analogy for the way that the guard likes to play. They like to test the waters a little bit. They like to push in a little bit here and there, and then they bounce back and they shut down their opponent. And I honestly, especially considering the history these two teams have, I think the guard is going to continue to be able to read M80 very, very well. And I am interested to see which maps we're playing on. I'm interested to see where the agent select goes. I'm just like, all of these maps, unless these teams switch something up, I'm mostly looking at M80. Unless M80 switches something up to play differently than they have this entire tournament, I'm going to be a little bit worried for M80's chances, because the guard has shown in Ascension that they do really know how to read their opponent very, very well.
It just feels like everything clicks. It's so coordinated, and that's what makes them so scary. But the two people I feel like a lot of people are going to have eyes on is going to be the duelists. Everyone is always going to look at the duelists, Tanner, and obviously we're going to have some fun watching Tex and Koala Noob duel it against each other.
Yeah, and much like the M80 versus the guard is kind of, I always see it as, what was it? Unstoppable force, immovable object. I said it against, the Union against the guard. Koala is kind of the tip of that unstoppable force. Tex, even the team themselves, Tex himself said, he's not necessarily playing that crazy jump in, do it all duelist role, but he's doing it well, the role that he does play, right? He's playing that entry. I don't think there's as much Tex go kill, but the stats are so incredibly close. And if Koala Noob is going to be, I guess this is how I'll put it. Whenever M80 is kind of down and out, Koala's usually having a bad day. And if Tex is having a good day and Koala's having a bad day, or if Tex is able to inch out these stats.
And I do want to highlight, yesterday Koala Noob was not having a great day, so there's a chance, there's a possibility that Tex is able to overshadow him.
These other stats, the number I always look at, M, is the first deaths. Koala is one of the most aggressive duelists that's playing at this event. The only one that was maybe more aggressive was Verdi, just the way he takes first exchanges. And like Tanner said, they don't always work out.
And it's interesting you pointed out the KD, right? For Koala, it's 1.14 versus Tex, 1.13. However, for the first kills, first blood, first kills, Koala is exceeding Tex over that. So that's very interesting, even though the KD is higher for Tex. So I wonder what type of support and what is the situation of that's leading up to that first kill differential.
You talk about support, and it's very easy to forget that some of the support players playing in this game are some of the best to do it in the region. When you look at players like Jonah P and Nismo, Jonah P has been having a field day at times. Obviously, his stats don't look quite as good as Nismo's. Part of that being that Nismo does slot in as a raise sometimes. So is ACS going to be slightly higher? But we were talking about it. Jonah P's Sky is scary good.
It's so scary, and it's really annoying, right? Playing against a Sky that is so good. You can get bit and stunned by the dog, but Jonah P is a very aggressive Sky, and I think that's why he is incredibly well with the KD here on 1.21. He's not afraid to go in. He has been playing with so much confidence that I love to see from him. The grand finals that we saw from the splits, and even in Ascension, it's really showing of how confident he is on that. He definitely stands out on the Sky. And Nismo, of course, even though he loves going on duelists that we love to see him on, he's a very good supportive player too. I think people don't give the supportive players as much credit as they should, because these players are not only setting up their teammates, but they're also fragging for their team.
I'm not talking a lot because I'm like trying to think of what to say.
It's Jonah playoffs, right? That's what the P stands for. So you have to, you can take these stats, sure, but you have to expect a completely different Jonah P. The last stat down there, 27% clutch percentage for Jonah P, 35 on their side of Nismo. These teams are so closely matched. I think that is going to be a huge component. It's going to come down to who is inching out those 1v2s, or I guess the 1v2s, the 1v3s, the 1v1s. And a lot of these players are in the top percentages for clutch. So even then, it's just as, I mean, the nitty gritty, the onesies and twosies, Bach, the onesies and twosies.
You know how much I love when you use made-up words. Those two players as well, you mentioned, top performers, number 1 and number 2 in APR. Very clearly setting up their team for success while also finding it themselves. You talk about it, though. You said when you look at these two teams comparatively, very close to one another, and we actually have stats that can compare the teams, their attack side win rates, their defensive win rates, their post plans. All of these numbers overlap pretty evenly. You can see the defensive sides definitely pretty good for both of these teams. Wow. The attack side maybe slightly better for the guard, but Tanner, some of those stats, I mean, you look at the post plant percentage. This is something we praise these teams for. Their post plant setups are damn near impressive.
And I think obviously it's easy to look at all these stats and you look at the side of the guard and you're like, wait a minute, bigger number good. And yeah, that's definitely a stat or statement that could be said. But also, it's important not just to factor in that, but also the guard's been performing very, very well in this bracket so far. So of course their stats are going to reflect that. And I think if there's an opportunity for M80 to get back in there and prove that the stats don't matter, again, the stats aren't super heavily favored towards the guard, other than maybe pistol round, right? So there's still a very real possibility that M80 is able to bounce back just because those stats aren't super skewed in favor of the guard. Sure, a lot of them are skewed in favor of the guard, but it's by tiny margins, and so that doesn't necessarily mean it's over. Clearly, these two teams are very, very well matched. It's just going to come down to the strategy, and again, I have found that M80 lacks a little bit more of that type of strategy, of that more methodical type of play, especially on their defense, versus the guard, who tends to be a little bit more strategical when it comes to how they approach rounds, how they approach their defense, how they approach their offense even. They tend to like to read into their opponent to try and gain a little bit of that edge there, and I feel like M80 struggles to do that a little bit. It has to more so rely on their individual skill and their individual ability to perform for each of their players. And so if we start to see one of the players lacking, I'm sure one of the other players can pick up for that. But also, if we start to see one of the players lacking, it could be a sign that M80 is starting to lose a little bit of their grip on the match. And it will be very, very interesting to see if these teams are able to pull it together. As it does look like, despite the big delays, we're still going to be taking a bit of a longer time to get this series started. So yeah.
Pistols, anti-eco, the rounds were so incredibly close, 2 or 3 people would die, and they were reinvesting. They were kind of throwing the bonus round out the window. They were reinvesting to kind of keep the momentum moving forward. So I'm wondering if they'll stick to that. If, the pressure is on. Obviously, they felt pressured yesterday, but now they feel it again today. And I'm wondering if we do see, those second round forces if they lose the pistol, or if we do see them scrap the bonus rounds and reinvest. The thing that looked poorly outside of jitters for M80 at the start of the tournament was teams being able to force them to play a different game. And the M80 that we've seen of recent has stuck to their guns.
We'll see how these teams adjust to, the fact that they're going to be playing in front of a crowd obviously has an impact, and we saw that rattle some players' cages just yesterday. M80 obviously rose to the occasion, And M80 is now experienced in this atmosphere. The Guard has not played in front of a crowd. I know people are thinking, yeah, the Guard played at Reykjavik. There was no crowd, dog. That was COVID time. So there was no one there to watch outside of the staff at the event, which basically was the same as playing at the studio event they just played in. They have not yet played in front of a crowd. I will say this. I kind of feel like the Guard is the home team here. Because, Tanner, if you watched that game yesterday,
yeah,
M80 was not exactly shy about talking some smack on stage against the Union based on their interactions with them as a team. So that might put some salt in the mouths of the Brazilian fan base. They're going to now be cheering for the Guard just because they're playing against M80.
Yeah, oh man, you know, good publicity or any publicity is good publicity, whatever it is, right? I think you're completely right. The people that show up today might not be fans of the Guard. They might not be here to watch the Guard win because they like the Guard. They're here to watch M80 lose. And you know what? That gets butts in seats.
But
so,
to be fair, at the same time, the Guard did knock the Union down to the lower final. The Guard was talking big smack on the Union as well, always saying that they were the rival, that they wanted to face them, that the Guard wanted to prove they were better. So I don't think these Brazilian fans are necessarily gonna be like skewed to one side over the other because of anything that these teams have said. I think both M80 and the Guard were very, very vocal about their wanting to beat the Union and these Brazilian teams, especially knowing that the Union was probably going to be both of these teams' biggest competition. Both of these teams were definitely looking to knock them out, and both of these teams did. They literally passed the Union to each other to knock them out. The Guard knocks them to the lower final. M80 knocks them out of the competition. It was like a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. It's a very, very quick type of. It was just a very, very quick passing of the Union out of this tournament, and it will be interesting to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the players, the team intros, though.
As a fan that the Brazilian fans can root for because they did make it on this stage here in Brazil, right? So it can kind of pseudo be the Brazilian representatives that make it to Americas and somebody that the Brazilian fans can continue to root for.
As we see the teams grace the stage one final time here in Sao Paulo, it's important to just frame this up as best as we can. Tied 2-2 in their series against one another. The Guard, 6 maps, M80, 5 maps. The round differential between the two teams across all of their games played thus far is +4 in favor of the Guard. Across all of those maps, they've played 11 maps, and it's +4. That kind of illustrates the scenario that's playing out here. These teams could not be more evenly matched, and it's a scenario we knew was inevitable. And you can see the teams getting into it with the crowd. I think M80 is probably embracing their position here, Tanner, as the villains. They seem to indicate that in the video.
Yeah.
They're okay if the crowd is booing. They just want to hear noise.
Yeah, 100%. And again, butts and seats. That's what it's about, to be able to have this crowd out there, whether it's to watch you win or watch you lose. But like you said, EU coming out, still kind of shushing the crowd, whereas you can just see, we can't hear it, but the Guard are definitely getting more of the crowd love.
One would assume, as we see this, I mean, obviously, like, I think there's still an amount of people who are like, you know what? We liked watching them win. We love that zesty atmosphere they bring to the stage.
You know what I'm thinking? Go Valorant, alright? That's all I'm thinking. That's what I'd be thinking if I was a Brazilian fan right now. You know, you paid to watch the grand finals. I'm just going to be rooting for some fun Valorant.
It seems like the crowd is very much behind these teams.
I want to hear it. I want to hear all the cheers. But as a player, listen, I want to get into the mindset as a player when you're walking out on stage. Nizzo's like, come on, come on. Oh gosh, but when you're walking out and hear the crowd, you're facing your opponents, as you can see, they're right next to each other, you're looking at each other's in the eyes, this is where your heart starts to race, you know what I mean? You're getting into the game mode right here and now. They have been playing so long for this very moment to get to the grand finals.
Well, Valen is obviously hyping up with the crowd. John QT is a cold-blooded killer. That man has
I'm
no
not gonna
emotion.
lie, I
He even
do
rocks
really
the
like
mask.
John
You can't even
Cutie.
tell
I
if
feel
he's
like
smiling.
he's just
And
like
honestly, the amount of times we've spoken to
he's
him and we've
he's
seen
an
him in
IGL.
general,
You know what I mean? Like
he
he
is
just
definitely
gives off
very
that like
stoic in nature, which makes him
I'm
difficult
just here to do a
read.
job type of
At this
energy.
point,
You
it
know what I
comes
mean?
down
Like
to
I feel like
preparation.
he's
Who has
just
prepared more for their opponent?
he's like
Yes,
built to be
the
an
guard has
IGL. I don't
obviously
know.
had extra time. They got to watch M80 play back-to-back BO3s yesterday. Anything that M80 has done differently since their last match has been gleaned by the guard, but M80 also has a brilliant tactical mind behind the scenes in Happy.
Again, I'm interested to see these map picks and bans because I am very, very much so believing we're going to see Bind come out, and I am more than happy to see it come out. I'm more than excited to see M80 or have to play on Bind for the first time ever in this season of both Challengers and Ascension. I'm very, very interested to see if Bind will come out. I imagine it will, but yeah, actually I think I can see it on the screen there. Maybe Bind's our first map. Could also be Ascent though. We'll see. I'm not gonna cheat that much here. Just look at the player screens. We'll wait until the map picks and bans come up before I start making my predictions about how everything's going to go. But this is very, very interesting to see play out. Like I said, I'm very curious to see how this map will end up panning out. I'm very excited. I'm so excited. If I had to give my predictions here, I'm gonna say 3-1 for the guard. No. Yeah, I'll say 3-1 for the guard. 3-1 for the guard. Final answer. We're gonna see one map will be an OT. I don't know which one, but that's my prediction. 3-1 in favor of the guard. One of the maps will be overtime. I don't know which one, but one of them will. This is not the map picks and bans. This is just the history or the map pool rather for the guard. So you can see on Haven they've only got a 54% win rate. On Lotus they got an 81% win rate. On Ascent they got a 90.9%. Pearl they've got a 71%. Fracture they got a 66%. Fine, they've got 83, and Split, they've got 50. So you can see all of their maps are decent. I think when the guard is thinking about which maps they're going to veto, though, it's not let's veto the maps we're bad at. I think it's let's veto the maps M80 is good at. Because I feel like at this point, the guard is confident that they can beat M80 on most maps. And I think the guard's map history obviously is going to look very flawed if you're just looking at all of the maps across the whole season. Because the guard has shown some big improvement coming into Ascension especially. But let's take a look at M80s. You got 84% on Haven, 63% on Pearl, 88% or 89% on Lotus. Ascent has 55%, 66% on Fracture, and 80% on Split. But again, and nothing on Bind because they haven't played on Bind. But again, point being, or the point I want to pull out once again is the fact that M80 or sorry, that the map pool, the map win percentages they're talking about are not just from Ascension. It's from the whole of this season, the whole of North American Challenges, and now coming into Ascension, including the Ascension stats. So obviously, what happened in North American Challengers is very different from what these teams are doing here in Ascension. So just because obviously you look at the stats and you're like, wait a minute, M80's got better win rates on a lot of these maps. Yeah, but I still think if we're just talking about the way Ascension has gone, that the guard looks stronger right now. Obviously, there's always that opportunity that M80 shuts them down, but I am sort of expecting the guard to come out here with a win. I just still can't believe how Ethos sponsored the guard. It's such a weird. I didn't even think the guard would be getting sponsors. I thought they were like gonna be. I thought they were gonna like disband after this season or something, but I guess not. You get a sponsor just for Ascension. It's great. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this series. Again, I want to see those map picks and bans come out. I'm very excited to see these map picks and bans come out. I want to see where these teams are going. I want to see where these players are going, and it looks like we may be getting ready to start that.
We just hope that we get the series we've wanted. All 5 maps. We want to go the distance.
Yeah, I was so excited to to just start the day to see this grand finals of these two particular teams, like you were saying. I'm expecting it to be a full-on battle between these two teams. I mean, M80 fought their way here. Let's be honest. They fought and fought. They played a lot, and they worked super hard to get it to the grand finals. Whereas on the flip side, the Guard looked incredibly dominant the entire Ascension. So both of these teams are here for slightly different reasons, but we all were expecting to see these two teams be top 2, top 3, and one of them is going to be in franchising. And as we saw in the interviews,
I get it,
they really wanted to fight for
no,
that.
I understand.
And
They're
I'm
holding L's
expecting
because the Union lost, so they got to take the L. I understand.
To go back to the interviews, a couple different times from challengers back in North America to now the Ascension tournament here, Nismo has said, we are a team. We learn from our mistakes. We always come back better. And that has proved so incredibly true. You go back to Split 1, they lost to the Guard. In the regular season, they beat him in mid-season face-off. They lost to Shopify in Split 2 in the regular season. They beat him in mid-season face-off. They join this event and lose to the Union, and they beat them.
All right, it
to
looks like
send
we're
them
getting
home.
take a look at the map picks and bans. Now, a reminder, the Guard gets to ban both maps coming into this, which means that they don't have to ban Bind. They do ban Lotus. That was one of my predictions. My second prediction was Pearl. We'll see if that is the next ban. And it's Fracture. Okay, all right. You know what? I understand that as well. That was the one map that they did lose to the Union, so I understand that. All right. You know what? I was right, though. They're going to let Bind through, and I was happy that I got at least Lotus right. Ascent's going to be picked by M80, no question there. It's one of the better maps in the pool now for M80, especially after those two maps were banned. I think Lotus is the strongest map right now for M80, so Ascent being picked, no question why. There, Haven is actually picked by the Guard, so we're not going to see Bind come out in those first two maps. It'll be interesting to see. I was expecting it to be picked immediately by the Guard. M80 ends up picking Bind. Okay, wait. Am I... Hold on. Yeah, that should be M80. Wait, no. I think the Guard picks Ascent, and then M80 picks Haven, and then the Guard picks Bind. Regardless of how it ended up working out, we do see Bind. It will be in the first 3, which means we are going to be seeing Bind for M80 today. So I'm interested to see that. Then we've got Pearl. Then we've got Split. Obviously, after Lotus and Fracture ban, the rest will be played if we see all of the maps. But like I said, my prediction is 3-1, and at least one of those maps will be in overtime. I'm sticking by that. Obviously, you know, there's no way to bet on exactly how it's going to go. But if I could, that's what my bet would be on. I'm looking very optimistically at this, especially with I mean, it's gonna be interesting. So the first map's Ascent. Okay, I'm trying to decide how I feel about this. I think the Guard can probably take it. It is the Guard's best map, so there's no question why they pick it here. It is for sure the Guard's best map. They've got it is over 90% win rate on it, so they know how to play this map. They decimated, in case you missed it, the Union lost 2-13 on Ascent against the Guard. That was in the upper final, so clearly the Guard knows what they're doing on Ascent. So when we're coming into this series, I expect it to be a similar story. So you know what? I'm expecting there's a possibility that M80 ends up that M80 ends up losing, that M80 ends up losing this first map. I think it's a very real possibility, unless M80 can make a little bit of a surprise here, as the Guard does pick Ascent, and I believe it said M80 starting on offense. Now, M80 is a more offense-sided team, so I wouldn't be... No, M80 starting on defense, so I wouldn't be surprised if M80 ends up winning more on their offense than defense, but let's take a look at the agents list. We've got Fade, Jet, Breach, Omen, KO for M80. Over on the side of the Guard, they've got Sofa, KO, Omen, Jet, and Killjoy. So I'd say the Guard is going for the more meta comp. M80 has actually gone for a Breach in addition to their KO and in addition to their Fade. So this is a triple initiator setup we've seen come out from them a multitude of times. It's very non-traditional, very off meta, and there's a pretty big reason for that. Obviously, you see they lack a Sentinel, so M80's defense is going to be a big struggle because they just don't have that that sort of defensive role of having that Sentinel in a Killjoy or a Cypher or really any other Sentinel you can pull out there. We don't have these guys look very nice and dressed up. But yeah, we don't have that type of sentinel in the hands of M80. So this defense is going to be a struggle for them. We've seen this comp from them before. It's had it's had sort of shaky success. So I'm interested to see if it's going to look any different here, or if the guard is going to take this map like I'm expecting them to. I think, again, my prediction is 3-1. I think the map M80 will take is probably bind. If my prediction does come true, but there's always a chance that M80 is able to switch it up and perform beyond my expectations. We'll see, though. I expect this to still be a close series, although I think the guard is definitely going to be feeling pretty good considering their history coming into this series. So I'm very intrigued to see where this goes. It looks like we're getting ready to head into the start of the map, as they did just throw it over to the casters. So yeah, I mean, I think look at these players. This might be the most hyped up I've ever seen M80, and I think it's because they know that they're in the grand finals. For sure, there's an NA team going to the Americas League. I just think M80 is happy to be able to play against the guard in a grand final. I think the guard is in a similar situation. I think both of these teams. I mean, the guard has been benefiting from LAN this whole time. Every time you've seen the guard in Ascension on LAN, they've just looked so pumped up versus M80 has definitely not always shown that, but I think now they definitely look a little bit more hyped. But let's get into it. Let's start the grand final. M80 versus the guard on Ascent. The offense is the guard to start it off, and they're going to be pushing in towards B site. 0 point detects the entire team coming into garage. So off of that, of course, M80 going to start this rotate to defend. Nismo able to take out Valen. This site has been taken. Shock Dart's going to try and prevent a push in through Market. And Tex is able to take out Koala Noob with a nice head tap. Dashes away. Now looking for more. There's 2 in garage for the guard. Tex takes out Nismo. Xander trades it off. It's now going to be a 3v3 as the guard gets ready to push in towards B site. Jonah taken out by Xander, but behind him is Net in garage. It's now a 2v2. Both players for the guard are in garage here. EU takes out Trent, looking for one more. No, Net shuts it down. Now it's a 1v1 between John Cutie and Net. Typically, John Cutie is a Sentinel player, but due to the triple initiator setup, he's on breach. Look at that. Spike tap. John Cutie going to send a concussion. May allow him to get it to half, and apparently we're going to see if the round was won before we know what happens, and Net shuts it down. 3 kills for Net in the round to get the guard a round win to start it off. Pistol round has been won by the guard. Now, they do have a better pistol round win percentage than M80, so no surprises there. Off of this, M80 is going to be able to force the guard's going to be able to force a buy. Now, again, I'll point it out, and I'll keep pointing it out throughout this map. The guard is going, not the guard. M80 has gone for very offense-sided setup, going for triple initiator. They've got 2 flash initiators in KO and Breach, 2 of those more aggressive initiators. In fact, Breach has no recon util. And then they've got Fade to be their recon initiator. Versus you look at the guard, they've got a Sentinel, they've got their Jet, they've got their recon in Trent, and then they've got their flash in Jonah P, and then they've got Valen as their controller. So it's a little bit of a more common or more meta setup from the guard versus M80 running this more aggressive team comp, and we could see them struggle on this defense, just running a more offense-sided comp. Now, this is a defense-sided map because it's very easy to force the offense into choke points in those entrances into the site. We'll see if M80 is able to take advantage of that. And as the guard does get ready to push in towards B, we may see that become a factor. We'll see if they can. They're getting ready. They're waiting for the smoke to drop, and now the guard's getting ready to push into B. But M80, who is full stacked on A, has decided to start rotating over towards B. Koala Noob with the Marshall peeks out, gets a shot off, it hits Tex, and now the entire team for the guard is backing out. Look at this. Nets managed to clear all the way into Garden. Now there is still Xander on site. We'll see, or rather in hell. We'll see if he's cleared out here. Oh, he may not be. And nope, Trent pulling out the drone, walks right into Xander. Xander's able to take him out. Tex going to take out Xander. Valen takes out John Cutie and EU. Tex takes out Koala Noob. Nismo left alone in a 1v3. Well, it was a 1v4, but he takes out Tex to make it a 1v3, and Valen shuts him down. The guard now going to be up 2 rounds to start it off. Now, you know, because they won that pistol and then they force a buy, they should have been able to take a round here, and they do. And now we're going to see them. One of their players was just staying on a pistol this round. And so that player will be able to buy a gun. But other than that, it does appear and we're going to see a full buy come out from M80 off of that round loss. It was an eco, so they are able to buy. Meanwhile, the guard, you look at them taking a bonus round. So they've only got 2 players with the Vandals. They got one of their players with Bulldog, one player with an Ares, and they've got Valen with no gun whatsoever. So I imagine they're going to be contesting for an ult orb potentially for Tex, so that way they can pass that gun off. But for now, that's not the direction they're headed. And Nismo takes out 2. Trent and Valen go down. Koala Noob takes out Jonah P and Tex. Net takes out Koala Noob and John Cutie. And that's it. It's now a 1v4 for this player in net. Not sure what's happening with the overlay. And Xander shuts it down. Net goes down. And this round does go to M80. And we will see. And it looks like the overlay is in a bit of a weird spot. We've seen this happen before. And it looks like we're just going to have to maybe go for default observer POV potentially. Which again, we've seen happen before. So we'll see where this, how they do. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to be seeing a default observer POV. We will see how this plays out. All right, 1-2 scoreline now. We're on a bye for both sides. We'll see where these teams end up. I'm very, very curious to see the direction that this goes. It looks like the guard is getting ready to lean towards B. They've also got, M80 on the other hand is leaning towards A. So B side's pretty heavily undefended, other than Fade for M80, but I'm gonna try and push them back. Meanwhile, some encounter or exchange in mid. Koala Noob able to take out Jonah P. Now it's gonna be 5v4. He sends the Prowler through, does a little bit of vision giving, and off of that, these players in B garage gonna have to back out. Spike is still on Valen, and it's looking to move through mid. Now, nobody's watching mid right now, other than EU and Market, making sure nobody's pushing him there, but nobody's actively watching. So this push into tree gonna be pretty undefended until they get in, and at that point, Koala Noob's able to take out Tex. It's now gonna be a 5v3 for M80, starting to bounce back a little bit, despite this more aggressive team comp. John Cutie takes out Net, Koala Noob takes out Trent, it's down to Valen in a 1v5, able to take out Koala Noob, but does go down. So 4 players left alive, makes it a really successful round from M80. And starting to look like maybe the guard's going to struggle a little bit more than I think I was anticipating. Especially after losing that bye from both sides. You can see M80s. Again, they look way more hyped up for this one than any of their other ones, so it is interesting. It looks like the overlay is back, so that's good. And of course, M80 will be able to buy this round off of that round win. They're going to have Koala Noob on the Blade Storm. They've got Xander on from the Shadows. Meanwhile, the guard has all of their players on a bit of a half buy, so they're not going to be doing a whole lot there. They got it from the Shadows and a lockdown almost up, so good play there. We'll see how they do end up playing this round, although it should pretty easily go to M80. We'll see if the guard can do some damage. Again, it's a more offense-sided team comp from M80, so this is the side that M80 should struggle on. Because if they switch sides and it's evened out 6-6, or the guard doesn't have the lead, or M80 has the lead rather. If that's the position we're in when we switch sides, it's not looking good for the guard, if I'm honest. Tex able to clear into sight, takes out John Cutie, EU, able to get a trade pick onto Valen, but Jonah trades or is able to get that one down. Jonah, Net, and Tex each find a pick. It's down to Koala Noob, has the Blade Storm, gets one, tries to right click and misses. Tex able to take Koala Noob out. And this round will go to the guard. So the half buy is won by the guard. They don't even have to take a timeout to do it. So a good rebuttal to losing that first buy from both sides is, of course, to win your eco. Now M80 is going to be on a buy. So is the guard. So it looks like this is going to be the second buy from both sides. And it will be the opportunity for both of these teams to reassert their dominance. And again, if M80 does win this buy from both sides, the guard's definitely going to be a little bit more worried. just simply because they're going to struggle a little bit if they don't win this to gain some good ground in this map. And again, if M80 goes into the next half with the lead, or if it's evened out, M80 should be able to take the win just because their team comp is more offense-sided. Tech's able to take out that push through heaven by taking out Nismo, but stopped shooting, and John Cutie's there to punish that. Now going to be a 4v4. Fallon's on 65 HP, John Cutie's on 30 HP, and M80's getting ready to start a retake. Xander able to take out Jonah coming in for the flank. Trent Shockdart takes out John Cutie, so it's still going to be a 3v3. Fallon's very low on HP, down to 16, and he's in hell. Xander takes out Net, coming in for that flank. Ooh, Valen might get caught out in hell. Very easy to kill, and he does go down to Koala Noob's hand as EU takes out Trent. And that will allow M80 to take the second buy from both sides, so it's going to be evened out here, or rather, it's going to continue to be evened out here. And again, this isn't good for the guard. If they go into the next half and it's tied 6-6, we could be looking at a win from M80 because this map is defense-sided, but because the offense-sided team comp is in the hands of M80, right? They're going to favor the offense a little bit more. Now, it is still a defense-sided map, but it's only about 51.3 or 0.6%, something like that. And so it's not super heavily skewed in favor of the defense, which does mean the more offense-sided team comp from M80 should allow them to take the lead on their offense. So they're going to have to play a little bit better here. We're not seeing those hard reads that we'd seen from them before, this sort of anti-stratting that we saw in their previous series against M80. Kind of disappointed not to see it, but it is what it is. Look at that. Early engagement in B Garage does leave the guard down a player in net. Although, luckily for them, net's not super crucial in taking sight. Valen has used From the Shadows to get into a heaven. Let's see how he plays this. He takes out John Cutie. Koala Noob able to trade it off, and then at the same time, Jonah takes out Xander. So it's a 3v3 now, and Koala Noob is down to 20 HP. See what he can do as he picks up a Vandal. Koala Noob takes out Jonah P, and Tex looking for the ace. The player's in hell. They're trying to give it to him. But no, Nismo going to shut it down after Trent takes out EU. They don't want to risk it. And this round will go to M80. So they win the second buy from both sides. Or sorry, the third rather. But the second in a row. And at this point, the guard's going to be looking a little bit worried. Most likely. Alright, it looks like the overlay froze again. So M80 does have 4 rounds, not 3. So yeah, unfortunate timing there for everything to falter a little bit. But yeah, looks like M80 is going to be getting ready here to continue this momentum. If I was the guard, I'd be taking a timeout right now, just figure out why are they struggling on these buys. Because they've been winning, or they won the pistol. They won that second round off of winning that pistol. Their 1-round win since then has been on a force buy round, or not a force buy, but on a half buy round. So it was an eco for them, and yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how they decide to clean it up. Timeout has been called by the guard, again, to try and figure out how to, where are they going wrong. And I think the main issue is they're pushing right into the defense. They're pushing right into where M80 wants them. And it's definitely showing. And the struggle is definitely becoming more and more apparent that the guard is a little bit unprepared here to approach this offense. Again, the guard's a more defense-sided team. This map is defense-sided, which is why the guard does do so well on this map. The only issue is they're struggling on this offense here against M80, which again, M80 is not only are they an offense-sided team, but M80 is running an offense-sided team comp. So this is not the side that M80 should be good at. It shouldn't be their defense, but for some reason it is, and I think the guard needs to figure out how to take advantage of the fact that there's no sentinel. It should allow the guard to push aggressively into this site. Now, again, there's still some issues with the overlay, it seems, so it's going to be a bit of a scuffed buffer here. Switching to default spectator POV. You do see the guard. Ooh, look at this. Tex able to get into market and take out Nismo. use there to trade off. But on this eco for the guard, that could be a good pick here. John Cutie going to take out Valen and Tree. Flash is coming through. Jonah getting ready to try and do some damage if he can. Xander takes out Jonah. Noob takes out Trent in mid. Both of those picks are in mid, and now it's down to Net, who just gets taken out by Xander. So the eco from the guard, not going to be a win this time around. But now they're moving into a buy off of that timeout. We'll see if it's going to convert into some momentum that leads to a win. Yeah, not sure. Again, the overlay's bugged, so we can't see the buys unless they pulled tab down, which just seems as though they're not going to do. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what these players have bought, but it does look like maybe the overlay's fixed. Yeah, it looks like maybe we're there. So we do got a buy going from both sides, other than Tex, who's going to be on a Blade Storm. But for the most part, this is going to be a buy from both sides. We'll see what the guard can pull out here. Looks like Texture's going to start the sentry. See Xander from Tree trying to maybe get some damage done on Tex, who's trying to entry. Not going to be able to. Door's going to be closed here. So it looks like it's just pushed through by Koala, who was able to take out Trent before going down. Meanwhile, Tex, who's aggressed into CT, gets taken out. Jordan P's able to take Xander and Nisma, who are trying to start this retake. He also takes out EU, and Valen takes out John Cutie. So 2 players left alive for the guard, and off of that timeout, they do secure a buy round win. Could this be that momentum to get them back in this? That is the question to be asked. So we do have a Blade Storm available for Koala Noob this time around, so he can take an eco here if he wants, and continue to try and get this econ momentum moving for M80. They should have good eco for the rest of this half for the most part. We're moving towards the last few rounds, so yeah, we should have some good eco for M80 for the rest of this half, although their econ is struggling a little bit. Maybe not if they lose 2. It will be interesting to see. I don't know why this overlay is struggling, but yeah, it is. There's a Blade Storm and From the Shadows available for M80. Ooh, Net in B lobby gets swung by those players in B garage and gets taken out. Xander takes out Tex. It's now going to be 3v5. No command has come out to start this entry into A site, but John Cuties is shutting it down, taking out Trent and Valen. It's down to Jonah now in a 1v5. He takes down 1. It's now going to be a 1v4. But he's only got 9 HP. He's not going to do very much of anything. Just trying to save his life. And we'll see what he can do here. Looks like Koala wants to push up towards him. Jonah does have a 0 point. Koala with a classic. They do know just how low Jonah is, and Xander finishes him off. It's now going to be 6-4 as the final score. Not the final score, but as the score continues to increase for M80, and they've tied it up at least. And I did say that's a bad position for the guard to be in because of how offense-sided this comp is from M80. M80 should be struggling on this half if they're going to be losing this map. Or sorry, if the guard's going to be able to win this map, just because of that more offense-sided team comp. We shouldn't be seeing M80 winning this defense, but it's looking like they are, and the guard's going to continue to struggle here. Operator has been picked up by Koala Noob, and he takes out Jonah P. It's now going to be a 5v4, as the guard is trying to figure out how to clutch up this round. It is an eco from them coming out. There was only 1 gun. It's a bit of a hero gun in that Phantom. We'll see what they can do with it.
And I think that adjustment, that read that they are putting into play has netted them so many opening picks, and it has
the guard gets ready to push in towards B. No, they're actually going to back out from mid, move towards A. Getting ready to go in through tree. Koala Noob takes out Trent. Xander takes out Tex. Paranoia comes through. Xander takes out Net. It's down to Valen. Again, it's an eco from the guard, but he can get at least a few kills here before he goes down, it could make it a decent eco. Maybe try and do some eco damage. Although at this point, M80 will be able to buy next round, so it doesn't really matter other than maybe just getting some kills here. But no, nothing's going to happen as Jean Cutie shuts Valen down. And M80 will take their 7th round, so M80 will have the lead going into the next half. Now, it is a defense-sided map, so it's not completely over for the guard. But again, M80 is running a very offense-sided team comp, not having that Sentinel, and instead going for triple Initiator, which does put this awkward position in the hands of the guard, where they're going to have to put up a stellar defense, which I know they can, but it's going to have to be a very, very good defense if they want to bounce back here. And they really do need this last round of the half to make it 5-7 for them going into the next half, or else it's going to be a really big struggle moving forward. Got a Hunter's Fury available for Trent, Blade Storm, and a From the Shadows available for M80. Op shot comes through, and now Koala backing out. A Hunter's Fury has come out. EU takes out Tex. Net takes out EU. Trent's taken out through window by Koala Noob. Does now make this a 4v3. Ooh, Lockdown has come out. Looks like John Cutie may want to try and destroy it with his Odin. And he does. Net going to take out Xander. Now it's going to be a 3v3. But the guard no longer has the ability to entry towards B via that lockdown, which did get taken out. Jonah getting ready to push through mid. John Cutie to watch it. We'll see if he can do some damage here. And he does. He takes out Valen. Flashes out, looking to do some more damage if he can. Not quite able to, but that does put the guard in a very bad spot here. The spike has gone down in mid. You can see M80. It's just so ready for this push. Spike's going to be picked up. Ooh, Nismo with the flank from Cat to spot Jonah going in through Market. So concussion comes out. Jonah getting ready to try and clear some space. Koala Noob in backside. Going to take Jonah out. 10 seconds left for Net to try and make a clutch. Not going to do it. Koala Noob with 3 kills in the round shuts him down. And that will be an 8-4 lead for M80. Again, it's a defensive map, sure, but M80 is running an offense-sided team comp. So it's starting to look like maybe the guard's going to struggle here a bit more than I thought, especially after the way the guard performed in their previous series against M80. Just seems like M80 is very much so improved since then. We'll see, though. We'll see what the guard can pull out here to try and even out this round differential. Looks like, well, it doesn't look like anything. I can't see the map. It looks like M80 is going to get ready to push towards A. We didn't see the guard go for very many A executes unless they went through mid, so it will be interesting to see if M80 takes a different approach here. John Cutie swings out, jump peeks through Cat, gets spotted. EU coming in through B lobby to mid, may be able to catch the guard off guard. Who is not going to be able to get a kill. Classic, unfortunately, not going to spray the right way for him. Now going to be a 4v5. M80 has been able to take into A site. Spike goes down as well. It's just down to these guard players to try and retake. But Jonah's down to 5 HP. Tex is down to 18. Net's down to 74. Net's still able to take out Xander before he goes down. But Nismo takes out Tex and Valen and Jonah. And John Cutie takes out Trent. Very dominant round. Now, that could have been a really good round for the guard to get to work towards evening that lead that M80 has up. But unfortunately for the guard, M80 does end up taking it. M80 does end up taking it, which does prevent the guard from evening it out as quickly as they would like. It looks like we're going to be going for a bit of a default observer POV. It's okay. I don't need to see what these players are buying. It looks like the guard, though, just going to be taking an eco like you'd expect. And we'll see if that is the direction that this heads in. We'll see what M80 can do here, or rather what the guard can do here to try and take something on their eco. Valen in logs, doesn't get cleared out, able to take out Koala Noob, but EU takes out Valen and Nismo takes out Jonah. Trent able to take out Nismo. Looking for more, not quite able to do anything there. Does some damage though. Xander takes out Trent, kind of low on HP, but EU takes out Tex. It's now going to be a 1v2 for Net. These players are low. They're one shot to his Sheriff. Anywhere on the body. Ooh, Andy's picked up a Vandal. Could do some good damage there. Killjoy turret is put to watch that back sight. Ooh, and Net swings, gets immediately taken out by Xander. That's going to be the 10th round now that the offense in M80 has ended up winning here. I'm starting to get concerned for the guard here, who's really starting to struggle. Again, at this point, they're going to have to make a very hefty comeback, and it's not looking too winnable if you are the guard. Because, again, it's a very offense-sided team comp that is being run by M80, so really it needed to at least be kept even by the guard, but that's just not the direction that it looks like we're headed in here. As you do see M80 going to be taking bonus. They've got actually those players who died forcing a little bit here. They just want to stop momentum for the guard here as best as possible. Qualanoob going to be able to take out Valen in Cat. Net going to take out Qualanoob, and then Jonah takes out EU. Hold that engagement in mid. Nismo clearing into tree, going to take out Jonah. Now it's going to be a 3v3. The guard needs to win this the majority of their players alive in order to buy next round. And Xander with the Stinger takes out Tex coming in through heaven. Now going to be a 2v3 for the guard. They are really starting to lose their grip on this map. Xander takes out Net. Paranoia comes through. They know where Trent's coming from. Trent able to take out Nismo, but does go down. So that does mean that the first 3 rounds of this half go to M80. The guards lost them. Again, this more offense-sided team comp has worked out for M80 because the guard couldn't shut them down when M80 was on their defense. Now that they're on their offense, M80 can just run it through. It looks like a timeout's going to be taken by the guard because, well, they're struggling and they need it. Because they're going to need a pretty hefty comeback at this point. They've only got 4 rounds. They need 7 to tie it up, 8 to at least secure overtime, 9 to take a win without 9 in a row to take a win without it going overtime. But at this point, I'm not seeing that as a possibility, as it looks like M80, who knows they're the villains to this Brazil team, or this Brazil audience rather, as M80 did knock the Union out of this competition, did some trash talking as well, and it looks like M80, the villain, may just be able to take a win on this first map. I don't know why the guard is struggling this much, considering their performance on Ascent, considering their previous performance against M80. It just seems like this off-meta pick from M80 caught the guard off of their guard, and on top of that, prevented the guard from knowing how to effectively read an anti-strat against what they're used to. It seems as though the guard struggling on their best map does not bode well for the future of this series. M80 wants this franchise spot more than anything. Guard gonna have to take an eco. They're gonna take an eco? No way, surely not. They are. They're going to take an eco. What a choice. Which means they're pretty much okay with M80 taking this round. Which would mean that the guard would have to win 8 in a row to take it to OT. I mean, the decision to eco here is just not one that I agree with. Alright, we'll see what this goes. Nismo takes out Valen. Is the guard trying to play a little bit more aggressive in A main, gets caught out. Now they're going to have to figure out how to play a little bit further back. Net able to take out Qualanoob as Trent takes out Nismo in A. Xander takes out Tex, so it's going to be a 3v3. Guns kind of picked up a little bit from the shadows used by Xander. He's now going to be in Boathouse of B site, getting ready to get this spike down, but he needs to be joined by his team. The guard going to try and prevent that, but the util going to be used by M80 to push back that push through market. Silver drone comes through, spots 1. Nobody going to die off of that, I don't think. It's now going to be 3v3 retake for the guard. Trent takes out Xander. Jonah takes out EU. Alright, Jonah takes out John Cutie. The eco actually converts to a win for the guard. Very unexpected in my eyes. Suddenly, this could be an opportunity to bounce back.
M80, I thought, responded pretty well at Xander ulting to the back of the site. They were able to counter the utility to get up sidewalk and get
It looks like maybe they're moving that direction.
But they just got picked apart from that point forward. Trent and Jonah P, huge frags from the two of them to bring that one back. And now it's big because the guard elected not to invest on that round, despite the fact that they could have been conceding map
Rolling
point.
Thunder and Null Command available for M80. The guard's got a Hunter's Fury. Guard's kind of close to some ults as well, so their ult economy's not looking horrible. M80 is able to get a buy going despite losing that previous round, which was a, I believe, a bonus round for them. Potentially a buy, actually. I think it was a buy. So, still, though, M80 is able to buy this round. Although, if the guard is able to take it, M80 is not going to be in the best spot here. This overlay keeps bouncing back and forth between working and not working. But M80 does have some powerful ults to use this round to try and secure it, so I imagine we'll see those come out.
That up-tempo playstyle is what they are known for. As soon as their alarm bot gets broken, they set forward.
Hunter's Fury just trying to clean out Catwalk, does not connect. Null Command is spent. Net stays away from this engagement, so he's still behind this play at tree. It's Xander who's nearby as the rest of M80 have found their way on a brilliant...
M80 able to take a site here. The spike's getting ready to go down. It's now down to the guard in a 5v5 to try and retake. Hunter's Fury is available for Trent. Although, no it isn't. Pretty sure he already used it. Yeah, looks like the overlay is not updating. Trent takes out Nismo. Nat takes out EU. Lockdown comes out. And it looks like the guard getting ready to start this retake execute. Oh, M80 may just get trapped in hell here. They're sort of just stuck, trying to find some kills before they get detained. Can't quite do it. Valen takes out Koala Noob. John Cutie, who is detained, goes down to Jonah. Stat out of Xander, and he goes down. So, flawless round comes through from the guard. If you're going to bounce it back, if you're going to make a comeback, that's the way to do it. Now, unfortunately for the guard, there's some things working against them. Most notably, M80's got 2 timeouts to use. They didn't use a single one in the first half, so they've got 2 in the second half to try and slow down this comeback for the guard. These have been some really good rounds for the guard, though, showing they understand how to retake or execute a retake. They did look very, very incohesive, especially on their offense as far as those site executes and slowing down the retakes from M80 or really just they were getting picked off very, very early on their offense. But here on this defense, they're starting to bounce it back a little bit, prevent those retake executes that M80's been trying to pull out. Or rather, no, not prevent the retake executes, but the guard has been retaking effectively and shutting down M80's post plant very, very well, especially in that previous round. Now, of course, the guard did have to use a lockdown in order to put up a really good effective fight, but even M80's attempts to try and counterplay that lockdown did not result in any kills for them. So clearly the guard, their mental's back in it, they're bouncing back, they're able to find these rounds when they need to, so may start to see a little bit of a heftier performance come through from the guard than what we were initially anticipating.
I feel like it's only fitting that this M80 team coached by him is a very aggressive team.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where this goes. Obviously, I think these. I mean, hey, if I was an audience member, right? You buy the tickets for the event or the series you want to watch long before you know who's going to be in it. So these teams thought they were going to be able to see the Union in a grand final, but instead they're just seeing 2 NA teams. You gotta feel bad for that one. Anyways, M80 off of that timeout, getting ready to push in through mid. But look at this. The guard's heavily defending it. May not matter as Koala Noob takes out Jonah. This is an eco coming out from M80. Previous round was a very expensive round for them. But they've already found a kill, so maybe they can do some good damage here in addition to that. As M80 does get ready to push towards A. Possibly in through A lobby. It looks like, though, they're pinging mid. Maybe they want to go through catwalk. Or maybe they're expecting someone catwalk. Whatever it is, nobody's there, and they actually don't end up going through cat. They're going to go towards A main. It's going to be some Killjoy util. Net to lock it down. We'll see if M80 is able to push through it effectively. 0 point comes out, and the site take has started. So nanoswarms prevent the default take of site, or maybe close in tree, as you'd expect. Valen able to come in for the flank and finds a pick, using that from the shadows. Net takes out Koalanib, Shock Dart finishes off EU, John Cutie takes out Valen, Net takes out Xander, and Tex takes out John Cutie. What a beautiful retake, shutting it down every step of the way. It seems as though the guard's back in this. It seems as though the guard's able to win their gunfights when they need to now. They just needed to take a timeout to really take a step back, take a quick breather, and now they're back. Sorry, I keep yawning and I don't know why. I mean, I'm obviously because I'm tired, but not that tired today. Alright, Bladestorm available for both of these teams. Null Command available for the guard. Nightfall available for M80. Again, M80 is starting to lose the substantial lead that they did have. It was 11-4. Right now it's 11-7. The guard only needs 4 rounds to tie it up. M80 would like to get at least 1 just to prevent the guard from taking a win in this half. And M80 does have another timeout to use on top of the one that they've already used. So we'll see what M80 can pull out here. There's a Bladestorm and a Null Command. I already said that. Available for the guard. Nightfall and Bladestorm available for M80. It doesn't look like either of these teams are going to start off this round by using that Bladestorm, though. Tex may end up using it as he does have an operator, but probably won't if he doesn't have to. It's like M80 started doing this split play. They had 2 going in through B lobby, trying to find some contact there. Oh, what a good pop flash from Jonah to detect the presence in mid. Nismo going to take a significant amount of damage there. Looks like out of that, M80 is going to start pushing in through mid towards B. There's some Killjoy Util to deter them. Alarm bot goes off. Now they know a push is coming in through mid, possibly to market. Nightfall comes out, and the push onto B site can start. You do see Net trying to cross in through garage, destroys the turret and doesn't peek any further. Sanders pushing in towards A, gets taken out by Tex. Now M80 going to start a push in through mid. It's down to the guard to lock it down. Site take going to come through. Killjoy Util is being utilized. Sean Kitty takes out Valen and CT. Trent able to take out EU. The spike is going to go down. Although time running low, it does go down. And the Bladestorm has come out from Tex. It takes out Nismo. Looking for more. Aftershock forces Tex out of CT. It's not going to kill him. And Net takes out John Cutie. Tex able to clear out Koalanub. And the buy from both sides, after that initial comeback has started from the guard, does go to the guard. It's starting to look like a comeback is possible. The guard needed 7 to tie it up. Now they only need 3 to tie it up. And again, if M80 doesn't get around before that tie-up happens, there's a very real possibility the guard could win without it even going to OT. M80 wants to get at least 1 more round. Give themselves at least a good shot here. But the guard is just shutting them down every step of the way. Counterplaying, retaking so beautifully. Their executes are so perfect on this defense. I don't even know what to say when it comes to how beautiful they're looking. They just seem so cohesive. They know where these players might be playing. They know how these players might be playing. It seems they've really done their homework here to figure out where these players are coming from. Look at that. Sova Dart, Recon Dart comes into B Garage. Boom. Odin, spam, comes through. Koalanub, entry duelist goes down. It's now down to the rest of the players for M80 to try and clamber to something here. Looks like they're going to continue to push through B Garage. There's no Killjoy set up here this time. Flash comes through. Trent, not blinded, takes out Nismo. Now it's going to be a 3v5. Although EU takes out Jonah and John Cutie takes out Trent. Tex from Market. Does get a pick with his op, though. So that will maintain this player advantage for the guard. Although it could have been a more substantial one had they not lost those 2 players in that entry. So Spike gets to go down. But again, this is the guard we're talking about here. And we've seen how beautiful these site retake executes have been. That coming in through Garage. Meanwhile, 2 going to be coming in through CT. Rolling Thunder comes out. Net, though, peeks from Garage at just the right time to take out EU. Now it's a 1v3 for John Cutie. Trying to lock down the site. Getting pinched here. Able to take out Net, but does go down to Valen. Suddenly, M80 is the one that's getting quiet as they're letting this lead slip away from them. They can feel it happening, too. Like when you're holding too many things and you can feel one of them about to fall into your hands. Sort of what's happening with M80 right now. They can They can tell it's happening, but they can't really figure out how to strategize to prevent it from happening. As the guard is just so beautiful again at denying those early picks for M80 and allowing themselves to retake. This just shows this powerful defensive side for the guard that's always been there, but they're absolutely proving it here. Timeout being called by M80. It's their last one, and it's because we're at a 9-11 scoreline. Never forget. And they're 2 rounds away from tying it up. The guard 4 rounds away from taking a win. If they continue this win streak, it's a very real possibility. If M80 doesn't get at least one more round, they just need one more to prevent the guard from taking a win in this half. And at least force it to overtime. And then M80 only needs one more after that to take a win without it going to OT. So it's again, M80 can taste this win. They're right there. It's just that the guard is really pushing through here to try and shut it down. I mean, it just seems like M80's lost here.
A situation of claustrophobia. I mean, there is not much space left now for M80. Again, they were up at one point. I want to say 10-4.
It just, yeah, I don't know. M80's just struggling here to find very much of anything. Because the defense from the guard is just looking, it's just looking so strong. They're shutting down M80 every step. They're preventing M80 from widening that lead any further. Looks like M80 gonna force a bye here. If they lose this, they may just have to give up and take a tie or take an eco that will allow the guard to tie it up. The op battle is won by Tex, and now it's gonna be a 4v5. Suddenly, M80's really struggling. I mean, that is a duel I would expect Koalanoob to clear every single time, but not here. And it's when M80 needs it most too to shut down this comeback. And I think that's part of that mental energy loss. M80 knows they don't have the fans behind them. They know that this momentum, this feel good win lead that they had is starting to lose they're starting to lose their grip on that lead, that feel-good lead that's been carrying them with so much good mental energy. Starting to dwindle. I mean, this could be the comeback that'll be talked about for quite some time. 4-11. If the guard goes from 4-11 to 13-11, I mean, what do you even say after that? It's just, how do you recover? That's it. You're done. Honestly, I quit after that. M80 gonna get ready to push towards B. Flashes are coming through to try and stop it. Dex with the op, able to take out Xander. Looking for more, gets shut down. Nismo gonna shut him down. Net's still in backside. Trent takes out Nismo. Net swings at the perfect time to take out John Cutie, and Jonah takes out EU through the wall. Be using that Sova Recon dart. And the guard is taking their 10th round. M80 is gonna have to take an eco. They just don't have money to afford a buy because they forced that previous round, which means they pretty much have to let the guard tie it up. I mean, this is a comeback I was never expecting coming into this series. I mean, what on earth? If M80 completely... I mean, the guard is again, there's a real potential here at this point that the guard wins without it even going to OT. They go from 4-11 to 13-11. It's a very real possibility here. If M80 can't do something here to switch it up, they just keep trying to execute the same executes into sight. The guard keeps understanding where these executes are coming from, and then they find these early picks using their ult or using their natural ability to win the fights. Like in that previous round, it was the op duel that was won by Tex. Here we see the Hunter's Fury come out off of an alarm bot detection. It does ping Nismo, but it doesn't kill him. Net's able to take out Koalanoob, who was trying to push and aggress into Trent. Punished for that one. Dex in heaven, able to take out John Cutie, defended by his team as well. Net takes out Xander, Trent takes out EU. It's down to Nismo to try and prevent a flawless round from the guard. Try and do something here, but he can't. Jonah shuts it down. It's a flawless. His crouch key is stuck. It's okay. The guard going to be taking their 11th round now. 2 rounds away for the guard to win 13-11. Again, this could be a 4-11 comeback from the guard. Again, this is a moment that will go down VCT history if the guard's able to pull through on this. I mean, I don't even know how your mental gets in a position where you can even start that type of comeback. to then allow that comeback to happen here. And for M80, when they need it most, M80 does not want to have to fight through the Challengers North America again. I don't think either of these teams do. Tech's gonna get punished. He's trying to aggress through mid again, but punished this time. Noob shuts him down. But Jonah, backed up by Valen, are aggressing into B lobby. They each find one. EU, though, takes out Jonah and Valen. Gonna get taken out by Trent. This makes it a 2v2. But the spike is in the hands of Trent right now. He can defend it. John Cutie in mid, trying to swing into Trent, and he wins the 1v1 there. It's now down to net in 1v2. This could be the round that M80 takes to take it to overtime. At least overtime, rather. When they need it most to prevent that comeback from being a reality. Talk about a 4-11 curse. Oh, a lockdown gonna come out. All Net has to do is defend this. Nope, he can't. John Cutie shuts him down. And this round will go to M80. So, no longer the 4-11 can turn into a 13-11 for the guard. No longer a possibility there. But they can still take it to overtime. They just need one round to do it. M80 just needed one round to secure at least overtime. So M80 does prevent the guard from just destroying this second half. At least to an extent. We'll see if M80 can shut this one down. Or continue to shut this one down, rather. Milk Command and Nightfall are available for M80. From the Shadows is available for the guard. 1 point away from Blade Storm. Look at that! Jonah able to get 2 in mid. Net gets 1. Xander able to take out Jonah. But it's going to be a 2-player advantage for the guard. And I believe we're going to see overtime. I mean, coming into this series, I wasn't necessarily... I honestly didn't think we were going to see overtimes. I was expecting... I'm not going to lie. I was expecting one of the teams to dominate beyond... You know, I was expecting it to not go to overtime, right? But I suppose... if there is a series where we're going to see an overtime, it should be this one, right? Realistically, this is where you want to see it. W script coming through. Alarm bot taken out in tree. Now M80 getting ready to push in. Ooh, it's Net left alone to defend the site. Pushed back into hell. Paranoia comes through, so John Cutie is a little bit worried about getting this spike down. So much smoke. John Cutie able to take out Net. Okay, Tex whiffs. Xander takes out Valen. Wait a minute. We might not see OT. Now it's a 1v2. If the UI doesn't update. And Xander shuts it down. Somehow, some way, the comeback doesn't turn into a win. It doesn't even go to overtime. 13-11 was the final score, but it's not because the comeback from the guard. It gave them a 13-11 win. M80 closes it out when they need it most. The guard feeling a little bit too confident there. They were in a 4v2. I mean, how do you let that go? How do you let that slip away from your grasp? Next map's going to be, I believe, Haven. And next map's going to be Haven, picked by M80. Wow, the fact that we didn't see an overtime there, I am in disbelief. What a map. Genuinely, what a map. I mean, that is that type of play. Oops, sorry. That is that type of play. I don't know why I'm peeking. Give me a second. That is that type of next level play, that next level of ability I would expect in this type of series. Where it's that close, it comes down to the wire. That's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting to come out. What is happening to my mic right now? I mean, what on earth? What on earth? What? I would like to see the stats, please. I know the score, okay? I'm pretty... Guys, come on. I'm pretty sure I know the score. Come on. Now, in case you haven't been paying attention, I'll remind you all once again. What are we fighting for in Americas? We're fighting, in Ascension. What are we fighting for? We're fighting for a spot in next year's Tier 1 competition, also known as the Champions Tour 2024 or the Champions League. Now, there's 3 regions in the Champions Tour. 4 if you count China, but I don't, just because they do it a little bit differently. But there's 3 main regions. There's Americas, and that is teams from North America and teams from South America. There's EMEA, which is pretty much all of Europe. And then there's Pacific, which is Asia, and I believe Australia is included in that as well. I could be wrong. But there's 3 main regions. Those are your 3 main regions. So there's Ascension, and this is for all of the Challengers teams. This is Tier 2. Anybody can be a Challengers team, and the top 2 Challengers teams from each Challengers League go to the Ascension. And that's where we're at here in Americas. And it's all come down to the wire. The Guard versus M80. The winner of Ascension gets to go to next year's Champions Tour 2024 Americas League. That's their goal. That's what they want to achieve. And that is where we are headed. That is a real possibility that we could be moving towards. All right, let's analyze how that map went, because obviously it was a pretty close map. It didn't look super close if you just look at this first half, and then you look at the start where it ended up being, to start off this second half, M80 got to 11 rounds. The Guard was at 4. And then we see a 7-round win streak come through from the Guard to get them to that 11th round. M80's at the 13th. Or sorry, and M80 was at the 11th. The Guard was able to tie it up, but then M80 shuts it down with a 2-round win streak. They were just letting the Guard have fun, it seems. But you can see across the board, you've got M80, you've got only 2 of their players above 200 ACS. You've got Xander with 23 kills. You've got Koala Noob with 21. And then you run down the list. You got 17 kills on John Cutie. There's a pretty decent drop down to EU and Nismo. There's a pretty decent drop down from Koala Noob to John Cutie. So again, you can definitely look at this and go, wait a minute, there's not good kill consistency. And that is true. And that's why M80 started to struggle, because some of their players weren't able to win their duels when they needed to. That's really what ended up starting to weigh on M80. Fortunately for them, though, they are able to pull it up just for these last 2. Let's take a look at the Guard, though, who put up a very, very good defense. And you've got 21 kills, 18 kills, 18 kills, 14, and then 11. So you've got these top 3 with a decent amount, and then they're kind of getting sandbagged a little bit, but they still do have 3 of their players above 200 ACS, which is what I love to see, is the majority of the players above 200 ACS. If the Guard can put up this type of performance on Haven, where they're showing really good site retakes, especially on an offense-sided map, I think we may be able to see the Guard take Haven. Now, a reminder, this is the Guard's pick. The Guard did pick Ascent. They get both of the map vetoes, and they get to pick their map first. And that's what we saw come out here, was the Guard did pick this map first. And they picked Ascent because it's their best map. They've got about a 90% win rate on it, so it's a little bit weird to not see them perform well on it. The second map is going to be Haven, picked by M80. This is going to be the map to watch, because if the Guard takes it, then it'll likely... If the Guard takes Haven, I'm expecting to see a best of 5 that goes to 5 maps. If M80 takes it, which I think they should be able to do, especially after that Ascent performance, then we may not see a best of 5 go to all 5 maps. Although Bind is going to be the 3rd map, and that's a map we haven't seen on M80 on yet. In the entirety of this Tier 2 competition, the entirety of the Challengers League, we have not seen M80 on Bind a single time. So that will really be a map to look out for.
Disrespectful Valorant. This guy was just, I mean, he was just doing koala things. That is what we talk about, or that is what we mean when we say koala doing koala things. He had help a handful of times, but then there are other times where this guy is 2 4Ks and a 3K into the game, and he's just like, all right, whatever. Like, I'm hot. I'm not stopping. I'm going to push through that smoke. I'm going to find that kill. I liked that the Guard started to mix it up. They understood that they weren't winning their ones. They weren't winning slow around the maps because of the aggression that you talked about, at least on the attacking side for the Guard. Then they try to play chaos. They try to play crazy. They try to just 5-man hit sites, and nobody knows crazy like M80 know crazy. So eventually M80 catch on and say, hey, we know how to play that game perfectly.
We were also talking about the pistols pregame, right? And the Guard won the first pistol in the first half.
Yeah.
But it ended up being an 8-4 half. So that just shows of how strong M80 is on defense. It didn't matter that they lost the first 2 rounds. Then we swapped over and they won the pistol, M80. So we were talking about the importance of that and setting the pace, but it ended up being 10-4, right? And then we started to see a comeback from the guard. It was looking scary. And again, going back to that last round, how did they lose that? Net was doing such a good job on staying alive, allowing his team to come forward, and they just had to stay composed and take it to OT. It was so close, and I think that's just showing us of how this whole series is going to be today.
While the guard is likely disappointed that things don't go to overtime, the amount of resiliency it takes to go from a 10-4, 11-4 scoreline to tie things up illustrates that this team has what it takes to reset after a first map loss and come into map 2 like it's a fresh series. That's exactly what they need to do if they want to try to take this one to the victory they've been wanting since day 1 of Challengers. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into map 2 in this banger of a grand final. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I mean, I already sort of talked about how that went. Yeah, we can go ahead and listen to this just to kill some time.
I also think the advantage that we're going to have now going into the grand finals is we have the stage experience. So, like, guards only going to play against, like, the grand finalist team. They don't have any, like, real stage experience. We have experience on that stage.
Nismo here to back up onto the A site, but they've been dealt with now. John do it himself. Cloud burst out, he sneaks one onto Thule with one more player. No way, John Cutie goes huge for the Clud.
I mean, it's just like a exciting but scary feeling because you're in a spot where like you can't lose now, but like you're excited because now you can prove that like this team's capable of bouncing back. Like they won't just fall apart from a few losses. So I'm excited to prove that we can bounce back from like shitty situations and we can make it.
Everyone back for the guard. Now Koala Noob. He may isolate one. Indeed, yes.
Once again, M80 in pretty dominant control of this round. Forcing the guard. Oh my god, Koala Noob. He literally just saw like the flash of his elbow.
It feels good. It's going to be a bit boring when the season's going to be over. But it feels good to be where we are right now. We worked hard, and we're finally really close to the finals. So it's a good feeling.
All right, what we can do is we can take a little bit of a look at the highlights that have been posted to the Valorant Esports Twitter from that map. Take a little look-see, I don't know what I'm trying to say. A little bit of a look here, and before we head into
need to make a decision on how they want to try to break this open. Xander gets the first. Now there's information for the guard that there are 2 members playing inside of B main. But how do you clear this out? Someone's got to hit. EU provides the first, not the second. Now the 1v1. John Cutie playing up against Net. And well, Net is actually going to make a perfect timing commitment to get in towards this site. Killjoy, you need the utility to get down. Timing of this is everything. John Cutie's going to try to hold this, but the shot looks like it will land, and Net will be able to open
down the barrel of a 2v4 post plant.
it looks like we're back. We'll go and take a look here at what the desk has to say about how they think Haven's going to go.
To that point, and they end up fumbling the ball right at the finish line. But there's still a series to be played, and map 2 is just around the bend. And Tanner, from a scoreline like that, you are resilient enough to reset into a second map in this series.
Yeah, I think the thing that hurts the most with the way that first map ended is that the guard did it to themselves. If it was just a great way to close out the map by M80, they played the last round perfectly, then it's just like, hey guys, we're coming back. They just needed to be perfect for a couple more rounds, and they did that. And then you can jump into map 2. But because you beat yourself, I feel like, and now I say beat yourself, I think when you look at that, everybody running at the people in hell who haven't planted the spike or done anything of this sort in a 2v4, the guard are definitely kicking themselves after that. So a bit more added, I guess, like being in the doghouse, there's a bit more added to that because of the way they lost. But looking forward to map 2, Haven, they have a lot of options. They also already beat M80 on this map. They play a super cool composition, so I would imagine a guard is a team that can reset, but we know both teams are barking at each other at the end, so the mental could be in the gutter.
I do feel like maybe there's some like playful jabbing on stage, but it's not necessarily the same as what we saw yesterday. Far from it. I would argue that if anything, these two teams love the fact that they're facing each other in this grand final, and there even might be some bittersweet feelings as there is a ton of mutual respect across the stage from M80 to guard and guard to M80 respectively. They definitely know what these players are capable of, and both of them think that the other one would belong and play well in VCT next year. But at the end of the day, there can be only one winner, so they're going to talk their game as much as they possibly can, and I'm sure M80 is going to be a little bit verbal early on to try to rattle the cages of the guard, who's already a little bit rattled. And let's be fair here too, Tanner. Yes, the guard did best M80 last time on Haven, but this is a map that M80 really like to play. Haven has been a part of their playbook for such a long time, and that both hurts and helps. We were actually talking about it yesterday, and when we were on the desk, we were talking about M80 playing this map. They've played this map a ton, and they've never changed their comp. They played the same thing, very much the standard composition for what one would anticipate when you're looking at a Haven play. So it's a little bit difficult for me to look at this and be like, oh man, like this should be an easy win for M80, even though this is their sort of playground.
It is their playground, and like we said, they haven't changed their comp once for this map, and M80 is a team that likes to
I think it's important to highlight M80's sort of been doing the same thing they've been doing since the beginning of Challengers, and that doesn't change on Haven. And one thing that is a little bit strange for the side of the guard is they like to play a little bit of an off-meta pick. They go double controller on Haven. That's what they've been doing. Now, they first showed that they like to play double controller. I feel like they really first showed that on Lotus, and since then, a lot of teams have picked up double controller on Lotus. And now, recently, especially towards the end of the North American Challengers, they switched to running double controller on Haven. And the reason you'd want to or it can be a benefit to run double controller is because on one site, it's a long rotate for the defense from one site to another. And so having double controller means you can place one controller on one side of the map, one controller on another side of the map. It also, on your offense, means you can have one controller lurking and one controller pushing in with the rest of the team, which allows you to have a little bit more mobility, allows you to have a little bit more movement than typically you would had you run a more standard team comp. Now, the reason you don't typically run double controllers is because you have to sacrifice a breach, you have to sacrifice a Sova, you have to sacrifice your duelist. Obviously you probably won't do that. You have to sacrifice your sentinel, right? Like, and those are some very, very important agents that do bring a lot of use to the playing field in Haven, that do find some really good damage. And so it will be interesting to see what comes out here. Let's take a look at M80. They're going Sova, Jet, Killjoy, Omen, Breach. Very meta, what we've seen from them before. The guard going Viper, Sky, Omen, Jet, and what am I saying? And Killjoy. There you go. My brain stopped functioning. Now this is again what I was expecting. They end up sacrificing their breach. They don't have a breach. Now breach is a big meta on Haven because there's a lot of really close corners, a lot of really close angles that can be effectively cleared out with a breach, and that's why we see breach come out so much. Breach is also very beneficial to the whole team. Now the reason you may not want to go for breach on a lot of maps is because there's not those close angles you're going to catch people in, and also because it means that you're going to have to sacrifice that recon initiator. So you're either going to have to have a breach with another initiator in Sova or Fade to have another recon initiator on top of the initiator breach, because breach is no recon util, so you sort of have to have another initiator that's gonna be more recon oriented, and that's typically what we see come out when there is a breach in play. You'll typically see another initiator be that recon role, and what we end up seeing come out from the guard is by not having that breach, they still have to have an initiator, so it's going to be Sky, who has a flash and also has some good recon util. Typically, Sky is a more recon initiator, but you can see them come out to play the role of a flash when you only have, and typically if you're only going to have one initiator, you'll bring out a Sky because you'll want to have an agent that can do both recon and flash initiating util. Sometimes you'll see a KO, but that's typically very, very, very rare and in a very specific set of circumstances. Let's see where this goes, though, as the guard will start on the offense, and Haven is an offense-sided map because, like I talked about earlier, it's a very long rotate for the defense between the sites, which does lend a bit of a hand to the guard, or rather to the offense on this map. Let's see where this goes. The guard gets ready to entry into A. They're starting this entry, but the snake bite does take out EU as he's trying to get away, but gets stuck in that CT entrance towards A site. Gonna get stuck back site and does get taken out. Meanwhile, Tech's able to take out John Cutie, who was coming for the flank. There's also Koala Noob on the flank, who's able to take out Jonah. Gets paranoid though. Trying to get away with his life. Gets concussed at this point. No, gonna go down. Or rather, no. Koala Noob's gonna be able to take out Tex. The concussions played off beautifully there. Valen gonna take out Xander. Koala Noob able to trade it off. Trent takes out Nismo and CT. It's down to Koala Noob, who gets shut down by Nets. This first round will go to the guard. They take the pistol, as they should. Again, offense side of the map. They should be able to take that offensive advantage. We will see, now that they're going to force a buy, we'll see if they can get this momentum to continue. Again, if they want to even that scoreline back out of map wins, they need this map to make it a 1-1, to try and keep themselves in this. Because if they let M80 get this map, then M80 will only be one round away from a win, and Bind is a big wild card. It's not a horrible map for the guard, but at the same time, M80's never played on it, so we have no idea where that map could go, and so I think the guard would at least like to prevent M80 from having a 2-map lead before going into Bind, because we have no idea how M80 will play on Bind. We do see the guard entering a little bit into C. They use that Skydog, push out, push up, do a little bit of damage here and there. Drunkity took a little bit of damage there, gets full hit by the Skydog. See now what the guard ends up doing here. Now, again, force buy from the guard. This is a round they should be able to win. And Matey just going to be trying to get some good damage if they can. Nismo going to spot Net pushing up in mid, trying to take him out, punish him for being there. He's not going to be able to do so. Net does get away with his health and life intact. And now the rest of the guard going to start pushing up into C side. Tex doesn't clear out container, the platform. And Xander's able to take out Tex. Jonah going to take out John Cutie. Valen takes out Xander. Jonah takes out Nismo. Trent takes out EU. It's now down to Koala Noob in a 1v4. And although Tex did go down to the hands of Xander, who was on top of the platform, Tex didn't clear it out. There is still going to be a massive player advantage now for the guard. So all Koala Noob is going to be trying to do is get the kill on the majority of the guard's players here. Kill them out. If he can, not going to be able to. Jonah P going to get that final kill. So the guard will take a 2-round lead here to start off this map and to start off this half. We'll see if the guard can carry that momentum through, as they're going to be moving into a bonus round. They're going to have some decent guns that they've held onto from the previous round. Now, one of their players did save some eco and just go for a pistol, which does mean that that player is going to be able to afford a full gun here. So everybody's going to have a gun this round, despite one of their players dying in the previous round. So the guard's going to be able to put up a decent fight, or at least they should be able to put up a decent fight. Meanwhile, M80 going to just be getting a buy going, and they should be able to win it. The guard's just going to be trying to kill the majority of M80's players if they can. 4 out of the 5 is preferable on a... If the guard doesn't win, they want to kill the 4 out of the 5 of M80's players. But Xander on top of the left box, able to take out 2. Trent takes Xander out. Net takes out John Cutie. Does even it out. Now it's a 3v3. The guard, though, their push has been slowed down. They haven't been allowed to get onto site. It looks like the guard is very aware of that, so they're just going to rotate into C. Looks like they're going to be allowed onto site as well. Nobody from M80 is there to stop the plant, and the plant will go down. So now M80 has to play redig on C site. Let's see what they can do. Net on top of box and default. Definitely catches Koala Noob off guard in that off angle. Net also going to take out Nismo. Now it's a 1v3 for EU. What can he do here? Nothing. He's going to go for a save, and that means the guard able to take the first 3 rounds of this map. What a dominant way to do it. Not a whole lot of guns can be picked up by the guard, but there will be some nonetheless, which, you know, good place to be. Yeah, there you go. All 3 players going to pick up guns. 2 of their players did die, but those players can get bought really easily this next round. So M80 not looking great. Their defense definitely struggling a little bit here to stop the guard, who's just been able to counter strat when they need to, especially in that round they push into B. There's quite a bit of engagement, but they realize, wait a minute, C-Link is open. It's empty. It's a free site into C. And they take advantage of that. Now M80 just going to have to take an eco. Should allow the guard to take the first 4 rounds. Just a really good start for them. Again, it's an offense-sided map. So the guard should be able to take the lead going to the next half. Maybe not a super dominant lead, but should be a lead nonetheless. Looks like the guard going to get ready to entry into C. Look at M80. They're getting ready for an A hit. The guard has yet to hit A a single time other than, I believe, that first round. So, yeah, the guard just going to be allowed onto C site. Spike goes down. M80 now knows that. Going to try and play retake here. You can see them on this eco. Just going to be trying to do what they can. Qualinib does have knives. Could find some good vision with that. The guard, heavy garage present. Trent going to find 2 before John Cutie takes him out. John Cutie trying to do some more damage. Can't really, though. Able to push into garage. Net, though, takes out EU from grass, and he takes out John Cutie as well, while Tex takes out Nismo. So, pretty dominant round. The guard only loses 1 of their players. That was the eco from M80. M80 now going to be moving into a bye. The question is, do they take a timeout? May not want to yet. We're pretty early on in this half, and it doesn't look like they will, but they will be getting a bye going. And I imagine if M80 loses this round, a timeout will come out. And the guard is doing so well. This momentum is starting to really be built up. Seekers and Viper's Pit available for the guard. They're 1 ult point away from a lockdown as well. 2 ult points away from the Shadows. And 2 ult points away from Blade Storm. So the guard's got some good ult economy to work with. Matey's only got 1 because they're from the Shadows. Do some good damage there. Look at this. Nismo pushed up and the Omen smoke the Valen is placed down. And Valen takes Nismo out. Nismo does take out Tex before he goes down though. So it does get rid of that entry duelist for the guard. Now the guard is running a team comp that favors the defense more, but it doesn't matter. Jonah still takes out EU and Xander. Qualinib takes out Jonah, but it does leave M80 down a player, and as the guard is getting ready to push into C, he can pretty much waltz into sight, other than a little bit of Killjoy util to stop them, which is all taken out. Viper's Pit even comes out. They really want to secure this round. Cutie starting to push through CT. Valen nearly caught him out, but goes back in that Viper smoke momentarily. What? John Cutie able to take out Trent. Lucky shots there through the Viper's Pit. Now that Viper's Pit is down. Lockdown comes out from Net, though. And it will have to be respected, so I may just going to have to wait that time out. It is a 2v2. Qualinib has an operator. This is very winnable. Qualinib just going to hold it. It's down to John Cutie to defend. Valen takes out 1 and a second to clutch it out. 3 kills for Valen in the round. 2 of them in that 1v2 clutch. And the guard will take their 5th round in a row. So M80 loses their 2nd bye from both sides. And at this point, M80 going to take a timeout to try and put a stop to this momentum that the guard has built up. The guard, again, they're able to just... They don't even have to win those early engagements. They just have to keep it even. And they are able to do that. And then they're like, okay, wait a minute. So where are these players pushing us from? All right, we know where they're pushing us from. Where did they lose players? Where are they going to be rotating? And these reads have been so perfect from the guard to almost perfectly allow them to rotate to the site that will benefit them the most. Oftentimes it is that C site that clearly M80 is leaving a little bit weaker. I think M80 just straight up, they need to be not playing too risky here. They can't be getting traded off the way that they are. Happy's not even talking, listening to what the players think needs to be done here. I am interested to see the way that this will pan out, though. Again, M80 does sort of need to bounce back here. They're going to have to take an eco off of losing that bye. So the guard may just be able to take 6 rounds in a row to start it off. I mean, the guard took that Ascent loss personally. Not able to make a comeback, so they decided to continue that momentum coming into this map. And now they're really building up these rounds, really moving forward. You're really making some progress. I'm very impressed with the way that the guard is playing this so far. You know, I could really go for, like, I don't even like Subway, but I could really go for, like, a Subway, like, turkey sandwich. I don't know why I'm saying that. I just, you know what? Screw it. I just feel like it, you know? Anyways, off topic, let's get into the match. The guard getting ready to push through mid. Maybe looking to push into C. Look at Net, though, lurking in... Ooh, a spawn to lock down a lobby does go down. 2 Koala Noob Gun can be picked up. Valen just grabs the spike from the shadows over to C. They see that heavy A presence. And again, like I said, the guard doesn't even need to win the engagement. They just keep it even. And now they know where M80 is playing. And they know which sites are weak. Boom. The guard rotates over to C. M80 keeps expecting that eventually there'll be an A hit. But the guard just keeps not going A. And it keeps working out for them. Obviously, that time they still have that lurker in A. So they're able to get such good vision. Which is exactly where they want to be. Look at Trent getting in his own Viper smoke. Ooh. What a weird place to be. Oh my god, he gets behind. Oh no! He messes it up, but it doesn't matter. Valen's there to clean it up. Koalinub got 3 in the round, but it leaves 2 for the guard. John Cutie's in a 1v2. He doesn't think he can win it, so he's backing out. Texas essentially killed himself. We wanted to make sure nobody was defusing. Had to clear into it, but nobody was gonna die there. So the guard takes their 6th round. That's 6 in a row. Now, there was an eco from M80, and they did kill the majority of the guard's players, so it did show some promise. They did still end up losing a lot of those engagements in the sense that they weren't able to take the lead, especially from Net. That early engagement in a lobby where Net only found 1. Still, he found 1. He got his, and that's more than enough because he saw how heavy that A presence was, and then the guard could aggress into C, knowing where all those players were. So, once again, all the guard needs to do is, in the early round, just find a little bit of engagement, keep it even, and suddenly the guard knows where to hit off of that because they've just gained so much of that vision. Skydog gonna place 2 on A, and the guard knows that now. They know where 2 of the players are. They're going to start aggressing in towards B. Some Killjoy usually to slow it down. It's not going to stop it. And the spike goes down, planted right in the middle there. Now post plant can be played. Valen takes out Nismo. Jonah takes out the players pushing through a lobby, taking out Xander. EU's there to trade it off, but Tex takes out John Cutie. It's now going to be a 2v4 for M80. Koalinub able to take out Valen, but Net takes out EU. So much engagement in that offense spawn. It's now down to Koalinub in a 1v3. With an operator, it looks like he's going to go save. Oh, Tex jump peeks out right into Koalinub. We don't want Koalinub to save. It doesn't matter. Koalinub wants to save. Classic going to take out Tex. Now it's a 1v2. The amount of econ the guard has, they can hunt down Koalinub pretty comfortably. Spike gets ready to go off. That's now 7 rounds in a row to start off this map. The guard has taken a pretty substantial lead here. And on top of that, I do think M80 is going to be able to buy off of that loss, because they did save a little bit of eco, but still, the guard now really going to be feeling good. Still, though, on the side of M80, they've got 4 ults. They got a Blade Storm. They got it from the shadows. They got a Hunter's Fury. They got a Rolling Thunder. The guard only has a Blade Storm, and Seekers are 1 ult point away, but other than that, guard doesn't have the best ults to work with, versus M80 does have some really powerful ults to work with. This could finally be an opportunity for M80 to win a round, if they use their ults effectively and well-timed. For the first time in what feels like forever, the guard is aggressing early into A. Look at M80, though. They've got some players deep into mid. Xander's all the way in mid-window. Okay. The guard's able to sneak into A short. For a brief moment of time, Koalinub stops watching, and they're able to get into A short. Koalinub in long, doesn't get cleared out. Net actually able to clear out Xander, who is in mid-window for a lurk. Koalinub takes out Tex from A main. Net, though, takes out Koalinub. Now it's going to be a 3v4. EU pulls out the Hunter's Fury. Doesn't do much there. Now it's going to be a 3v4. Rolling Thunder is available for Nismo. We'll see how it comes out. Trent takes out Nismo. Nearly gets killed, but oh, there you go. Shock Dart follows it up, and he does go down. It's now going to still be a 2v3 player down for M80, and it looks like these 2 players in John Cutie and EU are going to go for a save. So, despite having so many ults going into that round, it doesn't matter. It looks like M80 going to continue to dominate, or sorry, the guard going to continue to dominate this map. Ooh, EU able to take out Valen, who was trying to hunt down those players. And the guard will take their 8th round now. This is very, very dominant for the guard, especially considering where we're at. We're in the grand finals. The team that wins this series goes to Franchise League. They go to the Americas League. This is not just for a little bit of money. No, this isn't for money. This is for the opportunity. I mean, sure, next year you could win money, but that's not the point. The point is, you make it to the Franchise League. These players make a name for themselves. They get themselves in the space of that Franchise League, and for M80 to just be so utterly defeated here is, I mean, it's unbelievable, really.
All their rounds are kind of on an island, and this time around, the guard has not allowed them to even find any signs of life along the timeline. You know, they have just blanked it out 8-0.
M80 taking their second timeout now because they know if the guard is able to continue this momentum, we could be looking at a 12-0 going into the next half, and M80 does not want to let that happen. They want to shut that down. They didn't use their first timeout in a way that was too effective, as the guard's just been able to execute beautifully into these sites. Again, they just win some early engagements, and now they know where these players are, and they can play off of that. And that's really all it's taken. That's really all it's taken in these rounds from the guard to win these rounds. Is just get some early vision, play off of that. Look at M80, going to be forcing a buy here, it looks like. Not really forcing, they're just able to get a buy going. From the shadows available for both teams. Why does Kuala only have a classic? Ooh, Tex caught out in C main, or rather C lobby. From the shadows available for both teams. Blade Storm available for Tex. Rolling Thunder is available for M80.
But this is the one spot of few on the map where it could actually get the
Tex clears out Kuala, who again only had a classic going into that round. Now it's going to be a player advantage for the guard. And the guard did spot 2 on C. And they're starting to get an aggression into A. Guess what? There's only one defending A. It's EU. The spike's gonna be picked up by Valen from the shadows to get it onto the site. Shock Dart trying to stop the plant. Just pause it momentarily. Xander's able to take out Trent. That evens that player count back up. It does look like Overlay is a bit bugged out right now. Rolling Thunder comes out. Nismo and John Cutie each find a pick. Could this be it? In a 2v4. Net's able to take out 2 before he goes down. Now it's a 1v2. Tex only has an operator. And he loses it for the first time in 8 rounds off of a timeout. M80 wins a round. It is a much-needed round win to try and break up that flawless win streak that has been coming through from the guard. Look at Kuala with 10 kills. I mean, really pulling through. Still, though, the eco that the guard has built up, not going to be defeated too quickly here, and it's going to be bounced right back into their hands.
Using utility to clear out the site, so that kept them vulnerable in that last clutch moment to be an easy target.
Getting so close to the end of this this map, or this half rather. The guard gonna try and make this lead bigger than just 8 rounds. 3 rounds left in the half. The guard can make this bigger than just 8 rounds. 9-3, not the worst place to be. Could even make it 10-2. 11-1 if they're lucky. See what the guard can do here. M80 has just been able to anti-strat. This time, though, John Cutie takes that taxi. It's immediately traded off. There's been an attacker lockdown placed down in garage. And M80 gonna have to just get off of the site. Spike gets to go down. Valen's even able to take out Kuala Noob, who was going for a flank. Gonna get shut down there. So it's a 3v4. And that star player, that key player in a lot of these rounds for M80 has been Kuala Noob, who leaps and bounds high above the rest of his team in kills, carrying his team this map. Now he's not there. Will the rest of the team be able to pull through? Xander takes out net, but Jonah P takes him down. Play advantage is going to be maintained by the guard. It's a 2v3. It's not unwinnable. Ooh, EU able to take out Jonah, who was trying to push through his own Viper's smoke. EU able to take out Trent. Oh my god, if Valen does it again. And C Long, another 1v2 clutch. He wins it to get it to the 3K. It's like a mirror of what we saw previously. Another one pulls through from the guard. I mean, how do you let that happen? Kowalanub gonna be pissed right now. He struggled yesterday. He struggled yesterday, but coming into this series, he's definitely performing a lot better. But now his team is the one performing poorly. Owner's Fury from the shadows available for M80. Viper's Pit is available for the guard.
And the thing too, just kind of comparing Ascent to Haven as far as
The guard's getting ready to move towards A.
M80 have not been able to get away with stretching out this guard offense and also being able to kind of put them into a corner here. The guard have done a really nice job at avoiding the external plays and finding a route in. This time M80 tries to turn things up by getting the Hunter's Fury out
pulls out the
early.
Blade Storm. Or used up the Blade Storm rather, so he doesn't have it. Hunter's Fury did come out. Kind of wasted there from EU, but still 2 picks come through from Tex onto Kowalanub and Xander in A. So site entry onto A can start. Spike getting ready to go down. John Cutie able to take on Net in mid. The Lurker not going to find anything this time, and Gun can be picked up there. But still, player advantage for the guard to try and play this post plant. Questions come through. The retake starting. Trent takes out 2. John Cutie takes out Tex. It's a 1v3. Not going to win it for Trent. 1v2. I don't know. Weird overlay. A little bit bugged. Still. They tried. It's toggling back and forth between working and not.
In virtually every metric throughout Challengers North America, clearly one of the best duelists in NA. But at this tournament, he is #1 in first kills.
And it looks like the guard gonna continue to dominate this this map. Much more than what I was expecting. I would like to not be looking at the free cam. There you go. So yeah, 10-1, a very good scoreline so far. The last round of the half gonna be coming out here. M80 is able to get a bye going. It's just a question of, can they win this last round? If the guard wins this, they'll have an 11-1 lead going into the next half. A near impossible win chance for M80, even if it's an offense-sided map. Especially considering the guard is running a more defense-sided comp. Running that double controller is going to favor the defense a little bit more. Especially considering to make room, they've sacrificed an initiator. So they're really running that defense-sided comp. So M80 losing so much on their defense. Whoa, look at that. Kowalanub able to get through mid. Now, M80's tried that before, and it hasn't worked out. They've been punished for it. This time around, John Cutie able to get one more as well. Nat takes out John Cutie. Xander takes out Nat, but Valen takes out Xander and Kowalanub. Suddenly, it's a 2v2. And it looks like we've switched sides here, as M80 is the one coming in through that offense spawn. As the guard's been able to get all the way into C site, and the spike has been allowed to go down. Looks like M80 going to start a push through long, through C long. Health is kind of low for Nismo.
Well, that dark cover going down will surely give them some idea that it could be.
Recon dart coming through. Valen in back sight, not hit by it.
Doesn't get through the dark cover, I don't think. Nope. So that could be a critical miscue here for M80. They're still looking.
Ooh, EU takes out Valen. Tex, though, digs out Nismo. Could a 1v2 clutch come out once again? And it does. Another 1v2 clutch comes out from the guard to win in a post-plant scenario. 11-1 to score. As we move into the second half, no more timeouts available for M80. They're going to need to make an impressive win streak. They need 12 in a row if they want to win without it going to OT. They need at least 11 and a half to take it to overtime, or at least overtime, rather. I mean, how do you do this? All that the guard needs to do is win this pistol, and it's pretty much over. That's all they need to do. And again, they're running a defense-sided team comp, So there's a very real possibility they win this pistol, and they've got a better pistol win rate than M80 by a mile. So it's not a lot of the other stats are closer, not the pistol win rate. It's not like M80 is incapable of winning them though. If M80 wants to make a comeback possible, they need this so badly. Net takes out EU, trying to prevent that push into C, and they do a good job. Meanwhile, John Q is looking so far back to prevent a flank in offense, and Texas caught out there. Molyneux pushing to C. Link gets caught out by Trent. Bad timing there. And the guard going to get ready to defend this B site. Although it looks like this offense is actually going to be pushing towards A. John Cutie able to take out Net in mid, which does now make this a 3v3. A site been taken. Spike gets to go down. The guard getting ready to move towards this retake. Sanders pushed up in his smoke. Gonna drop here pretty soon. He's getting pushed through it. Jonah P able to take out John Cutie in short, who was watching flank. Nismo able to trade it off, but look at Sanders so low on HP after that engagement in C link, or in A link rather. Xander able to take out Valen. Trent's Viper's Snakebite takes out Nismo, but Xander able to take out Trent despite only having 14 HP. A good round to win as well, because again, if M80 had won that, it would have been pretty much been over at that point. So winning that is really, really good for M80. But still, I mean, this is still looking unwinnable. Maybe not as unwinnable as if the guard had won that, but still pretty unwinnable. Timer's paused. Is it a tech pause or is it a timeout? I imagine it's a timeout from the guard to just close it up here. No, it's a tech pause. Okay. All right. I guess M80's getting pretty mad. Can't blame him. I'd be getting mad too. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about other than I feel like M80, especially on that defense, was just really struggling to prevent that offense in the guard. Because, again, I talked about it a lot, but all the guard had to do was early in the round, they didn't even have to win their engagements. They just had engagements where they at least kept it even, and then they knew where M80 was on that defense, and then the guard played perfectly around that. And obviously it's going to be, you know, they can't do stuff like that on their defense necessarily, but we also know how well the guard has played on this map. When these two teams faced each other in the upper bracket of Ascension, they played on Haven, and the guard did pretty well. I can actually pull that up for you. This one. The guard did pretty well, 13-9. Obviously, it's not as dominant of a scoreline as what we see here, but a key reason why the guard was winning in that map was because the guard was able to read M80 so well, and that's what we saw come out from the guard on this offense, and that might be what we're seeing be turned around here. It just seems like the guard was so prepared to fight on this map. Keep in mind, this is M80's map pick, by the way. They picked this map, just so you know. Obviously, the guard vetoed both maps, or got to veto both of the maps, so all the other maps were going to be in play. It was just a matter of deciding which order. But still, for M80 to pick this map and then still be humiliated like this, I mean, what on earth? The guard knows how to humiliate teams, especially here in Ascension, you know, in the upper final, decimated the Union on Ascent. M80 did the same to the Union. To be fair, M80 did a really good performance against the Union yesterday in the lower final, but point being, both of these teams know how to get impressive scorelines going. It's just, for these two teams, or one of these two teams, to get it against the other team, very surprising, especially considering how close Ascent was, which was the map pick from the guard. It went 13-11 in favor of M80. For then this map in Haven, picked by M80 to go so far in the favor of the guard is so unexpected. Even though the guard's got a decent performance on Haven, you know, they don't have any maps that they have a negative win rate on, but still, this isn't a map I would necessarily be looking at and going, man, the guard's doing super well. They should be able to win in a dominant fashion. That's just not what I was expecting, especially considering M80 picked it, so there has to be some level of confidence there in wanting to play on this map as one of the first maps.
said and done, depending on how it plays out. Sure.
Next map, by the way, is Bind, a map M80 has never played on before. Well, obviously, you know, before Ghost Gaming, but I mean, like, they've never played on it in they've never played on it in this season. They didn't play it in Challengers League at all, but in Ascension and in North American Challengers. M80 is yet to play on Bind, so for them to come off of a loss on Haven in a very dominant fashion in favor of the Guard, they're going to be feeling pretty nervous. Their debut match on Bind ever in this Challengers League, happening in a grand finals, coming off of a very, very bad loss, which just, I mean, just a horrible position to be in. I'm wondering what this tech pause is for. Actually, it may literally be for the stream, potentially. No. It looks like they're talking to Valen. So it looks like it's an issue with Valen. What is this camera, by the way? Kind of like the angle. I guess this does give the stream, the producer, an opportunity to refresh those overlays, which have been, you know, bugging out a little bit. Maybe this is the time to fix that. I'm not sure. But, yeah, I mean, again, I want to highlight how well Koala Noob has been doing for M80. He's been a key factor in those 2 rounds that M80 has won, has been Koala Noob. Oh, extended break. Okay. They probably said what was going on, and I'm, you know, not listening to them. This will be interesting, though. But yeah, key reason M80's been winning some of these rounds, even if it's only 2, has been their duelists. It's been Koala Noob, and especially now that we're on the offense, where M80's not going to have to rely so much on all of their players putting up a good performance, we could see M80 still put up a good amount of rounds if Koala Noob is still able to find as much contact as he has been finding for his team. Because M80 has been a key factor, or sorry, Koala Noob has been a key factor for M80. He's literally carrying his team right now. Obviously, you know, it's not enough to get a victory right now, but still, a victory is a victory, right? And in these rounds that M80 has been getting, it has been Koala Noob being a key factor. He's way above the rest of his team. The whole of the Guard looks very strong right now, though, and it's going to be very hard for M80 to push through. Although, now that M80's, again, on this offense, they can rely more on a carry because they're all playing together, or at least they're going to be playing together more so than before. Still, you know, you do still need that individual performance. You still can't have a carry because as soon as that carry gets taken out, you're pretty much done for. So we do need to see the rest of the team from M80 pick it up a little bit, which I wouldn't be surprised if they can do that. It's just looking like they're struggling, or they're going to struggle to do that. Which is sort of what I'm worried about. Again, I'm not sure why this tech pause is taking so long. It could be the observer, the production, trying to figure out how to, or not how to, but trying to get their tech issues figured out, because the overlays have been bugging out a little bit. But on the flip side, it could entirely be just players having issues. They were talking to Valen, one of the crew was, so maybe he was just thirsty, but it could have also been very easily been an issue with his stuff, and they're still hovering around him, talking to him, so that could be a factor. You know, one thing I want to highlight, sort of off topic, but I think this might be the first Riot sponsored tournament that I don't see a Red Bull sponsor for. I'm sure some of the players are, but I mean, one of the key sponsors isn't Red Bull, which sort of blows my mind. Like, these are very, it's still very, despite this being, like, sure, it's not Challengers anymore, or sure, it's still technically the Challengers League, so we're still not going to see, you know, Red Bull, HyperX, Verizon, stuff like that. Still, though, I'm a little bit, it's a little bit weird to see, like, this is technically the Champions Tour. I'd expect these sort of bigger sponsors, but nope. Haven't seen a single Red Bull sponsor. Haven't seen any Xfinity. Haven't seen any Verizon. It's just these weird companies you've never heard of, and also eBay. So I don't know. Maybe it's because it's still Knights Arena maybe producing. Although no, because Knights Arena is running their own tournament during this time as well. So I don't know what's happening. But yeah, still some weird player sponsors as well though, or team sponsors. Again, there's the Jarito sponsor for the Guard, which is odd. I didn't think they would sponsor an esports team, considering like I don't know. I feel like that's just not a thing soda companies usually do. I don't feel like, anyways. Yeah, again, not sure what's causing the tech pause. Maybe they've said it. Copium. I'm just... Oh, there's a lot of people typing. Oh, we're back in it. All right, let's go. All I had to do was look at the chat, and now the solution is fixed. Yeah, like they said, the UI is being a little bit weird, so the overlay might bug out. We may not get the updates and stuff. They may just have to switch to the observer POV, stuff like that. But we're all good, and we should be good. Now, of course, off of that pistol round win by M80, they're able to force a buy here. They should be able to take this round, which could be the start of a comeback. But here's the thing. They take this round, they're going to have to keep forcing. There is not a single round here that M80 should not be forcing on, just because of how big the round differential is right now. And if M80 doesn't win if M80 wins this round, next round they still have to force a buy, because next round they'll likely be at an eco deficit, as the Guard will be able to buy and M80 won't, which could mean that the Guard will just be able to take that round and get to the 12th round, and then M80 will have to win so many in a row to try and take it to overtime. Already in this round, M80 is actually down a player. Still, it is an eco from the Guard, so not super winnable for them. Nismo is able to take out Valen and Tex, even it out, and take the player advantage. Net's able to take out EU, which does make it a 3v3. But then Nismo takes out Trent, and John Cutie takes out Net, which leaves Jonah in a 1v3. John Cutie is one shot, but yeah, there's just really no time to mess around with. So Jonah's just going to die to the spike. This was an eco from them. No point in saving your guns. Especially considering this next round, the Guard will be buying. Now, like I said, M80 should just try and force a buy here, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. Now, the reason is because, look at the Guard. They're able to get a buy off of that eco. So, if M80 were to do what you'd traditionally do, which is take a bonus... Why is the timer paused? Oh, please don't tell me we're going back to the tech pause. Oh, my... Come on. Alright, well, that's life. We're right back to it. Let's go. I mean, I don't, you know what though? I didn't even want to watch Valorant. I just wanted to, I don't know. I just wanted to sit here and watch the audience was actually the goal. In fact, I've never ever wanted to cast a Valorant game. Every single time I've ever done it, it's just because I wanted to see the chat and you know, I obviously can't look at the fans or the chat unless I'm casting and stuff like that, so, you know, that's obviously why I do it. Anyways, yeah, I don't know, I'm curious as to why these tech pauses keep getting called. It looks like it might be an issue on M80's side now, though. Hopefully it's not, you know, a 5-minute long tech pause like the last one was. There's been so much waiting today. There's been so much waiting today. We had an hour delay before we started talking about the series. Then we talked about the series for like 20 minutes, and then the series started. First game went off okay. I mean, obviously the overlay's bugging, but it didn't stop the match. And now... getting some very long tech pauses. I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. I know that there's some connection issues with the arena right now, which is what delayed the initial start of the series in the first place. So that could be what's happening with the tech pauses, just because obviously it is LAN. So in theory, So in theory, the internet isn't necessarily an issue, but you do still have to make contact with the server. Sure, all of your ping is going to be the same, but you still have to make contact with the server, which, you know, could you know, if the internet goes out, it doesn't matter that you're on LAN. You're not going to be able to keep playing, most likely. So, yeah, that's sort of the. I mean, also if the internet goes out, you can't stream it. Is I think the main issue. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the tech pause is about. I think if it was connection issues, though, the stream would be like lagging and buffering. So, don't think that's the issue. I think it's actual tech hardware issues potentially. I don't know. It's so weird that we just get them back to back. One thing I think is weird is that they never show, like, through the cameras what's happening with the tech. Like, if somebody's having a tech issue, they never show it. They always pan the cameras away. They always look at the other team. I don't know why that is. Like, what's the risk? Xander is just to be fair, he's probably just zoned out. Yeah, I guess this gives some teams some time to take a deep breath, think a little bit. Yeah, apparently, you know what? This is probably going to be one of the longest best of fives, and it's not even because it'll go to a 5th map potentially, but just because of the tech issues, just because of the tech issues, and it looks like yeah, I don't know. It's I've never had 2 tech pauses that are this long back to back. It's very strange. There's been some long tech pauses. When I casted for Attack to Fight, for Attacky Friends, we did Attack to Fight, was the event. But, one of the players' internet went out at the end of one of the matches. And instead of, like, let's wait a while, they literally just did a knife fight with all the remaining players to end it. It was a very sad way to end it, but, to be fair, that's like a, you know, a smaller event. They're not just gonna slow down everyone because the stream can't run or because a player disconnects, because they're just trying to get through everyone's day. But, yeah. That's the only time I've seen a tech pause that was resolved like that, though. Typically people just wait. Obviously, there's probably an upper limit to how long you'll wait in like a remote event if the player disconnects or something like that. There's a limit you'll go to. You're not gonna wait more than like a day. I've been thinking about this a lot though, because in like I don't know if it's in the rules. I did read the rule book about overtimes for challengers, and they didn't say anything about this, but I've always wondered if a game goes long enough. Because, like, in sports, like baseball, for example, is an example of a game that can have, like, overtime. It's called extra innings, but it's pretty much the same thing. And it can go forever, in theory, right? So, in that game, if the extra innings goes longer than, it's like 6 hours or something like that, they postpone it till the next day. And obviously in this, they've got, like, extra timeouts, they've got time to use, right? Like, they've got a lot of tools at their disposal to try and re-strategize when overtimes go super long. But I have always wondered, like, if a game went, because it could in theory go forever, it's just the way that the game works. So if somehow an overtime happened, obviously this isn't an overtime, this is a tech pause, but if there was that type of situation where you had an overtime going for more than like 4 hours. Obviously with baseball it's like 6 hours because it's a very long game. Each game is like 3 hours or something like that. It's crazy. But same thing here. Like if a game went for like deep into the night, do you just postpone it till the next day? Everybody comes back? Because for this you really can't. I mean, you rent the arena out for, this is how long you have it, so you can't really just postpone it. So you do flip a coin? Like, what would you do? It's, especially at LAN events, it's weird because you don't book the event for, this is the days we're gonna do it, and also let's get an extra day just in case the overtime go, you right? Like, you're not planning for that, because like realistically it's not gonna go like that. Oh, we're back in the game. Okay, all right, I can stop talking about overtimes. Here we go. The guard on a bye. M80 has, of course, decided to force because they have to. If M80 loses this round, they're gonna have to win 9 in a row to take it to overtime. So M80 needs this round very, very badly. Plus, it would put the guard at bad eco, and then M80 can really get some momentum moving to try and make a comeback. And hey, the guard versus M80 in the previous map on Ascent, 4-11, it was the guard score, and then they got to 11-13. So, you know, there's always a reality. There's always a possibility. It's never impossible. We saw it happen in the previous map where it almost went to overtime. But to be fair, that was a much more winnable situation. They came into this half down 1-11. So, yeah, much less winnable, but still doable. It's not impossible. Ooh, John Cutie peeking a little bit into garage. Spraying through the smoke is Jonah, and he does quite a significant amount of damage to John Cutie. Likely a head tap through a wallbang in those garage doors. It's now going to be still a 5v5, but John Cutie could be an easy pick potentially. It's down to Tex to lock down the push through garage. He takes out Koala Noob. John Cutie able to take him out, though. A whiff comes through from Tex. Jonah is coming in for a flank. Valen, though, locking down the site. He takes out John Cutie and Nismo. Jonah P for the flank in garage. Takes out EU. It's down to Xander in a 1v4, and he doesn't win it. So the guard will take a 12-13 lead now. The guard 1 round away from securing a very dominant win over M80 on Haven. M80, if they want to make a comeback possible, they need 9 in a row. And then they have to fight through overtime. So minimum 11 in a row. 11 rounds. Minimum 11 rounds. 9 of them have to be in a row starting now. The other 2 can... I mean, still minimum is 11. You'd have to win 11 in a row to get that minimum. So we'll see if they can hit that. Rolling Thunder is available for Nismo, so they can try and make a comeback. Obviously, they've got not the best guns because they do just have to force here. Ooh, Rolling Thunder gonna allow this entry. Tex doesn't get cleared out, and he takes out 1 and 2 before he goes down, while concussed, by the way. Jonah gonna take out Xander. Nismo able to take out Tex and Jonah. But then Trent and Valen each find a pick. They shut it down. 3 players left alive, and the guard wins 13-3. 13-3. Keep in mind, map 1 of Ascent, picked by the guard, goes 13-11 in favor of M80. Haven, picked by M80, goes 13-3 in favor of the guard. What a dominant map. I don't know how M80 walks that one off. To reset your mental after a loss like that, I mean, you'd need quite a bit. Quite a bit. What a dominant map to take. And that'll definitely give the guard some confidence as we move forward in this series. Keep in mind, this next map is a wild card, and that's why the guard needed that map so much. If the guard had lost that map, we're moving it to bind. I have 0 predictions for how it's going to go, because I don't know what M80 is going to pull out on it, right? Maybe they're going to pull out Gecko, right? Like, there's a possibility, right? So we could see some crazy stuff come out here. It's entirely a possible reality, right? And, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if M80 makes an upset and takes a dominant map. There's also the opportunity. There's the flip side. Because M80's not prepared because they've never played on Bind before, the guard just completely shuts it down and gets another dominant map win. The fact that the guard wins Haven, though, did make it so it was tied up. Had it been a 2-0 lead for M80 to start it off, then we're going into a wildcard map, which could go either way. And you know, M80 could surprise us all on it. It could have immediately been a shutdown from M80. But the guard winning that map is such a good position to be in, because now it means it's essentially best of 3 at this point. We've got 3 maps left in what is now a best of 3, and it'll be interesting to see where these maps go. Again, it's Bind, Pearl, and Split. And if you're wondering why we're playing on Bind, why would M80 let it through? They didn't. The Guard did, because the Guard won the upper bracket. They get to ban both of the map vetoes, whittle down that 7-pool map pool to just the 5 that are going to be played in the best of 5. The Guard banned both Lotus and Fractura. Then they picked Ascent. And then M80 picked Haven. Again, we flip-flopped maps. So we'll talk about this. Again, I highlighted it earlier. Koala Noob, especially not so much on the overall, but on the defense. Look at this. Koala Noob with 11 kills. Definitely carrying for his team. Then you switch sides and it starts to close up a little bit. In fact, Koala Noob got 0, which is what allowed it to close up a little bit. But you see this top 3 start to form. They're evening it out a little bit, but still, you only have one player above 200 ACS. Koala Noob's kind of close to that, but it's definitely brought down by the fact that on this offense, he found very, very little. In fact, really nothing at all. I mean, he had 0 ACS. He literally did nothing. So, you know, he's not able to hit 200 ACS because of the struggle to start off that offense. And, again, John Cutie, the IGL, able to pull through. You've got Nismo not far behind either. But then you've got this drop down. And I've talked about it a lot before. You can have the best kill consistency in the world. And this kill consistency isn't bad. But if all of your players have 100 ACS, 1 kill each, you didn't do anything, right? Like, you didn't achieve anything, really. Well, you can't have 100 ACS and only 1 kill. Well, I guess you could. Anyways, point being, if your kills are really low and your ACS is really low, you could have really good kill consistency, but it doesn't matter because you're not doing the damage. Versus, for example, we've got the Guard, 17 kills for Valent. Again, the IGL performing on this map. Then you go down to Net with 15. Then you've got Trent with 15, and you've got these core top 3, similar to the core top 3 from M80. But the difference here is you've got 270 ACS, 253 ACS, 250 ACS. Then you drop down a little bit to Tex, who has 210 ACS, 4 out of the 5 above 200 ACS. Beautifully done by the Guard. All of the players finding value, all of the players finding damage. We've got Jonah P lacking a little bit behind, but it doesn't matter. He's still keeping it positive, or at least even, right? He's got 9 assists, so his util's being used effectively. 187 ACS means he's also doing a little bit of extra damage. So overall, a decent performance across the board from the Guard. Again, 4 out of the 5 being above 200 ACS is always going to be a solid performance. It's never not going to be a solid performance. So I gotta give props to the Guard for how well they played here, and I'm happy with it. I'm happy with the way that they played. And if they keep that up on Bind, I mean, we could see a very dominant map.
Was just a bit of a taste. Map 2 kind of changes up the course as we find ourselves swallowing a massive victory from the Guard. I didn't think that was going to happen, but Map 3 is just around the corner. We've got Bind up next. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break because I can't speak English. We'll be back in just a bit.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look.
I think the keys to success for my team is staying focused, taking every round.
We're going to go ahead and take a look at the map highlights from the Valorant Esports Twitter. From Haven. Oh, there's only 2.
Would have to hit a shot here immediately. He's actually going to hop on for the defuse initially. It's John Cutie in the corner. Wait a second. Koala Noob gets this to half. John gets 1. This surely cannot happen. Someone's got to hop onto it though. And Valent, cleans everything up around on this post planet long. Very difficult to do, but hold on. EU gets another. And now just down to Valent. This will feel familiar. Yep, he gets the 2 again. And that Forward C, Paranoia right across the Rolling Thunder. Nobody checks Tex in the corner. He dashes across it. Oh my goodness. He gets up close and personal with John Cutie. Flash out. Jonah P gets a little bit side-blinded though, but it doesn't make a difference. The Guard will hold on. And it's a 13-3 map.
Yeah, not the best place to be in if you're M80.
Trent, gonna have to handle it with Net.
Net just, I mean, a flash on the outside.
Rugoide. Hey, he's trying to guess. He's trying to pre-fire. Find his fam.
It's just so exciting, man. That the excitement of playing in the match, especially at a LAN event, just trumps all the tiredness or all the burnout. It's like, man, we're doing what we love right now.
of the lockdown, but it's only 2 for the Union to try to take back this game. 35 seconds left. Askia with the knives trying to burst in, try to find someone from the air, but Net shoves the Askia! And Net gets them all! The guard, discard of the Union.
It's go time. We've put so much hard work and effort in. Show it right now.
Yeah, I'm starting to look a little bit more now. I did say what was my prediction coming into this? 3-1, the guard takes it. That was my prediction coming into it, and I said we'll see at least 1 overtime. We haven't seen the overtime yet, but with how dominant the performance was from the guard on Haven, my prediction could become a reality. I'll have you know, I predicted the results in the grand finals of the North American Challengers perfectly in a 3-1. I said it was going to be 3-1 from M80, and that's exactly what happened. So, I got a track record. You know, just saying, I might have some good predictions. And we are going into Bind, which is a map which we know could be a struggle from M80. What we do know from the guard on Bind is their history's okay. I mean, they started to pull it out towards the end of North American Challengers playoffs and towards the end of the season to try and prove something, I guess, about their ability to perform on Bind. And now that we're going to be going into Bind, they've had a bit of a shaky performance. The guard was able to win sometimes. Moist Moguls was able to beat them on it. I believe Moist Moguls was their only loss on Bind, and every other map, or every other time the guard won or played Bind, they did end up taking a win. So it's very possible that they're able to take a win here. The thing is, I have literally no idea how M80 will play on this map. We have not seen M80 on Bind a single time. I cannot stress this enough. We've been playing Challengers, or Challengers have been going on since February, and we have not seen M80 a single time on this map. I cannot stress that enough. This is such a big a wild card map. It's such a big mystery of a map. It really could go either way. If the guard is able to do such good reads as they had on Haven, if they move so fluidly through Haven through Bind like they did on Haven, if they're able to counterplay what M80's pulling out like they did on Haven, essentially, if the guard does on Bind what they did on Haven, they should be able to take it. But it's just going to be down to, can they perform better? Because I think the guard didn't look super strong on Bind during Challengers. So coming into Ascension, I hope they've improved on it. We've seen them a little bit on it. I think they probably, or I don't know if we've seen them on in Ascension yet. Regardless, they need to show improvement from Challengers, especially against M80, who I think will be able to put up a good fight on Bind. They teased Bind in North American Challengers as though they've been pulling out some weird practice on it. I'm very excited to see it. We'll see what the desk has to say.
Comes out and absolutely decimates M80 on Haven. After a close game on Ascent, you might have expected another close game here, as it is a map these teams have played on, and it's a map they're both proficient at. But the guard just proved to be an absolutely different beast on Haven, and M80 had no solution for what the guard was bringing to the table. And now things get real interesting, Tanner. Because we move into uncharted territory. This is like a cartographer and there's just a black void on the map. Yep. That's where we're headed. We have no idea what M80 is going to bring to the table for Bind.
We are definitely jumping into the fog of war here for M80. And Shift kind of gave us the, hey, I'm excited to see what the desk has to theory craft. And I think there is a lot that we can maybe mesh out. I feel the chamber right now for Bind, the meta right now for Bind is chamber for a lot of teams. Okay, we got there. Box rubbing off on me. And I don't think there's a world where maybe John plays a chamber, maybe Nismo jumps over to the Rays, Koala could play smokes, but it's just, again, like you said, it's uncharted territory.
I think you're spot on with John playing chamber. A lot of people forget, they're watching this M80 play, that in the past, when he played on Ghost, John played chamber.
Yeah.
Nismo played Raze. The composition was obviously a little bit different, as the meta was completely different at the time. But there was a world where that could be the approach. Now, it's not to say that other compositions don't work on this map. It's certainly possible we could see John stick to something more traditional to his agent selection path, looking at like a Killjoy. We've seen him play Cypher, but much rarer than the Killjoy. but I am intrigued at the possibility of the return of John QT on Chamber.
Yeah, and they actually changed their comp, right? Going into Ascension. Jonah P was on the Sage originally, and they swapped him over to Sky. I'm really glad that they did this because we were highlighting pregame. Jonah P is incredibly well Sky player. He's very annoying. He's good at peeking with his pop flashes, so this was a good change. And same with Tex. Tex went from Raze to Chamber, and this is the comp that they changed going into Ascension. All of Split 2, they had Trent on Sky as well, but now they had Raze, Trent playing on Raze for Ascension. So 3 different players are playing 3 different agents, but it worked for them going into different maps. We're trying to decide what M80's gonna play in this comp. I'm curious as well if they're gonna bring the Chamber, because Chamber's slowly coming back into being the meta.
All right, you want some like kind of insanity? This old team, the core of M80, the old Ghost roster, as we've always referred to them, Koala Noob, John QT, and Nismo, who played with Brock and A-Proto, who are now on Moist Moguls. The last time they played Bind was under the Ghost Gaming moniker. It was back in January of 22. Prior to that, I don't know how many times this roster had actually played the map, because the roster changed right around that time. So there is a possibility where the core of this team has only played Bind once, which is just crazy to me to think that there is a world where the team who is seated on stage across from the guard right now has only played Bind one time. Tanner, that's absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah, which, again, doesn't make me feel any better. I think this would be shocking the world if they could piece something together. Dust actually said something in our chat here that I think makes the most sense, is that we probably do get some sort of double duelist with Koala playing the comfortable Jets.
Oh, the agent select. Let's take a look. The guard going Raze, Sky, Brim, Chamber, Viper. Oh, I didn't get to see M80. It's okay. They'll throw it up on the screen. We've got Fade, Brim, Sky, Viper, and Raze. M80 not going to be going for that Chamber. The guard will. This is a bit of a change up, because I don't think we've seen the guard pulling out the Chamber as of recent, other than in Ascension. In Challengers, they didn't have it. But again, like the desk was talking about, Chamber is sort of re-entering the meta. We see these new agents come out. Or not these new agents, but these new comps come out, because Bind is still a very unfigured out. Although it's one of the oldest maps, in fact, it's one of the 3 starting maps from the beta of Valorant. It doesn't matter. We haven't seen a real good meta form, especially considering there's been some recent changes. They're not super recent anymore, but they came when Bind re-entered the map pool. They were recent changes, and it sort of switched up that meta. So M80 going for a little bit of a more meta comp, quote unquote, double controller with a Viper and a Brim. We've seen it before. Raze. We've got Koala Noob on. Okay, Koala Noob on Brim just doesn't feel right to me. I don't know. Like it just looks weird to me. To me it just looks strange. But obviously that's just me. But let's go ahead and see the way that this map moves. As it looks like M80 is going to get ready to start on this offense, pushing in towards A. We'll see what they can do. Valiant takes out EU. Now it's going to be a 5v4. Guard starting this off. Again, if the guard knows how to play this as well as I think they do, and M80 shows that they have, or if M80 shows there's a reason they haven't been picking this map, we could see the guard able to get this map up. Again, this is a pivotal map to get up, because it means that you're only 1 round away, or 1 map away from winning. Keep in mind, the guard does pick this map. This is their map pick, so they want to win this one. I'm going to be leaning towards it. I sort of missed out and wasn't talking about it, but John QT's down in a 1v5 at this point. Oh, and it's going to be a flawless pistol coming out from the guard. A way to do it, certainly, is to get a flawless pistol going. And that's exactly what happens for the guard to start it off. Now the guard going to be moving into a round where they can force a buy. We'll see if they're able to pull through with a win here. Obviously, Tech's going to be on the role Chamber. That's, you know, Chamber's a little bit of a more duelist role, very aim-heavy and aim-oriented, which is what you typically see. I think the guard, you know, I've said this a lot, and I think you can definitely tell the guard loves being on LAN. And I think they have this entire time in Ascension. I think had Challengers North America been on LAN, we would have seen a a lot of a much different energy coming through. Koala Noob takes out Jonah, starts off the round of their eco versus the force buy from the guard with a kill and a player advantage. Valen takes out John Cutie, traded off by Xander though, so now we've got a player advantage still maintained by M80, and 2 guns can be picked up, so suddenly M80 is looking pretty good here. Trent is able to get that. Those are not Tex and Trent on the player cams. They've they changed, but those are not those players. Nismo takes out Trent. Now it's gonna be 2v4. They know one player's in hookah. It's Tex able to take out Xander. Net trying to re-enter from CT, takes out one. Net gets one. Koala Noob takes out one. It's down to Tex, who takes out Koala Noob, but EU there to shut it down. So although the guard won the pistol, M80 bounces back by winning their eco, and now they're going to be able to get a buy going. So a really big eco boost from M80 to start it off. The guard going to have to take an eco round now off of that round loss, which is definitely a good place for M80 to be in. It looks like M80 getting ready to push in towards A. Spike's been left in that offense spawn near a lobby. So definitely the type of push M80 wants to make here. I don't know why the player cams are like they're switched around. The opposite teams. Valen gonna take out Xander. Now it's a 5v4. EU takes out Valen. So that does even it out. Now it's a 4v4. Trent's still able to take out EU, though, which does give that player advantage to the guard. Now, that spike is still in a lobby, so although M80 is cleared into A site, they don't have the spike. TP down B long has been taken by Koala Noob, so he's going to go try and grab that spike. As Nismo takes out Net. Now it's a player advantage for M80. What a good pop flash. Nismo takes out Jonah P, and John Cutie takes out Trent. So M80 wins the round they should have, and they do it with the majority of their players. So this next round, they will be able to afford a full buy. The guard will be able to afford a full buy, and we're moving into the first full buy from both sides. The question is, who takes it? Because whichever team does, immediately gives themselves a very nice advantage. Does look like the overlays bugged out again, unfortunately. M80 getting ready to aggress towards B. They're still doing this weird split play. Again, M80 towards the end of North American Challengers tease bind. Tease that they may just be saving it for Ascension. We see it come out in the grand finals. Obviously, not by choice. I think they would still want to avoid it, but they do have to play it, so here they are. And it's not like they don't practice it. Clearly, they've got an understanding of this map, as does the guard. Looks like M80 wants to continue to push towards B. They got 4 in hookah right now. Trent gets caught up by Nismo. She's trying to jump on box. I mean, Trent, who am I referring to? I don't know. All the players are switched around. I'm getting confused because the player cams are different, and my brain's all over the place. Looks like these guard players, the remaining 2, in Tex and Valen, just going to be going to save in A heaven. No question why. They struggled to find much of anything in this round as M80 shut them down pretty profusely. And now M80 can pick up some guns. And it's looking like M80, or they don't have to, sorry, it's a buy from both sides. Which does mean M80 is going to be looking to take a little bit of an early lead. After being so heavily humiliated on Haven, I think M80 would love to do the same on Bind. If they can get a good portion of these rounds, they may be able to do just that. So it does seem as though the guard not looking as strong as they did on Haven. Again, they're getting caught out in these choke points. M80 is just able to win the engagements. The guard getting caught in stupid situations here. And the timer's paused. Is it a tech pause? Holding with bated breath. No, it's a timeout called by the guard. All right. Alright, I'm happy with that, as long as it's not a tech pause. The guard calls a timeout because they did lose the first buy from both sides. They won their pistol, but then they lost when they were at an eco advantage. So just trying to figure out, how do we clean this up? How do we close it out? What needs to be done here? What ideas do they need to bring?
It's a crazy situation without question when it comes down to trying to read the overall tempo of the map, I think, if you're the guard right now.
And I think the biggest issue is, obviously the guards losing these engagements, but they're not really setting themselves up for success. Again, they keep getting caught in those choke points when they're trying to go for a retake. They're holding very exposed angles on the site. They're easy to clear out. It's definitely very clear M80 knows how to play this map. They're feeling comfortable, and it shows that the guard trying to play these sort of more default type positions is going to get caught out. So I think the guard just needs to have a little bit of a heavier, more aggressive presence. Maybe they can be in a better spot. This map is a little bit more balanced, but with the TP changes, it can be a little bit more offense-sided, just with how easy it can be for the offense to rotate, especially once they're already pushed down those main entrances. So defense just have to play a little bit of an aggressive defense in order to counteract that. It's going to be an eco coming out from the guard. Tex does still have that operator, and Valen has the Vandal that they were able to hold on to from the previous round. Alright, the player cams are fixed now. The overlay's fixed now. Let's see how this goes. Valen takes out Xander. Trent, who's been able to get a judge, takes out Nismo in U-Haul. Picks up a gun too. TP just going to be taken from short and in towards B. There is still Qualanoob on side, able to catch Ned out. And take out Jonah, looking for more if he could find it. Valen tries to take him out instead. Pulls out the orbital strike. Each one pulls out their orbital strike. Valen's able to take out Qualanoob. It's now going to be a 2v3 for M80. EU takes some damage from Valen, but doesn't kill him. But doesn't die. Instead, EU kills Valen. Ooh, Trent, though, able to finish off EU. Pulls out the showstopper as well. What? I don't even know what I just saw. John Kitty takes out Trent. Spike goes down. Operator is in the hands of Tex. Tex drops down from heaven. And he takes John Cutie out with a nice jump headshot with the op. What a good way to do it. And that gives the guard a round. They're back in it. Now keep in mind, that was an eco round the guard just won. Only 2 of their players had good guns going into that round, other than maybe the judge that Trent had. But full buy guns there were only 2 for the guard, and they were able to turn it around. So off that timeout, the guard does do some good damage. We'll see if that momentum can be continued. It does seem as though M80 is not going to be able to embarrass the guard the way the guard embarrassed M80 on Haven. We'll see. We'll see, though, and it does look like the guard's not going to be able to do a complete repeat of what they did on Haven. We'll see, though, if this is going to be a closer map. I do think M80 is showing a better understanding of this map than I think people may expect, considering it's been so long since this team played on Bind. Tour de Force available for Tex, but he does have an operator. Doesn't need to use it. Seeker's available for Jonah. Over on the side of M80, they got a showstopper. They got Seekers. Now, Trent did have a showstopper in the previous round, but I'm not entirely sure what happened with that, other than that Trent used it and then never fired it, or he fired it and it didn't hit. Something weird happened where as soon as he pulled it out, it either bugged out or I don't know. It just didn't work out. So it ends up happening. Ooh, Prowler comes down B long. Jonah able to get rid of it. Now M80 knows somebody's there, and they're leaning now back towards A, or not back towards, but more towards A at this point. They got that lurker in John Cutie in showers. They had that lurker in Xander getting ready for the rotate towards short. So now this execute onto A site can start. Showstopper comes out to clear some space. See if it does, and it does. Nismo takes out Trent. Qualanoob takes out Net. It's now going to be a 3v5, but as Valen takes out Nismo, and Nismo's grenade takes out Valen. Xander takes out Jonah, and it's down to Tex, who does nothing more other than die. So M80 will now take their 4th round. The guard not going to be able to carry the momentum of that previous round win. Not going to be able to carry that momentum through. Tour de Force is pulled out by Tex. He's going to be using that this round. Viper's Pit is available for Xander to use if they get on site to try and secure it. Nightfall, 2 ult points away for EU. Viper's Pit, 1 ult point away for Nets, which would be the guard. So the guard nearly has 2 ults up. already using the tour de force. We saw it be pulled out here, so free operator for Tex to manage some econ that way. Only 5 bullets though, 1 for each player. I don't know why I'm explaining the way that the ult works. Oh, Trent able to push up past Xander and take out John Cutie. But then the tour de force and Tex misses. Still, Xander does go down, but Tex gets shut down. Nismo able to take out Jonah. Net trades it off, and then Koala Noob takes out Net. So it's a 1v2 for Valen. He does have a Vandal, but he's down to 10 HP. EU's down to 50. Koala Noob's not super low. So EU could be the only easy pick for Valen. See what he does here. He peeks right through the smoke and into the hands of EU. So M80 will take their 5th round now. The eco from the guard's not convert into a win. We'll see what can come out now. We'll see.
And I mean, for M80 coming into this with, you know, no resume at all, so far so good. Yeah, passing the eye test, right? Yep.
We do have a Viper's Pit up for both of these teams. The guard is 1 point away from the Orbital Strike. Impactful ult's nearly there. Valen takes out Xander. Now it's a 5v4. Orbital Strike can come out in short and it'll decimate the population. Not going to come out yet though. Valen takes out Nismo. Now it's a 5v3. Guard making a little bit of progress. Not a whole lot though. Getting ready. Set. Ooh, what a good blind. M80 gets full blind in a lobby. Now they're going to start pushing towards showers. But Skyflash did come through there. Now it comes out again. So the guard really knows that there's players coming into showers. Entry, re-entry starting from Trent into showers. Takes out EU. John Cutie, though, takes out Trent and Jonah. Valen able to get that pick. It's down to Koala Noob in a 1v3. Likely just going to save his gun. So it does look like these rounds may start to get traded here back and forth. Although, look at the eco for M80. They can survive trading rounds. The guard really can't. The guard does need a good momentum boost. They need to win a few in a row in order to get their eco back on board. As Dex takes out Koala Noob, 3rd round for the guard. But the thing is, if this trading of rounds does end up starting, it'll be very good for M80, not so good for the guard. Because the guard, of course, would go into the second half with a disadvantage and with M80 with the lead if these rounds do start trading back and forth. We'll see. It's been a minute since we've seen Tex on Chamber, but those look pretty good here. Viper's Pit and Nightfall available for M80. Koala Noob 1 point away from the Orbital Strike. The guard does have an Orbital Strike of their own. 2 points away from a Showstopper as well. We're starting to see these ults back up. Getting closer to being back up, rather. M80 able to afford a buy here. Like I said, the guard needs to win a few in a row here in order to get their eco in a position to trade around. Oh, what on earth? Net gets caught out by Xander. Jonah able to trade it back. Jonah not going to get traded off yet. Nope. Jonah shuts down John Cutie. Looking for more. Oh, and he takes out Nismo before he goes down. 3 for 1 for Jonah to even it out and take the player advantage for the guard. EU deep into A, into CT. Takes out Valen. Tex able to trade it off, so still a player advantage for the guard. It's down to Koala Noob in a 1v2. Getting ready to push in towards A. You can see the guard is ready for that, though. They're leaning more towards A, although they are playing far enough back. They're not going to see him pushing in, and also so that way they can rotate if they need to. Koala Noob will be allowed to take sight here. He's got the spike. He can get it down. Clears into showers, make sure no one's there. He's got an Orbital Strike to use. The question is, how does he use that? Obviously, he can play time if needed. Spike's starting to go down here. Grenade comes out to try and prevent a plant near boxes, but Koala Noob far enough in that corner that he doesn't get it. Doesn't matter. Tex takes Koala Noob out, and the guard will win this round. So again, they needed a few in the row to get their econ on track, to get that round differential worked out, and they get 2 in a row. If M80 wins 1, they do at least tie it up going into the next half, which will prevent the guard from taking the lead. But with how balanced this map is, that may not matter too much. Good round from the guard. Again, able to take it. Well played from Tex. Got 2 in the round. Secure it for his team. Timeout being called by M80. They want to just 2 rounds in a row won by the guard. They're nearing the last 3 rounds of the half. They just want to shut it down if they can. And I think that's what M80 is moving towards. He's just trying to shut this down. The guard all of a sudden has been really, really good at finding those early picks, going for those more aggressive plays, and it's been working out for the guard. And then M80's in these weird situations where they're low on players. So, sure, the guard always ends up low on players as well, but it does prevent that sort of offense-sidedness that this map can hold from going the way of M80 because they're just down players. They can't necessarily push too aggressively into CT. They can't hold the defense in the guard to those choke points. It puts the guard in these good positions, basically, is what I'm saying. So, yeah, Orbital Strike available for both teams. Seekers are available for Jonah. M80's got a Viper's Pit and a Nightfall available. Now, if M80 loses this, their eco is not going to be looking great. They may have to take an eco round, may not, but point being their econ will not be in the best spot off of a loss here. So they really don't want to lose this. They've got some ults to try and secure it with. Obviously, sort of have to get on site to use the Viper's Pit. But the Nightfall and the Orbital Strike could be utilized. Look at this guard. 4 stacking on B. They're expecting a B hit. They've left Hex alone to lock down A. It's a good choice. It's a good read, because this is where M80 is going. Skydog coming in. Net and Hookah spotted. But no other players for the guard have been spotted on B site. So M80 doesn't know the extent of this stack. And Nightfall comes out. Orbital Strike comes out as well. Trent gets taken out because of it. The Orbital Strike comes out from the guard. Valen's able to take out Nismo, but Nismo's grenade takes out Valen. So player advantage now for M80. TP's been taken. It's down to Tex to try and lock it down to the best of his abilities. Not quite going to be able to. Viper's Pit now gets to come out. So, and Koala Noob is able to run down Tex. So it's now going to be a 2v4. Jonah able to take out Koala Noob. Now it's a 2v3. Jonah from Showers pushing into this Viper's Pit. Down to 2 HP.
Has to back off. Net on the other side is trying to work his way into sight still. Last flash for Jonah P.
2v3. The guard down a player. Now down 2 as Xander takes out Jonah as he's pushing through Showers. Net coming in through short, through U-Haul. Gonna get caught out. Just decides to take TP and save. Maybe watch for some exits. So that does allow M80 to take their 6th round. That allows them to at least tie it up going to the next half. And at the very least, it prevents the guard from taking the lead going into the next half. So now the guard will not be able to take the lead. They can still win 2 in a row and tie it up going to the next half. And this map does favor the offense a little bit. This map does favor the offense a little bit. And we don't know how M80 will play this defense because we just haven't seen them on this map. So there's always the chance that all of a sudden M80's just completely unable to play defense. There's always that chance. Showstopper available for both teams. Ooh. TP taken by Tex. Barely gets away. The guard is stacked 3 on B, so the majority of their players are here, including Tex, who typically plays on A. But they placed him here on B this time, leaving Valen and Trent to lock down A. See if they can. May have to, as it looks like M80 is... Oh, no, they're not pivoting. They're faking it out, and it's working. The guard has now placed 3 on A. There's only 1 on B now. It's Net. There is Tex there in CT, but he's playing so far back. Nismo getting into B sites. Xander is able to take out Jonah. Xander also takes out Valen. Those are both picks on A. Trent's able to take out John Cutie on B. Oh, Tex nearly catches those players off guard, but Nismo is able to take Tex out. Trent from Hookah takes out Koala Noob. Still, player advantage now for M80. The guard just pushing through Hookah, gets caught out by Nismo, who takes them both out. This round will go to M80, and they've officially taken the lead going to the next half. Now, 7-5 lead isn't the worst place to be in if you are M80. Or sorry, if you are the guard. To be down 2 rounds isn't horrible, and it's still winnable. But not the best spot to be in. And if M80 takes an 8-4 lead going to the next half, the guard's going to have to start to get really worried. I mean, not super worried. It's still winnable, but just not super winnable. And we'll see how this goes. The guard's just going to force a buy. It is the last round of the half. They don't have the best eco to work with, so it is unfortunate for them there. Here's M80 with good amount of buy. Ooh, a head tap comes through onto Nismo with the Sheriff. Unfortunately, though, for the player, for Net, who hit that head tap, it's too far away. So, Nismo does go down to 5 HP, gets healed back to full by John Cutie. Using the regrowth. Tex takes out Koala Noob. Xander able to take out Valen and Tex and Jonah. Now it's going to be a 2v4. What on earth? Trent takes out EU. Now it's a 2v3 instead of a 2v4. Spike has gone down, though. Snakebite comes out to play some time. John Cutie able to make sure nobody's on the spike. Takes out Net, and Nismo takes out Trent. So it's now an 8-4 lead for M80. Looking less and less winnable for the guard on this map. Coming off of a very dominant Haven, the guard is not able to pull through with that momentum onto Bind. What a 3K from Xander. Decent round. I think the guard has just started to struggle to do those early engagement, those aggressive plays. They sort of slowed down on making them and instead decided to go for those hard reads on the site. And then the guard was just, or sorry, M80 was just able to push into that and push back the guard. And so they struggled a little bit. Doesn't matter a whole lot. This is the last time these teams will play on this map in this season. So that'll be the last time the guard plays on defense on this map for this season. But start off the pistol, Nismo finds a pick, but the guard finds 3. Now it's Xander who takes out Tex. It's a 2v3 that M80 finds themselves in. The spike has gone down from the guard on a site. It's planted for CT behind container, behind truck or whatever that's called. I mean, what I know what it's called. Container, truck, thing, truck. It's now going to be a 2v3. Spike's been down for a little bit now, so time pressure is starting to be applied. Spike is kind of in that Viper smoke, so they're just going to try and stick it. The guard isn't going to be immediately able to stop it, and they can... Oh, can't quite hold it. Jonah takes out Xander with a knife, and Trent takes out John Cutie. The guard does take the pistol round, so if there's a start to try and even it back up, that's the way to do it. It looks like the guard is going to start forcing a buy here. Honestly, you may be questioning the decision to go for the knife, but it is the easiest way to get rid of that knife diffuser. So it's not even about BMing. That was literally just the easiest way to do that securely. The guard now going to be getting ready to start this push in towards a short. Again, they're going to be able to force a buy off that pistol round win. M80's going to have to take an eco. Tex leaning towards B fountain, trying to see down B long. Gets spotted by John Cutie, who's jump peeking out. EU, Nismo, and Koala Noob in showers. Going to get pushed and held into showers as the guard starts a push and take of a site. At this point, these players are just going to have to back out. They're getting pinched a little bit. Tags. Ooh, Nismo. Down to 5 HP. Uses all the bullets in his head on her. Valen able to finish off Nismo. Still 2 players held to showers. Tex. Well, he doesn't use all the bullets in his head on her because he takes out EU. Net then takes out Quander. Those are all the players in showers gone. It's now down to John Cutie and Xander to try and get some kills or die to the spike. They're both in CT, moving towards heaven.
So here we have it. The guard wasting little time closing the gap on the scoreboard by continuing.
Looks like, yeah, it looks like the guard is just going to get away. So, Xander and John Cutie died at the spike. It's a flawless round from the guard to get to their 6th round. The overlays bugged out, not updating, unfortunately. But yeah, 6-8 is going to be the scoreline here for the guard. So they're able to close it up a little bit. They're going to have to take a bonus here where M80 will be able to buy. So likely M80 will be able to win this. It's possible that the guard doesn't let that happen, though. If they're able to pull through. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. Why is that overlay still there? Okay, yeah. So 6-8 the score. The guard is going to get ready to start aggressing in towards B. Ooh, Xander gets caught out. Good damage done with the snake bite, but not going to be enough to find a kill. And the... Ooh, M80 had been reading it was going to be an A hit, so they full stacked on A when it wasn't an A hit at all. It was a B push. Spike goes down on B. M80... What are they doing? Clearing in through showers. Are they going to save? It's a bonus from the guard. They don't save here, surely. But it's been so long now. The amount of time it would take to retake. I'm not sure what that play was from M80, but off of losing their sole defender on B, they're going to save with 4 players, or they'll, I mean, they have to save with 4 players at this point. What? I'm so perplexed as to why. I mean, they had better guns. Maybe they just aren't confident in their executes on the retake. Whatever it is, M80 takes the loss on their buy versus the bonus from the guard, which does immediately give the guard a pretty decent eco advantage here. They're going to be able to get a buy going, so it's going to be a buy from both sides here. As the guard now takes 3 to start off the half. Yeah, the guard's just going to take bonus again to continue to further their eco. See if they can win another bonus round. But this is going to give such a good econ advantage to start it off. M80 still on a bye. There's only one of their players died in the previous round. It was Xander who was holding hookah. He's holding hookah again, but this time he decides to go with the judge. Ooh, Xander reveals his position below hookah and gets taken out. Net able to take out John Cutie, who's in tree. Damn. Sorry, not damn. Bam. Both of the defenders on B taken out. Now it's going to be a 5v3. This player's in M80. Once again, all the defenders of A side looking like they're going to have to take a save in eco to try and preserve eco. Because another bonus has been won by the guard. What? I don't even know what's happened. The guard's able to win the first 4 in a row to tie it up. And it does seem as though, although M80's offense looked pretty solid, they have no idea how to play this defense. It seems they were hiding bind not because they were secretly hiding how powerful they are on this map, but they were hiding bind because they don't know how to play this map, it seems. Looks like the guard is able to take a 4-8 loss coming into this half and completely turn that around. It's now 8-8. It's tied up. The guard starts off this half with a 4-round win streak to tie it up. Looks like M80 going to take a timeout. Can't blame them. It's their second timeout to close it out. Now, in the first half, after they used a timeout, they really shut it down. So maybe they can turn it around here. The issue is M80's just struggling to figure out how to retake. I mean, we haven't seen very many rounds from them, but what they haven't been doing is trying to even go for those retakes. It's like they're not confident in them. So maybe they just need to go for more aggressive plays. If you don't want to have to play retake, you can play more aggressive, and if you win the engagements, you won't really have to play retake. So that might be what M80 wants to do here. See if they can.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. I mean, there's really a couple different ways you can go about it. It's either you can test it, or you make sure that you control Octagon and long, and you have another anchor point and retaliation to having hookah being taken. It's either that, or you have to play more of a retake setup passively at elbow and back halls, and just kind of like wait for the Calvary.
Timeout coming to a close. Again, it'll be interesting to see the way that M80 decides to switch it up. Again, I recommend going for those aggressive plays, pushing out through showers potentially, just try and find some aggressive picks. Obviously, M80 did get trapped in showers a few rounds ago, so they're a little bit concerned about that type of push, but it may just be what you have to do. Orbital Strike available for Valen.
For all the different things that can be thrown at them on a map they've never played before competitively. Yeah. Well, that's a tough one to say.
I will say that I would prefer to see them stay a little bit more restricted on these opening engagements because the last 3 rounds that have come through,
Still the guard taking mostly bonus. Still not buying players that didn't get to pick up guns in the previous round. Looks like the guard going to start entering into A. Orbital Strike came out. I believe that was from M80 to try and stop the plant. May have just been clearing out space from the guard, though. Jonah able to get 3 on Xander, Nismo, and Koala Noob. EU takes out Trent, but Trent's paint shells take out EU. It's down to John Cutie, who just has to go for a save. This spike gets to go down as well. Ult point comes up for Jonah P. So, what a round. And that really shuts down any of those saves that had been coming through from M80. Now they're really just going to have to take an eco this next round. So although it was a 4-8 scoreline for the guard coming into this half, it ends up 9-8. Ooh, able to take out Jonah, who's trying to hunt him down. So yeah, this ends up 9-8. So the guard has taken the lead here. Okay, trying to save in tree. Let's see, the guard knows how strong their eco is. They don't want to let him save, so they're clearing out space here. John Cutie able to take out Valen in tree. But regardless, the guard does take their 9th round off of that spike going off. So 9-8 will be the final score. Why do I keep saying that? Will be the score as the guard takes the lead. And it's looking like this half may be very dominant from the guard. It's possible it's flawless if they play their cards right. Looks like the overlay's back. Here we go. Ooh, enough eco from the amount of saves M80's been pulling through. Enough eco for them to actually buy this round, and they may even be able to buy next round off of a loss. That is something to keep note of. But the guard still has been winning these buy rounds, so it may not matter. Showstopper available, and it comes through. Actually pushes EU into the TP. Showstopper clears out. U-Haul. Shot through heaven, doesn't hit anybody. Probably should have shot it through TP, honestly. That's what I would have done, but obviously... Well, no, they heard EU go through. I don't know. There's ways to play it. There's ways not to. He's the pro player. I'm not. Tex takes out Nismo. Now it's going to be a 5v4. Net, able to take out Koala Noob. Trent takes out EU. Now it's a 5v2. Jonah takes out John Cutie. Xander takes out Net. And once again, one of these players for M80 in a 1v4. Just going to take eco. Xander trying to take out Trent and CT. Xander down to 50 HP. Oop, able to take out Trent. They're trying to hunt him down. They know where he is. They actually don't. The guard just going to back up. Don't want to give him any kills. Don't want to let them preserve econ. M80 will still be able to get a buy going this round. But the guard's taking such a good lead, and they've been winning these buy rounds like it's nothing. We may see a flawless app from the guard if they continue this momentum. I know every time I say that, the flawless half stops, but I'm gonna say it here just because I think it might happen.
Based on the first half, the eye test kind of checked out for how M80 were playing their offensive half, but they just have not had a chance to contest a single plant. It's just been almost borderline too easy.
Viper's Pit, 1 point away for the guard. That's pretty much it. Look at M80. Nearly all of their ults about to get up. Not up yet, so this round could be the opportunity for that. John Coody's pushed into A showers. Picks up his ult, so Seekers are available. The guard playing it a little bit slower this round. Getting ready to go in towards B. Skydog clears out into hookah. Comes out onto site. Does land a concussion. Nismo able to take out Trent. Nismo's paint shells actually take out Net. Both of those players in hookah go down. Valen takes out EU. Nismo takes out Valen. Tex Operator takes out Xander. 2v3 here, but Jonah takes out Nismo, who's blinded and whiffs the showstopper. Koalanoob able to take out Jonah. Vandal's been picked up by Tex. Takes out John Cutie. Can't clutch it up, though. Koalanoob takes Tex out, and this round will go to the guard. Viper's Pit available for both teams. Like I said, a lot of those ults were going to come up from M80, and they did. The Showstopper and Seekers were used. Orbital Strike and Viper's Pit are now available for M80 as well, and the Nightfall is 1 ult point away.
Held them in place with the paint shells to pop them. Insane the showstopper miss. Let's not forget about that. Not sure what happened there. That was pretty wild. Lines up being no harm, no foul. Though M80 do collect the win, but at a huge cost. They have to rebuy 4 players.
We'll see if the guard, obviously, of course, as soon as I say it's a flawless half, M80 wins a round. That is how it goes. We'll see what the guard can pull out here to try and shut down this momentum that M80 is going to try and build. Obviously, the guard has another timeout to use if they need it. Viper's Pit has come out from Xander onto the A site into A short. Tex doing a little bit of lurky and A showers gets taken out. Now it's going to be 4v5. It's M80 getting ready to defend this B site. EU shuts him down. This tree presence very, very heavy. And John Cutie takes out Trent and Jonah. We're looking at a flawless round here, potentially. Is Net now going to be clambering to just save his gun if he can? Net spotted. Spots John Cutie in B Fountain. As opposed to A Fountain, which there is none. Net. It's 1v5, trying to find a pick or two before he goes down. Deny good econ momentum if he can. Oh, Prowler going to do a good job of catching out Net. 10 seconds left. Net just trying to get away with his life. And he may be able to. So, M80 going to be able to tie it back up. We'll see if M80 can carry that momentum to try and win the map.
Very beautiful A set pieces that were just played as well as you could ever hope as far as how they were layering their utility, how they were using their timings and spacing.
Viper's Pit is available for Net. Orbital Strike, Nightfall, available for the guard. Sorry, for M80. Still got some good ults to work with. Timeout, the final timeout for either of these teams, called by the guard here. Again, I always say this, but no question why. Starting to struggle to deny M80, and I think it's because M80 has started to go for these more aggressive plays. That, and also they're getting a little bit wiser to the way that the guard has been playing this offense, and they've started to shut them down. So any of that sort of like lost incohesiveness that M80 was showing at the start of this half is just no longer there. Just really not being a factor in play anymore.
More attention into trying to count out the utility coming from the Sky and the Fade on either side, because the last couple of rounds, the Prowlers, the Flashes, the Trailblazers, they've all found tons of value in controlling the outsides of the map.
Right.
So if you're looking at this from the guard's point of view, are we going to try to commit some extra resources and try to dominate those outside plays, or do you just kind
kind of wait it out a little bit longer and pull like an old school T1 strategy of don't show anything until 30 seconds left in the round and then hit something.
Orbital Strike and Nightfall available for M80. Tour de Force, 1 point away for Tex. Viper's Pit is up. I already talked about these ults, but I'm going to reiterate it because they could be a factor here. The Orbital Strike and Nightfall still up for M80. Definitely could be a factor. Looks like the guard wants to push in towards A. Oh, Viper Molly baits out and rotate from M80 towards A. Question is, does the guard want them to go towards A? Or is it all just a ploy? Koala Noob takes out Trent, who is jiggle peeking into Hookah. Now the guard going to start entering in towards A. Xander going to take out Net. Tex takes out Xander, but EU swings from U-Haul and takes out Tex and Valen. It's down to Jonah in 1v4 now. What can you do here? Baby Till catches Jonah out momentarily. He takes out Nismo. But the operator on Koala Noob has rotated to short. And they're down, or U-Haul, and down goes Jonah. And yeah, it's starting to look like M80 may be able to win the map if they're able to close it up here. Tour de Force, Seekers, Viper's Pit, all available for the guard. M80's got a Viper's Pit. Sorry, what? Got an Orbital Strike and a Nightfall. Still available. Never used it.
I like that the guard were doing the split pressure early. I mean, I was a big fan of that. It's just, unfortunately, they got picked apart by the op that they probably were not anticipating from Qual, if I had to guess. And then again, there's another bait and switch play pans out for M80. And now
It is interesting to see, though, that the guard gets so much momentum and then just loses it all. It's very interesting, very curious as to why that's happening. Still that Orbital Strike and Nightfall available for M80. The Tour de Force is being used this round by the guard. Seekers and Viper's Pit could be a factor, but first you need to be able to be in a position to use that Viper's Pit. Ooh. Tex not going to be there for when the smoke drops and showers. Orbital Strike is used by M80 now. Very wary that it could possibly be an A hit. Tex able to take out Nismo and showers, looking for more now. EU takes out Jonah. Valen takes out EU. John able to trade it off, but then Net takes out John Cutie. The entry onto B has actually started, and the spike is getting ready to go down. Tex is cleared deep into A. Gonna get caught out by Xander, so that does even it into a 2v2. Deep into A and into CT. Tex gets taken out. Viper's Pit goes down, though, by the guard to lock down that CT entrance. Him snuck past it, but back turned right into tree. Trent takes him out. Xander jumping right into the Viper's Pit, gets taken out by Net. 11-11 now. The guard finally shuts down the momentum M80 is built up here. Alright. Possible overtime. Or possibly another 13-11 scoreline. Does seem these Brazilian fans are rooting for the guard. Seekers and Nightfall available for M80. Showstopper and Orbital Strike available for the guard. Looks like the guard wants to push towards A. They should be able to do so.
Here we go, another different look here from M80. It's going to be Nismo pushing through and deep into showers this time around. Orbital Strike out, that is going to block off the
Nismo very low on HP. Still not going to be able to take out Tex. Trent's Showstopper ends up taking out Xander, who's pushing out through showers. Spike goes down on A. You look at M80, they were thinking about, okay, maybe they're going B, but no. Spike goes down on A, and now M80 is just going to go for a save here, so they'll be able to get a bye next round. And it's looking like the guard will be able to get to the 12th round. The question is, do they close it out 13-11, Or will we be going to overtime? This might be the first overtime I've seen on Bind in Challengers, which would definitely be impressive. Keep in mind, the longest overtime I've seen so far throughout the Challengers League of Americas, and I only know NA, I could be, yeah, but the longest in Challengers League, I'll say the longest in Ascension so far was 17 and 15. So, and that was M80 versus the Union. So, to try and beat that record for Ascension, you'd need more than that. And then, obviously nobody wants to beat the record, but I'm just saying, if we're in that position, we're not even in OT yet. I won't jump the gun too heavily. The longest I saw in NA Challengers 16 and 18, 18 and 16. That was North American Challengers between the Guard and DSM. So clearly these teams know what it's like to be in long overtimes. Seekers and Nightfall available for M80 to try and clutch up this round. They need this to try and prevent the Guard from getting to that 2-1 position where the Guard will be one map away from securing a spot in the franchise league. The Guard, or M80 does not want to have to fight again through North American Challengers next year. Seekers, Nightfall still haven't been used. Imagine they'll be coming out pretty shortly here. Guard doing some early aggression in A. There are 3 on A, 4 M80. Still no engagement yet, although now in showers, Jonah goes down to Xander's hands. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for the Guard. And this push down B long starting. Nightfall comes out from M80. Trent able to take out John Cutie. EU takes out Net, traded off by Trent though. So player advantage no longer in the hands of M80. It's been evened out. Trent able to entry onto the B site and take out Koala. Nismo under container takes out all 3, and we're going to overtime as Nismo with the 3K clutches out that round. I mean, what a play to take it to OT. Alright, now that we're in overtime, can start to look at breaking those records. So yeah, 17-15 the record for Ascension, 18 and 16 the record for these teams in North America. Challengers for this year. And the Guard holds that record against TSM. Now the Guard lost that 18-16. So I don't think the Guard wants to repeat that. Now, if we want to look at the real record, the longest overtime in Champions Tour, 23 and 21. 23 and 21, the longest in pro play, and I can't remember who it was between or which tournament it was in, but I believe it was last year. So just something to think about. 23 and 21. Valen takes out Koala Noob. Start off this overtime. So we do switch sides. M80 now on the offense. This is a side that M80 did pretty well on. Both of these teams had a better offense than defense. So it's going to be down to whichever one of these teams can win a defensive round first that will likely be able to win the overtime. Ooh, Nismo catches Jonah. Jiggly peeking. Down B long. A little bit of damage, but doesn't kill him. Ooh, Skylar comes through. Behind the Viper wall, though. Quite a few of those M80 players. Doesn't matter. It's not going to give them a superior advantage or position by not being detected there necessarily. Ooh, Incendiary does so much good damage, and Jonah's able to cash in on it. Xander and Nismo go down. EU jumps through hookah, finds 2. Valen shuts him down. Player count's not updating, but it is a 1v3 for this player in EU, for John Cutie, sorry, who goes down to the hands of Valen. And I did say whichever team wins their defense first is going to be in a good spot. Guess what? That's the Guard. They won their defense first. Now they just have to close out their offense, the side that they were doing much better on. So we could see M80 able to take it to OT, but then the Guard close it out. Both of these teams only got 4 rounds on their defense. These teams only got 4 rounds on their defense. So Both of these teams really struggled. It's not a super big advantage, so it's entirely possible that M80 is able to win this defensive round. It's just, you know, statistically unlikely. Statistically, it's not very likely. And, that could be where we're at. Still no picks, but Sky Flash, the guiding light, does give so much vision as to where the guard is in regards to this B push. Through. Guard getting ready to push into B. Jonah pushing up, and Nismo catches him out. Nismo's coming for this flank. He also takes out Net. We could be seeing another round of overtime. Now, each team gets a timeout in overtime when it starts. There's additional rules that apply. I'll talk about it after this round, but whichever team loses can take a timeout here. Well, no. If M80 loses, there's no timeout. But if the guard loses, a timeout can be taken. Valen takes out Koala Noob after the spike goes down. They're just trying to lock it down. Tex takes out Xander. Nismo takes out Valen. It's coming down to the wire in a 2v3. Trent takes out Nismo. Now it's a 2v2. It was a pretty decent player advantage for M80. That's kind of gone now. EU takes out Tex. Trent's showstopper takes out EU. It's down to a 1v1. There's time going to be played, and it looks like the guard has taken the overtime. There's just no time, and the guard will take the third map of the day. Fine. Score now going to be 2-1 in favor of the guard. As we move forward, it has to go to OT on Bind. Hey, what did I say? Hold on, what was my prediction? The guard wins 3-1, and we see 1 overtime. Guess what? We just saw an overtime, and we could see a 3-1 win from the guard. All right, I'm just saying. It's possible. My prediction is possible. I don't get anything if I'm right, but it's possible, you know? Yeah, we'll take a look at how that went. Very, very close map there to take it for the guard. Yeah, I like the way that went. I think both of those teams looked a lot stronger than I was expecting. I think M80 definitely showed quite a bit of promise. Their offense going much better than I would have expected. For sure. Waiting. Waiting for them to put the scores in. There you go. Oh, they didn't put in the player scores. But yeah, I think what really started to struggle for M80 was just it was finding those early engagements. M80 wasn't able to win early engagements. Obviously, in this last round, they did a little bit. It's just that M80 pulled through in just the right way, in just the right manner. The guard did. And M80 just struggled to get the player advantage early on. They struggled to at least keep it even. And even, I mean, this is pretty much the only time where they had the player advantage and lost it. So, again, it's not like a bad place to be in. I think they just need a lot of work. Yeah, they just need a lot of work moving forward to close everything out and bring everything back together. So I am interested to see. Still, they have not yet put in the player scores. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the highlights, I suppose, and then we'll go.
Just a touch, but yeah, interesting things to say the least. I'm sure that'll be a conversation point for tournaments and competitive events future if M80 find themselves on Bind. But for us now, we have to send things back over to Baka and the desk as we have a 2-1 tally. The guard currently find themselves up.
You know, it's interesting. I was looking through the history books going back to the match that these two teams faced off against each other back in the grand finals of playoffs. And if you remember correctly, map 1 starts out close, then map 2 is a blowout, then it's close maps 3 and 4. And we're on pace currently to match the pattern that was developed there. As this time, we do make it into overtime. But Tanner, it's going to be the guard who is walking away victorious here on Bind, albeit barely.
Yeah, and I know that Dust and Ship kind of hit the hindsight of, this series would be over, but it's very clear that that has been erased from the guard. From map 2 to map 3, map 2 obviously a different look, but coming into this one, they're down 4 to 8 at the half. They were probably pretty surprised by the strength of the M80 first half. I think maybe they underestimated them a little bit, but then they just buckle down and they get it done.
They did get dangerously close, though, to throwing this game away, too. I mean, you look at the way that Ascent ended, it was a 4v2. They very likely could have taken things into overtime. No guarantees they would have won there. But here, they could have closed things out in regulation, and they lose a 1v3 to Nismo. So, obviously, things can easily turn on their heads at the tail end. M80 did force things into overtime, but the guard do walk away victorious, and that is a stat we don't often see line up. First bloods to successes, 12 for M80, 14 for the guard. Obviously, there's no direct correlation because there's not necessarily a guarantee that those rounds were always the rounds they won, but it is an interesting stat to see. But the one that does continue to be true, and it was what we saw in the last map as well here, the post plants for the guard, rock solid. They have looked so incredibly good. I'm pretty sure they were 11 for 12 on Haven, and they are 9 for 9 here.
Yeah, it shows. And both teams had a really good attacking side. Both halves were 8-4, and they brought it into OT and were able to close it this time, as we were talking about on Ascent. It was super close for them to bring it into OT again, but they weren't able to close it. This time around, they felt the revenge and were able to do so. Nismo really shined for me in this match. He went 25 and 18. His movements with the satchels were incredible. He really understands the abilities and utilities.
Okay, let's go ahead and I'm gonna talk about the player performances. And yeah, it's what the okay, over on this side though, for M80 at the very least, you've got Nismo absolutely carrying the team. The next highest is Xander with 18, who's 4 kills above the next. So you've sort of got Nismo carrying, Xander carrying a little bit, and then you've got this core bottom 3 able to keep it even for quite a while. It's just that this core bottom 3 ended up weighing a little bit too much on M80 when it came to that overtime. Versus you look at the guard, still a little bit of a similar story. You've got 2 players far above the rest. You've got Trent with 22 and Valen with 20. Then there's a 3-kill drop down to Tex. Pretty decent drop. Not super big, but still a decent drop down to Tex with 17. And then it's a big drop down, 4 kills down to Jonah. And then it's a big drop down to Net. So the guard's a little bit more spread out. But because they've got these 2 on top, then you got Tex not far behind. It allows this sort of to mitigate, and especially when you've got a big carry in M80, when you've got a core 3 that can shut down that carry, that's exactly what allows the guard to pull through, and it allows them to make this big comeback here on their offense and find as many of those rounds as possible. So it puts the guard in this really, really nice spot. Now, if you're wondering, the next map's going to be Pearl, which is a really good map for M80, or at least it has been, although they've been struggling in Ascension on this map, so I am interested to see the way that it goes, but we'll go ahead and take a listen back to the desk to hear more about what they have to say about that map.
When they finally started to show a little bit of aggression, they're playing with the chamber. They definitely could have done a few more aggressions either on short, because the chamber could TP out. They can also hold deep in showers, deep long. This is something that I wanted to see for them. It wasn't until round 10, as you can see, that they started to do that. They stacked forward towards the B site, but I want to highlight how M80 was able to adapt. They knew that it was stacked at B. They took the TP. Tex wasn't even able to get away with 1 pick, but at least he tried on short. Then we have this incredible round. They ulted up short with the Raze rocket. Also, Brim ulted showers, so they had 2 options. They either had to push up into a rocket or push back into an op. Either way, I really love this idea that we saw from them.
And it was at a point in the game, too, when M80's money was just not good. So ultimately, those 2 players who were playing a little bit more tilted towards showers to start the round, like you mentioned, they had to either push through that Brim ult and get into showers where they were wandering into an op, or walk backwards into a showstopper, which ends up killing one of them anyway because they go into showers. The one dies, the other one tries to get back away, and the showstopper's right there. At that point, it's a 5-on-3 within the first 20 seconds of the round. The remaining players have not even gotten into spawn yet. Round's over. Money is not good. They cannot take it. It's a really good push-button round coming in from the guard to try to take things to a close. Unfortunately, they do lose a round right after that to a 1v3, so what could have been the conclusion for them ends up being closer to a conclusion, but still not quite what they needed. But at least it did guarantee overtime. But we do have another map coming up in this series. We are not done yet. Another close one as the guard and M80 continue to fight for control. We're going to Pearl next. We'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and listen to the player interviews and such.
I can say, safer soul to me. Please, give me a corpse. Give me a corpse.
Give me a corpse.
Time to hunt.
Time to hunt.
Molly. Esteem beacon down. Molly. I think we should kill someone with a headshot. It's pretty cool. Like, oof, stuff like that.
Oof, você não matará meus aliados. It's like the Uchi from Sage.
Wait, I'm trying to. What are jet lines? I don't even know jet lines. Wait. Okay, here, I'll do jet. Jet knives. Watch this. Watch this.
I am the hunter.
Here comes the party. Here comes the party.
Oh, I think a voice line from Brimstone. He's like, "You got a stubborn ass" or something. But I forgot the full thing. I know he says you have a stubborn ass. And he says it in like his Brimstone voice, you know, it's kind of funny.
Brimstone's a stubborn ass.
Boo. Almost says boo. Perfect.
I guess Jet, watch this.
All right, we'll go ahead and take a look at the highlights from that map over on the Twitter. Yeah, there's a lot to look at here. Again, my predictions for Pearl, I'm still going to stand by. I think the guard can win it because M80 hasn't been looking the strongest on Pearl as of late. We haven't seen the guard on Pearl very often, and it's not a great map from the guard, but it's also not a bad one. I think it could be a map that goes either way. I don't expect a big, 13-3 on Haven, but I do still think it's a map that could definitely show to change things up a bit.
Tex is still very healthy and on site. Catches, oh, not one off guard. I thought he had Nismo dead to rights, but the footstep sounds allow Nismo a chance to react. One trade back from Trent, but still, this has to be a 2v4 situation. Nismo will. And he puts the stim beacon out just to try to survive a little while longer, but the shot's starting to come through for the guard. But oh, Xander picking things up through the mid-cross, no worries. Just in such a tough spot to just stick to. Xander's gonna give it a go, and he does get it to halfway. No one's taking any shots at this. Xander's gonna stick it, but no. Spike Diffuser gets killed. There are full weapons on both sides here, but look at the space that Jonah P's gotten through. Denies the first bit of utility, and then Jonah P finding the double turns. Oh, Jonah P. Rotate in. There are full weapons on both sides here, but look at the space that Jonah P's gotten through. Oh, the flash being held here by John Cutie. The guard looking to try to break their way on through. EU's watching the cross. EU does get the first. There's the flash follow-up coming through. John Cutie does it with the Guardian. Little tap-a-roo. Oh. Tex trying to work his way over, but it's Trent to strike first. Nismo from inside the site gets two. Now it's just down to Trent, and EU. Oh no, not like this. All of a sudden we're down to a 2v2. Showstopper earned for Trent. Doesn't know where to spend it yet. John Cutie on the corner. He takes down EU instead though. Now the paint shell's re-earned. Timing not gonna earn out here. John Cutie would have to hop it right now, and he's not gonna be able to.
All right, yeah, a lot to talk about with that map and the way that it went. We'll go ahead and take another listen to the desk and what they have to say about how they think Pearl is going to go.
It wasn't really until overtime in that loss for them that I really start to feel like M80 was over the jitters. They eventually end up losing that overtime, but then they come back and played against Nueve Zeta, and it looks good. It's a dominant victory. I think people were expecting that. I think what's most impressive is I don't think we've seen all of the M80 playbook on Pearl. I still think they have a lot of ideas that they haven't shown us, and they have a lot of old ideas that they haven't brought forward or like brought to light again. So I think coming into this one, they've had 2 chances to cook up options on how they want to play this map and the set pieces that they want to work in. And then if they need to, they can tap back into what they used to play back in Challengers, or the plays that they used to have back in Challengers. So I think this is a great spot for M80. Unfortunately, it's also pretty good for the guard. So this doesn't just mean that we're immediately jumping to a map 5.
But see, is it? That's the ultimate question, because we don't really know. The guard has not shown this map very frequently, playing it
Okay,
twice
let's take a look at the
since
agent
the
select.
mid-season face-off upper final.
We've got the guard on Sova, KO, Astra, Jet, and Killjoy. M80's on Fade, Jet, Killjoy, Astra, and KO. Mirror comms. Now, with the exclusion of the recon initiator going to be Fade for M80 and Sova for the guard. Now, there's something to highlight. Although it's been quite a while since we've seen the guard on this map, M80 did struggle a little bit on Pearl towards the end of this sort of Ascension bracket. It's not looking as dominant from them as it did in, say, North American Challengers. And I think there's an opportunity for the guard to win. I do still think M80 is going to win it. I hate to say it. I know my 3-1 prediction of the guard winning 3-1 with at least 1 overtime. I just don't think that's going to come through here. And that's simply because M80's just got way too much experience on Pearl. I expected Pearl to be banned, but instead the guard bans Fracture in addition to Lotus. So I think there's a chance maybe that Pearl can be taken by the guard. And they let it through knowing it might come into play. And M80 did not pick it immediately. So I don't think M80 feels super confident on it. So there's still very much so a room for the guard to take a win here. I still favor M80 on this map, unfortunately. I think we're unfortunately for my prediction coming into this series, I think M80 is gonna I think M80 should be able to take this map, unfortunately for my prediction, and we'll see though. M80 starting on the offense, getting ready to push in, getting this 5-player push down B long, and it looks like the overlays messed up once again to start it off. Tech's going to take out Xander, very low on HP after the encounter, but does still get away with his life, and it doesn't take any suppression from the recon of the 0 point. Net able to take out John Cutie as he comes in from B-Link. Nismo takes out Net, but Jonah takes out Nismo. So it's now a 2-player advantage for the guard. EU takes out Jonah. Valen takes out EU. Koala Noob takes out Valen. It's a 2v1. Dex very low on HP. Koala Noob takes out Dex. Fight is isolated. Trent able to take out Koala Noob, though, as Koala Noob's trying to reload. And this spike will be defused. The classic plant on B and play post plant from long. Not going to be an option on a pistol. And unfortunately for M80, the guard just take the first round. All right. What? 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 I have never seen that before. Alright. Okay. Quite strange. Quite strange. The observer gets booted off this time around. Okay, interesting. All right, I've never seen that happen before. Oh, hello, Nismo. Yeah, obviously, of course, we're gonna see a force spy come through from the guard. Getting that pistol is a really good start. Again, I especially coming into this map, I did say I favor M80 to win it. So it is very strange that it ends up being the guard that's that gets the pistol round, or not super strange, but you know, it's a good start rather for the guard to get the pistol round. Again, it's not a horrible map for the guard. It's just been so long since we've seen them on it, and they didn't do great on it before, or it's, you know, it's not their best map or anything. I did say there's a chance because M80's not... It used to be M80's best map, but it's definitely starting to not be one of their better maps. And to be fair, Haven was one of the best maps for M80 for a long time, and the guard just humiliated M80 on Haven. To be fair, Haven was not a bad map from the guard, so... And I'm not saying Pearl's a bad map, it's just, you know, it's not the best from the guard. There's a chance, there's always that chance that the guard switches things up here, and you know, we do get that 3-1. I think the guards just, like, they gotta feel so good right now. They just gotta map up. There's so much pressure on M80 right now to get this map, because if they don't, it's over for them. The franchise league spot goes to the guard. M80 loses it. They're gonna have to fight through challengers again next year. Can they put up the same powerful fight? Maybe. Maybe not. It'll be interesting to see for sure. But M80 doesn't want to have to fight through that all over again next year. They just want to get their spot in the franchise league. They just want to get in there. Be the best way to do it when Challenger starts. First year of Challengers, you just push on through. Beautifully done. That could be the way to do it, but I don't know if M80 is going to be able to.
And get back to ramps at long B, it was so hard to retake because there was really nothing they could do. Like, you could just keep playing the little headshot angle on the ramp. You could, you know, just make sure you don't...
Again, the tech pause does seem to be not an issue with the players for once. It's actually the observer. It seems to have been kicked out of the... Well, actually, typically the way that it works is it's not the observer. It's the... Well... No, it's probably the observer. Well, whatever. One of the players, a part of the production crew got kicked out of the game, okay? So, they're trying to figure out how to get him back in, or that player back in, without having to restart the match. Because if you get kicked out of a match, I don't think you can just rejoin. So they may just have to restart. They may just have to restart, give a free round to the guard. I'm not sure. That'd be weird. We'll see how it ends up playing out. I mean, you should be able to reconnect, but I don't know. If it's like a hardware issue, they may just have to, like, I don't know. I have no idea how they would do this.
Retaking on the defensive side, they've been able to stay super efficient on. So I think both teams have very different pros and cons when it comes to how they choose to play this map, which is why
well, yet another tech pause. This is the third tech pause. The first two were very long. They were like it was like 5 minutes each, I think. So, yeah, not an insignificant amount of time to add. So... We'll see how this goes. Just gonna be sitting in this. Last time I talked about overtimes. I guess if you're wondering, the rule with overtimes, and I mean, I've talked about it a lot, but timeouts, you get 2 of them during the game. The official rules say you get 1 per half that do stack. So if you don't use it in the first half, you can use it in the second half, but you shouldn't be allowed to use the second one in the first one. It is the, like, official rules, but nobody follows that. People sort of just allow people to use timeouts whenever. It's sort of just everybody knows you get 1, you get 2 per game. Typically, you want to use 1 per half, but yeah, it's weird. And then in overtime, your timeouts reset. You get a new one for each, each team gets a new timeout, gets 1 timeout. You can't add on to the timeouts you had in the main game phase. No, once you enter the timeout, your timeouts get reset. You just get 1. Once you use the timeout, you have to wait 4 rounds before you get another one. And it's not like 4 OTs. It's 4 rounds. So, yeah. So that's a substantial amount in overtime. So you want to, like, use yours wisely, because there's a very good chance once you use it, you won't get another one before the end of overtime. So you just want to make sure you're using it effectively. Yeah, not sure what's happening with this tech pause. Could just be... Well, I saw what happened. I don't know how they're recovering. We'll go ahead and turn up the casters, see if they know.
In the midst, it just looked like Union just could not quite hang with what the guard wanted to do as far as kind of outbraining them, and then M80 just ran at them, it felt like, from start to finish. I think they were carrying a lot of heat after that
There was like
opening
8
match from
total rounds
yesterday.
only from Union.
Yeah, dude, it was. I
wild.
mean, that was surprise to say the least. Because I think you and I both walked away after like day 1 of bracket play. We're like, hold on a second, this Union team is playing some clean Valorant right now. Like they definitely have a chance of putting themselves on top of this region. But
they looked improved for sure in
Agreed.
comparison, and that's saying a lot because they were already the #1 team in Brazil and were like just a strong team already, but they did look more refined as a team. Like they weren't as individually reliant. They had a little bit better team play. They just seemed a little bit more sharp. But nonetheless, M80 got the job done in the lower bracket. Find themselves here in the grand finals for that grudge match, I guess you could call it, against the Guard. A friendly rivalry. Sometimes there's a little smack talk, but it's always in the server, not outside of it. Except for that one time they looked over each other on the wall on stage and had a little extra chatter. But I'd still count that in the server. You're still in the match, right? You know, as soon as this game is over, it's going to be all handshakes, I'm sure. Although one team will be certainly ecstatic and one team will be left a little bit devastated after
100%.
a long, hard year and with so much on the line. I mean, let's be honest. Both these teams are very much quality of being in VCT. Like, they are both very deserving. They would certainly do damage, I think, in the league. And certainly, you know, depending on how things go, maybe some of these players, even if they're on the losing squad today, could still find themselves in VCT next year, depending on how things go. So, definitely a lot of talent on the stage. Definitely 2 very deserving squads. And we have a series that's very tight right now. 2-1 for Gar, but we're going into Pearl. Again, common ground. Both teams have a good shot at winning this one. And with that said, there's a decent chance at a Mat 5. But the Guard do hold the edge. They have the pistol under their belts, and a 3-1 is certainly possible.
Very much so the case. Boy, a lot riding on it. Obviously, doesn't get much more important than this. And I also just will say, because this kind of hit me when you were talking through the regions of the teams.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking of teams like Moist Moguls, who I think could have represented North America just as well, if not maybe even better than some of the other teams that were here at this particular tournament. So it kind of gets me a little bit amped up and excited about next season as well.
Yeah.
And whatever happens in this offseason.
They've held their team, too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's the one squad that he came out and said, "No, like I'm going to keep him." You know, some orcs have kind of dropped out. They have so far.
Oh,
at
in
least,
case you've been missing it, there's sort of been like I don't know if it's news. It hasn't necessarily meant anything. I don't think it means anything in my head. Pretty much every challengers team dropped their roster. Afterwards, I mean, you saw like disguised immediately. The day was over in relegation, and they're like, "All right, everybody's gone." But just recently, G2 dropped their whole Valorant roster. They're still going to have a Valorant team, but they dropped everyone. Shazam's been signed as a content creator, so he's not even going to be playing anymore as a pro player. So they dropped their team. TSM just recently dropped their whole roster. And I think it makes sense if you're in the North American Challengers and you didn't qualify for Ascension. Clearly something went wrong, right? So just trying to reorganize your whole roster could be a way to do that. The thing here, though, is, like they said, Moist did not drop their roster. And I think it's because Moist definitely, I think Moist should actually be here. I think, I've talked about it a lot, Moist fumbled it. They did it in the midseason face-off as well, where they could have easily done very well in the midseason face-off, and then they just couldn't quite get there. And I think that was just straight up, they were at a point where they didn't have as much power, they didn't have as much experience. And then coming into the playoffs, I think Moist really should have made it to Ascension. They proved they were powerful. It's just, and I talked about it, they were on an upward trajectory for so long. Throughout the entirety of North American Challengers, every single week we saw improvement. Coming into playoffs, it looked like that improvement was going to continue until they landed themselves in the lower and upper bracket and stuff. Is when we started to see them start to falter a little bit. Once they made it pretty deep in the upper, they got knocked down to the lower by M80. And then I don't know if they just took that loss really hard. They didn't know how to process it or what, but they just completely dropped the ball on that one. Moist looked like a team that was going to be in Ascension. I kid you not. I say I kid you not because I think most people view these like content creator backdoors as a little bit of a joke, but Moist Esports knows how to pick the teams. They really do. They've got some powerful players in Smash. They've got like the number 1 players or something like that. I think I don't watch them very often, but I think it's something like that. I don't know about the Rocket League. I don't think they do super well, but like their Valorant team, Moist Moguls, was so good. So yeah, they're definitely a team that should, I feel like, be here. It's just weird that they aren't.
Who would you say is like MVP of this event so far for you?
Tex, for sure.
You think Tex? You wouldn't.
Yeah,
You wouldn't say Trent?
Ooh, that's a tough battle. I think who wins the grand finals will probably determine it. I think it's a neck and neck race in my opinion. Like if you just want to look at the numbers and go that way,
sure.
Trent is definitely up there in pretty much every single metric. There's really no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But I don't know, man. Like it's tough.
It's a tough question.
It is because they're on the same team, and
right, yeah,
like,
yeah.
If they wind up winning, oh man, it is tough. Maybe you give it to Trent just based on diversity and agent pool.
That's where I was going to go with the
category.
That's exactly where I was going to go with his
but
flexibility.
Texas
that he
had
showed.
so many big moments, and he creates
true.
so many openings that he kind of like opens up the rest of the round for everyone else with the space that he creates and the entries that he's able to achieve. So it's tough, man. I think you could go either way and you wouldn't be wrong, if that makes any sense.
If M80 wins, are you kind of in the same boat then, talking between Nismo and Koala Noob then?
I'm actually thinking Xander. I'm liking Xander a lot.
I'm here for that.
I think he's had an incredible performance. I think Nismo definitely is in the conversation. Koala's also in the conversation, but
based off the fact that Nismo has been able to go to like weird flex maps and still pop off and just dominate, I think that he currently leads the charge for me. If again, this is all hypothetical, okay, chat? We're just making conversation happen while we're waiting for whatever we're waiting on.
Yeah, with really no idea when that waiting will end. No, I think you're right. Like, obviously, the fact that Nismo has been able to play very powerfully on both Rays and as a supportive agent whenever he's asked to do whichever one, he rises to the occasion.
It's not because these teams are going to multiple overtimes. No. It's because of 3 tech pauses that are all getting longer and longer as time goes on.
In both, like, just general ACS and things of that nature, but he's also number 2 in clutch percentage, but he's also number 6 in first kills per round. So if you're looking at the timeline of a round, he's able to come in with impact at the start, and he's also able to help close down rounds in the end, and I think that really puts him in a good place. But Xander's also kind of in that same area. Like, he also ranks very highly this tournament in clutch percentage and first kills per round, as well as also being the number 2 player in the tournament in ACS, you know, just behind Trent. So again, it's one of those things where I don't know that you could really be wrong.
Like, good options everywhere for sure.
Yes, let's put it that way.
Fair enough. Well, it doesn't look like we're any closer to getting into game here. As
we don't know. We're flying by the seat of our pants. We're doing it live. We love you all out there. You know what? I do want to give some shout outs though really quick. First off, I want to give a shout out to all the family members out there for these 2 teams. I mean, that's a big story that we've talked about all year long, is how supportive the family members of these squads have been, particularly a lot of the players over on the guard. Like, you know, I'm thinking of Koala Mama, I think is actually her literal account name. She's been out there. We've seen a lot of the other families out there as well, so we definitely appreciate all that. We also just appreciate all the watch parties. I mean, you guys definitely are a key component to the community. You know, there are so many of them out there who do great work. You know, Sliggy, you know, Tarek, Sean Gares, you know, there's so many others as well that I'm not even thinking of that you know, really kind of help the community. And so a big boost out to all you folks out there watching from the watch parties. Hope you're having a good time in the chats with your streamer of choice. And yeah, just shout out to really all the fans who have helped made Challengers such a fun experience for everyone throughout the year.
Yeah.
Love it. Well, after those shout outs, we are going to kick things over to a brief break. Hopefully a brief break. And we'll be back in the mix here with Pearl, hopefully very, very soon. Sorry for the delay, friends. Stick with us. We'll be back after this. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm just gonna throw it to a break as well, because I don't know how long this is gonna be. I don't want to like. I've run out of stuff to talk about. Okay, we've been through 3 time or deck pauses. Okay, I can only say the same thing so many times. All right, so I'll throw it over to a quick break. Again, when they're back, I'll be back. Just put up a quick message. Alright. I'll be back in whenever it's ready, hopefully pretty soon.
Siempre iba, siempre lista. A mí tú ya me molestas. Tu perdición, una shawty de realeza. La que tú quieres y no te besa. Estoy guapa y tú lo piensas. Se te nota en la carita. Es solución para esta calle sin salida. Escucha, baby, 'cause I don't need ya. Vamos, ready, puesta pa'l pared. Nana, nana, no te quiero ir. With my body, te hago enloquecer, te hago enloquecer. Vamos, ready, puesta pa'l pared. Nana, nana, no te quiero ir. With my body, te hago enloquecer. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Y mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. No, 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 no te quiero a ti. No, 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 no te quiero. No, 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 no te quiero a ti. No, 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 no. Ella luce de revista. Mis amigas en la pista. Prende el party conmigo a la vez. Bebe un shot y ya cuento de revés. Y ya cuento de revés. Bebe un shot o maybe dos o tres. Vamos, ready, puesta pa'l pared. Nana, nana, no te quiero a ti. With my body, te hago enloquecer, te hago enloquecer. Ja, vamos, ready, puesta pa'l pared. Nana, nana, no te quiero a ti. With my body, te hago enloquecer. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Y mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. No, 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 no te quiero a ti. Y con el ritmo suena. No, 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 no te quiero a ti. No, 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 no. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. 'Cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Let's take the world by storm. Just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to
da Nós Novos por 3-0. Então, de novo, sendo uma evidência muito forte de que o time da The Guard, assim como o time da M80, consegue se preparar no antitático, pegar os riscos, pegar os estilos de jogos, as
I think we might be back, ladies and gentlemen. I think NBs. I think we might be back. I think we're starting over. I think everybody disconnected. I think like their internet or the server crashed. I don't know. Okay, they didn't say anything. I'm speculating, but I think they're starting over because it's showing their agents again. That, or they just wanted people to know who the agents to remind you. So there's a chance we're starting over. It looks like W production. After I need to know. Okay, hold on. I can actually figure this out. Let me see when that tech pause started. Oh my god. No way. An hour? It's been almost an hour. Dude, I did nothing for an hour. We're not even back yet. I thought we were going. I thought we were coming back. It looked like we were coming back. I thought we were done. Dude, I've never seen a tech pause that's an hour. I was starting to think, are we just gonna cancel it? Like, postpone, do it online? Like, everybody goes home. We just go to the Riot Games Arena in LA, the small one that we do Americas at. Oh man. The guard and, let me pull this up actually. The guard and M80 started playing tic-tac-toe. So you can see they tweeted at the guard, whatever passes the time, bets, and then just play like this, and keep going, and they play like this, and then, oh. But, yeah, you know, I thought we were coming back, so that's why I unmuted and everything. But it looks like maybe we're not yet. Just, yeah, I started to like, I literally like I went and got some chips and I ate a little bit. I should have refilled my water, but I didn't. And then, it's because I saw the players leave and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go water. And then they came back. I was like, okay, I'll just stay here. And they're still there, so can't be that much longer, right? Surely. And we're back! Let's go! We're back, ladies and gentlemen, from the tech pause. And everyone, cheers! Okay, so, in case you missed it, or you just forgot, which is, you know, very possible, the guard won the pistol round. They forced a buy. In response, though, M80 is actually forcing a buy. They want to win this round. They want to take it back. They know that their offense is crazy. They're getting ready to push in towards B link, getting ready to take control of the site here. Tax takes out Xander. Alright, now it's going to be a 5v4. Jonah takes out Koalandoob. Nismo takes out Jonah. Trent takes out EU. Nismo trades it off. It's going to be a 3v2, but if Net takes out Nismo, it's down to Tex, who takes out John Cutie. So the force buy from M80 does not convert to a win, and they will have to take an eco now, which should allow a pretty good lead to form here. Now, a reminder, this is M80's map pick. Not only is it M80's map pick, they need this map or they are out of Ascension and the guard goes to Franchise League. So, that's probably in part why M80 has made this decision to force a buy. They want to really get into this. They just want to take it. They don't want to let the guard get an early lead because M80 doesn't want that to be the story here where an early lead is gained by the guard and then M80 fumbles it, right? That's not where they want to be headed. It looks like M80 getting ready to push into A. Now, they're having to take an eco here, and the guard is taking a bonus after winning their previous round, which was a force buy. You can see them spending a little bit of econ here and there, like Jonas on 400 credits, Nets on 100, but the majority of them did survive in the previous round, so that's sort of where they're at. You see Koalandoob and Nismo ended up buying Stingers for M80 to spend a little bit of econ there, but for the most part, still going to be an eco, and the gun diff will be in favor of the guard, and the guard will be able to buy next round, so will M80. So this round should go to the guard. Regardless of the way that it goes, M80 should be able to buy next round, and so should the guard. But there's very low chance, very, very slim chance that the guard loses this round with how big their gun advantage is. Looks like M80, who's been prancing around, going through mid and into art, decides to execute into A. We'll see what they can do here. Spike goes down. Trent in dugout, getting ready to help with this retake. M80 gets the spike down, and they're out of there. They're going to play post plant from art. It looks like Xander able to take out Jonah. Good pick there. Valen crossing back and forth. Nismo, the one to see it. Shock Dart comes through. Try and clear into Art. Xander is in main. Looks like the guard wants to take care of him. It's going to be down to Net to clear him out, and they do. And Valen going to get a 3K. Nismo, Kualanoob, and John Cutie all go down. EU takes out Valen and Tex, but Net shuts it down. So although it is a bit of a more expensive round, this is still a good round for the guard to take. And it was their bonus. It was an eco from M80. And we should see a buy come through from all parties going into this round. We should see a full buy from both sides. What a long break, by the way. That tech pause. Yeah, that'll go down in history for sure. The longest tech pause. I'm not sure what happened. My theory is that the server crashed that they were connecting to. Was my theory, because everybody got kicked out. It looked like it wasn't just the observers, so that's my theory, but I'm not 100% on that. Cosmic Divide available for Valen. Null Command available for Nismo. So already some ults in play here for both of these teams as they move into the first buy from both sides, but that's because we've taken a while to get to this first buy from both sides. Still going to be on the 4th round, per the usual, but the guard has been able to just get so many rounds here and do so much damage that it puts them in such a good spot. See what they can do. Looks like the offensive M80 getting ready to get that spike down on B. Likely just going to play post-plant from long. Nothing new here. Looks like Jonah wanted to maybe peek through and stop it, and he gets 3, including Nismo's null command. Xander takes out Trent and Tex. Kualanoob takes out Jonah. Nismo not going to get res because Net coming for the flank is watching it. He's in a 1v2 now. Nismo's about to expire, and Net takes out EU. I thought Net took out Kualanoob as well. No, Kualanoob with the 3rd kill in the round shuts it down, and M80 will take the win on the first full buy from both sides. Still a very expensive round for both teams, but it looks like you see the guard thinking about forcing. They may want to take an eco though. Not all of their players can buy. What a play from Jonah though, to shut that all down. And they almost lined up for Net as well. That could have been a cool double kill. Could have been a clip. Could have been a clip for sure. But it wasn't. Now we're going to be moving to this round where we've got 3 ults in play for either side. Cosmic Divide, Blade Storm, Nightfall, all available for M80. The guards got Blade Storm only 1 point away, but they've also got Lockdown at Cosmic Divide and Null Command all available. And it looks like the guard is forced here. They're going to try and get Tex an ult point if they can. Xander's very low in HP. Tex would love to finish him off and get that Blade Storm up, but can't aggress too far without getting caught out, so just decides to back up. So does M80. M80 getting ready to aggress down B. They're going to have to face the guard, who is locking it down. Nismo able to take out Valen, though. Now it's going to be a 4v5. Jonah jump peeking out of Hall. Tex swings across. And, Nismo going to take out Tex and Jonah. Trent takes out Xander and Kualanoob. John Cutie trades that one off, though, which leaves Net in a 1v2. Takes out one and gets shut down. So the force buy does not convert to a win, and now the guard will have to take an eco, and M80 may very well have just earned themselves an opportunity to tie it up. Guard might want to take a timeout. Maybe not yet. Maybe wait until after the eco, and we're halfway through the half before pulling it out. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty long grand final. I'm really hoping it doesn't go to 5th map now because, yeah, that was a long one. You can see my voice, my voice goes through this, like, after I'm done streaming, it, like, goes through, like, a recovery period where I can't talk very well. And it started to do that because I wasn't talking for so long, so it might hurt to talk. It might sound a little bit different. I apologize. Kualanoob takes out Valen. Now it's going to be 4v5. And the guard's eco not going very well. Obviously, Kualanoob's got an operator, which is never going to be fun to deal with for the defense here. So weird to see Kualanoob on Jet. I'm so used to him being on a controller role. Ooh, Trent takes out Xander. EU able to trade it off, though. And the flash not going to be a good pop flash. Jonah gets taken out after trying to flash and get a kill with his Guardian. Now it's going to be a 2v4 for the guard. Net in Art looking to do some damage. Nope. Not quite the kill there. Whiffs a few too many times. Bladestorm on Tex, looking to do some damage himself. Maybe keep it a little bit more even. Down to 1 blade. Nope, not the head tap. Able to pick up a Vandal, but EU shuts it down. So only 2 kills from the guard on their eco. Now we're going to be moving into a buy from both sides. I wouldn't be surprised if the guard takes a timeout here. But it doesn't look like they will. 4 ults available for the guard. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, No Command, and Cosmic Divide. 4 very impactful ults for the guard. The only ult they don't have is that Blade Storm that we used in the previous round to get some eco moving their way. So it will be interesting to see how the guard does decide to play with so many ults at their disposal. See what they can do. They got an operator in the hands of Tex again as well. Nightfall and Cosmic Divider there for M80 though. No Command and Lockdown not far behind. So, although the ults are already up for the guard, it's a few for M80. No Command's already been popped. It's Tex to try and lock down the push into Art. Not going to be able to. Repeaks. Not going to be able to. For something. Takes out Nismo. Finally hits a shot with the operator. And it's an impactful one. Valen able to take out John Cutie. EU takes out Valen. Tex takes out EU. Xander takes out Tex. Trent takes out Xander. It's a 1v3 now for Koalanoob. Very, very low. And he's pinged. Jonah swings through the Cosmic Divide. And Koalanoob goes down. So some ults used by either side in that round. The smoke clears. And there's no command and lockdown available for M80. No other ults close to coming up. The guards got a lockdown at Cosmic Divide and a Hunter's Fury. They only use that null command in that round. And that does give them another big ult advantage coming into this next round. So, definitely a good round to win for the guard as well to get that econ a little bit back on track. They're still down a little bit of eco. There's not a whole lot of eco stability, but the same goes for M80 at this point. So, see how it goes. Looks like M80 wants to push in towards A. Maybe not. They're lurking towards mid as well. Koalanoob's there inside mid cubby. You get to do something if you can. M80 getting ready to push in towards Arts.
Doing something in between by slowly approaching middle, but not overshooting either direction just yet.
See what they can do here. Tex takes out Koalanoob. Now it's going to be a 5v4, an early engagement in Art. Forces M80 towards the B site, but you can see the guard is ready for that possibility. Koalanoob's Tex is in connector. Locking it down, trying to find a pick if he can. Not going to need to, just back out. And M80's not pushing into connector regardless. M80 now going to be sending 3 through B-Link, 1 through B main. Trying to get onto the site, but right as they start this entry, the Defender lockdown comes out. Fragment comes out. KO Fragment to try and destroy the lockdown, and I think it will. No, it doesn't. Doesn't land. Ooh, and Nismo gets caught out. They thought it would have landed. I do think it was in the range, but it's I don't know what the word is for it, but the range, depending on how close you are to the center of the fragment, it does more damage. Net takes out John Cutie, and it was just too far off to hit that lockdown. Trent with the Hunter's Fury takes out Xander. Jonah P gonna take out Nismo. EU takes out Ballad. Net shuts it down, taking out EU, and the guard will take back. Not only did they take back the lead in the previous round, now they've got a 2-round lead to work with, and they're moving towards that 6th round, which will prevent M80 from taking the lead going into the next half. And you know the guard would like that situation. And if they get to the 6th round pretty shortly here, they may even be able to take the lead going into the next half themselves, or if they're able to tie it up, rather, pretty shortly. Or get that 6th round, right? They'll be in a position to take the lead, which could be good for them, for sure. We'll see where they take it. Tactical pause or a timeout has been called by M80. No question why. They had a bit of a good win streak, a 3-round win streak, but suddenly M80 took theirs, and they've been able to adapt. They know that M80 is going to try and aggress and play for picks, so the guard just doesn't play into that. They wait until they hear that execution coming through. So in order to respond to that, M80 maybe needs to play a little bit more methodically, not methodically, a little bit more aggressively. There you go. Just push in, because they were playing slow in those rounds that they were winning. So now if they change it up, play a little bit more quickly, more aggressively, win their gunfights, they may be able to do some... What on earth? They may be able to do some damage in that regard. Who are they rooting? I think they're rooting for the guard, probably. I've seen a lot of those T's being held up. Lockdown is available for M80. You see them going for this half buy. Yeah, it's going to be a half buy from M80 off of that round loss, which means they may just have to let the guard take that 6th round, which would prevent M80 from taking the lead going into the next half. And it puts the guard in a position to take the lead going into the next half for themselves. So it's not looking great for M80. Their potential to win this map is slowly dwindling, and especially after how long that tech pause was, to come back and to lose the map, I don't think that's where M80 wants to go. Valen takes out Koala. Now it's a 5v4. Flash comes through. Nismo able to take out Jonah. Valen takes out EU. Nismo takes out Valen. Now it's a 3v3. Where does the guard take this one? Or, sorry, M80 take this one. It looks like they're going to go back out of B-Link, move towards Art, potentially push towards A. Now, there is Trent in connector watching. Make sure nobody pushes through B-Link. Ooh, now he hears that push through Art, so he can calm that out. Now the guard knows this push is coming through. Trent tries to go for the flank, but does get caught out. 2 coming in through Art, 1 coming in through main. Net gets flushed out of dugout, still able to take out John Cutie. He nearly gets killed through the smoke, but he's able to take out Nismo before he goes down. It's now a 1v1 between Xander and Tex. Operator's in the hands of Tex, rather, and the headshot lands, and Xander goes down. The guard will secure their 6th round in the half. It is now impossible for M80 to take the lead going to the next half. Now, this map favors the defense a little bit, but it's not by a big margin. So 7-5 is a good scoreline that M80 would be able to win from. Anything more than that, it's going to be a big challenge for M80. And at this point, with the guard's momentum, they may be able to make it bigger than that. To be fair, that was an eco from M80, and they nearly won it after guns were picked up, after that exchange in B-Link. It was a winnable situation from M80. They didn't win it, not quite, but they could have, and so now that they're going to do a buy, may be a good show of what they can do on this buy. We'll see. Looks like Koala Noob going to get ready to peek in towards B-Link. Silver Drone comes out. The Owl Drone doesn't really hit anybody other than Koala Noob, but doesn't see a whole lot. It does allow M80 to have this heavy mid presence pretty much undetected for the most part. Now M80 getting ready to push in towards Art. Moving up into connector. No, not going to move into it, and the players in connector from the guard are backing out. So they've left it vulnerable. They're going to have to be aware that there's a possibility that M80 will push through there. Attacker lockdown comes out. Head tap onto Nismo through a box. Look at that. Net finds 2. EU finds 2. The 2 that were given to the guard are a good response to that to make this 3v3. EU's down to 1 HP as well. Ooh, you did see Tex gonna have to defend his teammate who was caught in the lockdown, not quite able to. Trent goes down. Tex able to trade it off with a quick scope on the op. Now it's gonna be a 2v2 Valen and Tex to retake the IGL and the Duelist. Can he play this? Not quite. EU takes out Tex. It's now a 1v2. Valen takes out EU. He doesn't know where John Cutie is and leaves his back vulnerable. John Cutie, you're going to shoot him down to find that pick. The guard, although M80 can't take the lead, I did say it's a little bit more defense-sided. So if the guard gets 7-5, that's a good amount, and M80 should, sorry, M80 still can come back from that. It's not unwinnable for M80. The guard would like it to be bigger than that, but as this window of opportunity continues to grow smaller, the guard should just be happy to take any lead if they get it now. M80 taking that round. They nearly lost it. Get down to 1 player, but they do still get it. Cosmic Divide available for M80 this round. Lockdown available for Net. Telly wants to have the opportunity to use it, but M80 pushing into A, not going to be hitting that Killjoy util. It's going to be down. Ooh, look at that. Shock Dart does a good amount of damage coming out from Trent. So M80 is sort of spotted here. They made some noise. Continuing to make noise, pushing up a little bit. Now they're backing out. They grab the ult orb for Nismo. They're trying to get out of there. Never mind. They're just baiting it. Now they're going back towards A. They do have a lurker in EU going all the way over to the other side near B, possibly to try and prevent a flank, but it could also just be a good lurk opportunity. Or just get that ult points. Ult orb, no. He doesn't want it. Give it to Nismo or Koala. Yeah, and after EU does clear out that initial B main entrance, it does look like M80 is going to start rotating over towards B. And you can see the guard has rotated almost everybody off of B with the exclusion of Net, who does have that lockdown. And as the Cosmic Divide comes out, that lockdown going to come out in response to try and prevent the B push. We'll see if Nismo can hit the fragment this time around. Ooh, he's going for the plant. He's not going to be able to get away. Oh, he gets completely caught out there, but should be okay. Nobody's going to catch him. Most likely, yeah. Get away with his life after planting that spike. So it's a 5v5 retake potential. John Cutie lurking through mid gets caught out by Tex. The off. Now the retake. Trying to start here. Spike's been down for a little while. Time pressure starting to be applied. Tex takes out Nismo, who just used the null command. Xander gonna take out Jonah and Trent. EU takes out Net. Tex takes out EU. Koala Noob takes out Tex. It's now a 1v2 for Valen. He's just gonna stick the spike. And he's sprayed down. Koala Noob gonna take out Valen. And M80 takes this round. So you look at the eco for the guard. They can't really afford a full buy. They're gonna have to force a buy on some low eco. Try to secure the last round of the half. But it honestly looks like M80 will be able to take it. Most likely, or it shouldn't be with too much pushback. And that could make it tied 6-6 here into the next half. And like I said, it's a bit of a defensive map. It's fairly balanced. I'll be honest. It's one of the more balanced maps you see. So there's... yeah, it's a very, very balanced map. So there's not like... It's not a big issue for the guard, but, you know, to have the lead and then lose it like this would not be a good place to be. Look at that, Koala Noob. Although there's a heavy B-long presence, Koala Noob clears it out, finding 2. And then Valen finds, wait, what? No, and then Xander finds 1. There you go. And EU takes out Valen on site, and now it's a 1v4 for Net. No point in saving. May as well just try something. It looks like he's going to go for flank. Maybe try and catch out some players in mid. No, he's not going to go for flank. There's just no time. He's going to go through B-Link, it looks like. Pulls out the knife, pushing up here. Likely, could be EU to spot. Nope, it's an alarm bot to spot him, and he swings right into Nismo. So, M80 will take the last round of the half. It's going to be tied 6-6 going into the second half. Hopefully we don't see an overtime. I mean, imagine this, all right? Picture this. 3 overtimes. 3 tech pauses, 2 of which are around the 10-minute mark, 1 of which was at the hour mark, and then a world record overtime. Imagine that. I'm just saying, I don't want to be the one to sit through it, but I might have to if that's... I mean, hey, you never know. It could happen. It could happen. All I'm saying is, this would be a grand finals that people would talk about for a while. I'd remember it for a while. Especially a grand finals to qualify. Anyways, just saying. Alright, it looks like the guard starting on this offense going to lean towards A site. You see M80 able to push 3 through mid. Now they're going to be going for a little bit of a flank towards A. There is a turret to watch it. So it depends on how quickly this flank comes through. And it actually looks like you and Xander are backed up. And the guard's actually backing out of A. May encounter Koala Noob. You can see, though, the guard is very aware of the potential flank. So they're just pushing back. Koala Noob may get cleared out. If you can find 1 before he goes down, he's done a good job. He can't, though. He looks away at just the wrong time. Valen going to take out Koala Noob. Probably looking at the map. Can't blame him. 5v4 now. EU. Trying to prevent the rotate. Can't quite do it. Xander in B-Link. Gets caught out by Jonah. Takes Xander out. Clears through his own fragment. Gets into CT all the way. Making some noise as well. You can see Nismo's ready, but Jonah's still able to take him out. That's 2 now. Spike's gone down on A as well. And Jonah gets shot by John Cutie, who is in Flowers. Clears him out. No longer 2v5, now just a 2v4. Still not looking super winnable as M80 re-clears the site. And it will be the guard playing post plant from long, from A main. I don't know why I said long, but you know what I mean. John Cutie takes out Tex in net. Suddenly, it's a winnable situation, 2v2. EU takes out Valen. Trent takes out EU. Trying to prevent the spike defusal, and Trent does it. 1v2 to clutch it out. Prevent the 2v4 clutch from M80 is actually a 2v5. So the guard does take this pistol round. Will take the early lead in this half to try and continue this momentum. Try and push through to get a win here. The guard just wants to shut it down. 3-1 would be a beautiful scoreline for the guard, especially considering, I'll remind you, the North American Challengers playoffs ended, the grand finals ended, 3-1 was the final score for M80. M80 took it. The guard did the reverse here, and it's near identical too, where M80, they were very, very close maps, with the exclusion of one, which went 13-1 on Lotus. This time around, the guard has a map, which they've done very, very well on. I believe the final score was like 13-4, or 13-5, something like that, right? So, another dominant map, and then if it was also a 3-1, I mean, it'd be a beautiful way for the guard to get their revenge. And in the grand finals as well. It's a possibility. This round, the guard starts it off, making some vision, or making some sound in A, and now they're backing up, rotating towards B. M80 stacking 4 on A. They've only got 1 on B. It's going to be down to EU to see this push, or rather hear it, and try and slow it down if possible. EU does have a Marshal, spend a little bit of money there. Whiffs the first shot, looking for more. Can't quite find it. Does do some damage, but goes down to Trent. At the same time, Jonah takes out Koalanoob, who's also gotten there with his Marshal. Marshals have been picked up, and M80 trying to spray through the smoke to stop the plant, maybe do some additional damage. And although Jonah and Tex are low and one shot to a Marshal, they don't go down quite yet. And now M80 can start this retake. Spike has gone down. Valen takes out Nismo, trying to clear into Hall. It's now going to be a 2v5. Valen takes out Xander, and Valen also takes out John Cutie. So a flawless force buy round to get the guard to the 8th round. And now the guard going to be taking bonus. Going to be taking bonus. Spend a little bit of money on some guns. Put up a good fight. Still a bonus round, though, for the guard. M80 going to be on a buy round off of that eco. We'll see if they can convert it into a win. Do look at the guard. They've got 2 players with good guns. One of their players is the Guardian. One of their players is the Bulldog. Spectre, okay, we won't talk about that one. But decent guns in the hands of the guards. This will not go down easy. You look at M80, though, going for an aggressive play, pushing out of A main. Getting kind of counterplayed here, counteracted in a sense. Oh, what a shot from Tex from backside through Art onto Koalanoob. Valen takes out EU. Now it's a 5v3. Valen down to 40 HP. Site's now been taken by the guard. Spike gets to go down. Sovadrone clears out 2 in secret. Cosmic Divide now comes out from Valen to help prevent the retake. Very pivotal ult up so early. And it looks like Xander, John Cutie, and Nismo are going to go for the save. So it turns out on the bonus round, the guard converts it into a win. Not looking great for M80. In fact, it's looking pretty bad. This does remind me a bit of Bind, where we went into the second half. The guard started it off with a pretty decent win streak. It looked like it was going to be a flawless half until M80 closed it up. So maybe we'll see a similar story here. Pearl will be an not Pearl. Split will be an interesting decider if we go there, just because of the way that map is structured and how a lot of teams tend not to like to play on Split. So if it ends up going to Split as a decider, it should be fun. It should be very entertaining.
So another 3-round opener to our second half. The guard doing exactly what they did in the first.
I wish we could see that map again. Oh, man.
is going to...
Are we?
Call.
No, gonna see the crowd, which is cool. Glad the crowd's having a good time. Look at them.
It looks like a timeout has been called by M80. No question why they're struggling in this half. Who? I think they're trying to. Are they trying to distract M80 or are they rooting for M80? I think they're probably trying to distract M80. That's interesting.
It's been a long day. Lend us your energy, crowd. Let's build a spirit bomb here.
That's crazy. They really. I mean, to be fair, if I was here live, I think at this point, how long have we been doing? For 6 hours. You probably got there a little bit earlier too, so we'll say 6.5 hours. I've been sitting in a chair watching Valorant live. I mean, who would do that? I feel like I'd be pretty exhausted if I was there, just rooting for rooting for the guard at this point, just to get it over with. Timer going to be taken. I think M80's biggest struggle is they're just not able to shut down the guard's aggressive pushes. I think M80 maybe needs to play a little bit further up. A little bit more aggressively. I mean, they went for an aggressive play in that round, swinging out of A main. But then they just didn't find anything and then decided to play back. And after that, the guard just was happy to play around that and play a little bit more aggressively. So we'll see how this goes. EU pushes up with the Prowler, picks up the Ult Orb in A main. Get that ult point up. 3 players do have guns for M80. EU and Qualanoob don't, though. They just couldn't afford it. And, of course, the guard going to be taking a bit of a bonus just simply because they were able to keep their guns from the previous round. Xander takes out Tex. Xander also going to take out Net. Now it's down to Jonah versus Xander, who takes him out. Now it's a 3v4 for the guard. Spike goes down. It's actually planted for Secret. John Cutie, sorry, going to take out Valen. Trent takes out Qualanoob. Nismo takes out Trent. Jonah takes out Nismo. And on the eco, M80 takes the round win. Off of the timeout. 3-tick executed well. A weird decision from the guard to plant for Secret for backside. Yeah, that was just a bad decision. Straight up. Obviously, we have hindsight, but also I don't know what thought process there was to plant it there in the first place. I'm a little bit confused. Maybe they were expecting a heavy flank or a heavy art presence, but it just wasn't. So yeah, M80 gets to take it. Good position to be in. Null command available for Jonah. Fade Nightfall available for M80. 2 points away from a lockdown for John Cutie for M80. It's pretty much the only other ult close to coming up. Cosmic Divide as well. It's 2 points away, but probably not going to come up in this round. Tex able to take out Xander. EU's backside of A. Not going to get cleared out because Tex is clearing in through Art. And he takes out Qualanoob as well. Unfortunately for M80, who was expecting an aggressive A push, it's not an aggressive A push, it's a B push. And this spike gets to go down. They can play post plant from long now, and the guard has all of their players to do it with. So at this point, M80 just going to be taking a save. It looks like they know the position that they're in. They know it's not looking super winnable to try and play, 3v5 retake on B. Not going to be easy by any means. And, yeah, so that sort of just means that M80's allowing this round to go to the guard, which will make the score 10-7. The guard now 3 rounds away. I'm sort of jumping the gun here, but they're not going to win this round. So imagine it's 10-7, which is what it's about to be. The guard 3 rounds away from a win. A win of the series, a win of the grand finals of Ascension. And not just that. Ooh, EU takes out Jonah, and Nismo takes out Tex to close out the round. So 3 players left alive for both sides, but of course the win was still in favor of the guard. But yeah, 3 rounds away now. The guard is 3 rounds away. 3 rounds away from making their way into the Franchise League to close out the Challengers League 2023. Close it out for Americas. Finish it off with a bang. Nightfall available for EU. 0 point coming in, clearing out a little bit of space.
There'll be no further focus. Offensive gravity well, not going to catch anybody on the opening entrance towards A. Owl drone to follow. The guard maybe showing a bit of pressure.
So the Owl drone coming in, clearing out a little bit of space in A. And now the guard getting ready to back out, move towards mid. Now, M80, because they were able to keep 3 of their players alive in the previous round, they are able to get a buy going for everyone. So it is a full buy from both sides again to follow it up. But if M80 loses this, they may have to take an eco. And not just that, but if they lose this, the guard will be on the 11th round. And then if M80 has to take an eco, there's a good chance the guard can then get to the 12th round. And then M80 will have to win 5 in a row. So losing this round is so bad for M80 here. The guard getting ready to clear in through mid and into Art. M80 has such a heavy mid presence here on A, though. But Tex takes out Nismo. Valen takes out Xander. EU takes out Valen. Tex takes out EU. John Cutie takes out Net. Trent takes out John Cutie. It's down to Qualanoob to try and clutch out a 1v3. And again, this is a bad round to lose. And John Cutie, or sorry, Qualanoob going for the eco, the save of the operator. But this does mean, like I said, the guard now gets to the 11th round. But now M80 has to take an eco. And that means that the guard will be on their 11th round win. M80 will be on an eco. And that could mean that the guard just gets a free pass to that 12th round. Which means M80 would need to take it to OT in order to try and win this map. And again, this could be the last map. If the guard wins this, it's over. If the guard wins this map, it's over. If the guard wins this map, it's over. Well, Noob takes out Tex, who is trying to chase him down. I know I keep saying it's over if the guard wins this map, but that's because it is. The guard goes to franchise, and M80 has to go back to North American Challengers. Back home, pack your bags, and know that you're going to have to do it all over again next year. You don't get to join the big dogs. You don't get to try and compete in Masters or Champions. None of that. You're not going to be the best of the best. Nightfall, Cosmic Divide, Lockdown, all available for M80. Bladestorm and Null Command not far from getting up, but they may not get up in this round as M80 is going to have to take an eco, like I said. Tex takes out EU. Tex also takes out Nismo. Hunter's Fury is available for Trent this round, if they decide they need to use it. So those engagements, those players lost in EU and Nismo were in mid. They were in Art, more specifically. The guard just decides to back out of mid, and now they're going to be pushing towards A, which is good for M80 because that's sort of what they're expecting. They're leaning towards A, ready for the guard to push into A. They're just waiting for the opportunity. They're just waiting until these players are there. Cosmic Divide comes out from M80 to try and stop the push. Xander takes out Tex. Good pick, and that makes this a 4v3. Now M80's not down 2, but just down 1. Xander is down to 40 HP, and Qualanoob's down to 80. But look at this, Sean Cutie in mid caught them off guard. It doesn't matter. He only takes out Valen, and then he goes down. It's now going to be a 2v3. Look at Xander and B-Link able to take out Trent. And Qualanoob with the op takes out Jonah. It's now a 1v1 between Net and Qualanoob. And Net picks up the spike and is running it over towards A. You see Qualanoob knows that that's a possibility. That spike getting ready to go down. Qualanoob pulls out the Bladestorm. And he wins it! He wins it for his team. He wins the eco round for M80. So the guard won't be allowed to that 12th round. M80 has potential here to make a bit of a comeback to try and at least take it to overtime. They've got more room to breathe to do that. Moving towards it. The possibility, endless. The possibility's endless. Could go anywhere in the world. Sorry, I was just thinking about what happens for the teams who lose this. And they're getting... That's what their boss will say to them when they're fired. The possibilities are endless. Anyways. Hopefully for M80, that's not them. I don't think the guard and M80 are going to drop their rosters unless the guard has to because of everything. But I don't think they're going to be wanting to because these teams both really are the best of the best. And I think, especially considering it's both of these teams in the grand final, if these rosters stay together, first of all, the Guard won Ascension. Or, sorry, not the Guard won Ascension, but whichever team wins Ascension probably won't want to because it was the team that got them to franchise. But for, as I say this, the Guard is taking a timeout, trying to figure themselves out. But, M80 is a team, or sorry, not M80, but whichever team loses, I don't think that team will want to drop their roster, unless, of course, the Guard has to, because, again, the money stuff. But let's say it was M80 who didn't win. I don't think they dropped their roster, because if the Guard qualifies, and M80 was the second place, that means next year, the Guard's not going to be there, M80's not going to have to face the Guard, so there's a chance M80 could just win it again. So I don't think M80 or the Guard are going to be willing to scrap their team if they lose this, unless they, have to for whatever reason. But if they lose this, I don't think they're going to be wanting to scrap their team unless they have to. Lockdown available for both teams. As we come out of this timeout, we'll see if the Guard can close it up. They did just lose an eco. Decided to react by calling that timeout. They want to close it up here. They don't want a 5th map. Valen able to take out Koala Noob. Now it's a 5v4. Xander, though, takes out 2. Jonah P goes down. Net goes down. And EU takes out Tex. Now it's a 2v3 from the Guard. Spike still isn't down. Trent takes out EU. John Cutie takes out Trent. Valen clutches it up by taking out John Cutie and Xander. And the Guard goes to the 12th round. They are 1 round away from making it to franchise. They just need 1 more. Just 1 more. M80 needs 4 in a row to take it to OT. And then they have to fight through OT. The Guard can taste it at this point. 1 round away. 1 round away from the win. 1 round away from going to Franchise League. 1 round away from having the opportunity of a lifetime. The Guard knows they're 1 round away. They've got so much energy. The Guard is one of those teams that I just feel like benefits so much from being on LAN. Even though they're not in their home turf. It's just the fact that they're on LAN gives this team so much energy. You can tell. Nightfall comes out from M80. They're trying to aggress up B. Punish those players who are there, but they've backed out. And the Guard did have some B-Link presence. Net's still there. Calling him to back out. Ooh, Net gets flushed out with a fragment. Gets away with his life. Now the Guard getting ready to aggress towards A. Killjoy, Alarm Bot, Nanoswarm. They're ready to come out. The Guard getting ready to push into the site. They clear out, dugout, and the site. Xander's push up in A main. He's going to be wanting to push up here. Xander able to take out Tex and Jonah in A main. Trent takes out Xander, but Koala Noob takes out Trent. Now it's a 2v4 for the Guards players. The attacker lockdown did just pop. It does hit Koala Noob in CT. Spike does get to go down. This Cosmic Divide making it very difficult for any of these M80 players. Nisbo with the flank, though. Takes out Valen. Now it's a 1v4 for Net to try and take his team to the Franchise League. Alright, there's a clip. There's a clip if there ever was one. It's right here. Defender lockdown gonna pop, though. And Net just gonna go to save his rifle. And that was forced by from M80. It's possible. It's possible M80 makes a comeback. They need 4 total in a row. They just won 1. It's now only 3 in a row that they need. Just close it up, take it to OT, and then fight through OT. That's M80's goal right now. Get it to another overtime. Keep in mind, the Guard's 1 round away from making my prediction a reality. 3-1 final score for the Guard. And an overtime. Just saying. That's what my prediction was coming into this. Cosmic Divide, available for Xander. Available for Xander. Hunter's Fury, available for Trent. Ooh, Koala Noob does catch out that jump peak, but doesn't find the pick. So Hunter's Fury coming out off of the Owl Drone, but nothing is found off of it, and the null command stops it with 0 point. Tex sticks out Koala Noob in the entry. Spike gets to go down. M80 just has to play retake. The guard just has to play post plant. John Cutie takes out Valen. Tex takes out Nismo. EU takes out Tex. Net takes out John Cutie. Xander takes out Jonah. It's a 2v2. It's a 2v2. The guard just needs to win this 2v2. Easier said than done, but it is all they need to do. All they need to do is win it. It's theirs. Net takes out Xander, and Trent takes out EU. The guard is going to the Franchise League. They're going to the Americas League 2024. They're in the Valorant Champions Tour. These players, for past 6 months, have been fighting for this opportunity, and they're there. They're going there. They're going to the Franchise League. They are the big dogs. They are the powerful team players. And that's it. Valorant Challengers League Americas is over for this year. Wow, what a journey to get here. M80 going to be more than disappointed after that loss. Losing. They could taste the victory, but the guard pulled through just at the end. I'm telling you, man, the LAN environment for the guard was all they needed, and boom. The 3-1 with 1 overtime, my initial prediction, became a reality. And that's it. This season has really meant a lot to me. Got me into casting, and now I'm doing actual events and stuff, so I will, of course, always have Valorant Challengers a special place in my heart, and I'll be here next year to do it all. Yeah, I'll be here next year to do it all again with a whole new set of teams, a whole new open qualifiers. It's all gonna be so much fun. Take a look here at the trophy, and there you go, your Valorant America's VCT. Valorant Champions Tour, America's Ascension winners, the Guard. You're going to see them next year in the Champions Tour. You're going to see them in Lock-In. You're going to see them in Masters. Well, not for sure. You're going to see them in Lock-In. You're going to see them in the Americas League. You're seeing the Guard there. What beautiful moment for them to take it. Trent, the IGL. Not the IGL, but the MVP. There you go. They all get to raise the trophy. Thank you guys so much for watching this entire tournament, the entire Challengers League, from NA to Ascension. Thank you guys for being there. For me, if you're wondering if I'm gonna cover Last Chance qualifiers or champions, I might. I may or may not. I'm still debating it. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. It really just depends on how timing works out. Very likely I won't. I'll just do watch parties, just because I don't know those teams as well. So I'll probably be doing a lot of watch parties. Yeah, that's that. Keep in touch with my Twitter. I'll post when I'm doing casting events and such through there. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching this with me. Thank you guys so much for watching my coverage. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you subscribe, so we can keep in touch and see when I next go live for a watch party, or when next year I start to do more coverage. But yeah, if you did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you subscribe. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I'd hope you would consider it. And I'll see you all for Challengers next year. For anything else, I'll see you whenever I see you. Thanks for watching.